The Interpersonal Theory of Psychiatry. Harry Stack Sullivan. Chapter 13. Malevolence, Hatred, and Isolating Techniques. Required Behavior and the Necessity to Conceal and Deceive. I now want to discuss further the very interesting phenomenon of one's becoming malevolent, and we will see if we can approach a consensus. The gross pattern of a great many things that happen in childhood, as compared with the infantile phase of personality, includes two conspicuous elements. One, as has been emphasized, is the acquisition of not only private but communicative language, with the great returns which the learning of this vitally important human tool always carries with it. But the second element, so far as actual development of interpersonal relations goes, is the more significant difference between the two epochs. It can be stated in terms of required behavior. At birth, the infant can do practically nothing to assure his own survival. During infancy, he learns only the grossest culture patterns about zonal and general needs. But throughout the era of childhood there is an increasing demand for his cooperation. The child is expected to do things which are brought to his attention or impressed on him as requirements for action by the authority-carrying environment, the mother, increasingly the father, and perhaps miscellaneous siblings, servants, and whatnot. In childhood, in contradistinction to at least the first two-thirds of the infantile period, and, one rather hopes, the whole infantile period, a new educative influence, fear, is brought to bear. We touched on this earlier, but we have not given it very much attention, since it has not so far had remarkable significance with respect to personality development. The discrimination between fear and anxiety is a vital one. Very severe fear and very severe anxiety, so far as I know, feel the same, that is, the felt component is identical, but the discrimination between these two powerful disjunctive processes in life is at times vital. Anxiety is something which I believe is acquired by an empathic linkage with the significant older persons, whereas fear is that which appears when the satisfaction of general needs is deferred to the point where these needs become very powerful. And of these general needs, the need which we particularly want to deal with here is the need to be free from painful sensations. Pain is here defined, not figuratively, but in its most obvious central meaning, hurt, that which occurs, for instance, as a result of sufficient pressure on, or incision into, the actual physical organization, or from misadventures in the internal function of some of the vital organs. In childhood, perhaps not universally nowadays, but still with great frequency in almost all cultures I think, the child, in contradistinction to the infant, is presumed, at certain times, to deserve or require punishment, and the punishment I am talking about is the infliction of pain. Such punishment can be practically free from anxiety, or it can be strongly blended with anxiety. A parent who very methodically feels that a certain breach of the rules calls for a certain more or less specified form and amount of pain can administer it with no particular anxiety, although possibly with some regret, or possibly with singularly neutral feelings as one might have in training a pet. Many parents, however, for a variety of reasons subject the child to anxiety as well as pain. But insofar as punishment, the causing of pain, is used in its own right as an educative influence, this means a new type of learning, namely, learning enforced by a growing discrimination of the connection between certain violations of imposed authority and pain. Frequently the child is subjected to punishment, pain with or without anxiety, but almost always with anxiety in this case, where he could have foreseen it except that the pressure of a need, zonal or otherwise, made the foresight ineffective in preventing the behavior. In a much more significant, although necessarily quite infrequent, group of circumstances, there comes punishment, pain with, almost invariably in this case, plenty of anxiety, under circumstances which are such that the child could not possibly have foreseen such an outcome from the behavior. This is particularly likely to happen with irritable, ill-tempered parents who are afflicted by many anxiety-producing circumstances in their own lives, and who tend rather strikingly to take it out on the dog or the child or whatnot. Thus we see in childhood a new educative influence which shows up very definitely as actual fear of the capacity of the authority-carrying figure to impose pain. It is a peculiarity of the difference between anxiety and fear that, under fortunate circumstances, the factors in the situation in which one was hurt can be observed, analyzed, identified, and incorporated in foresight for the future, while in the case of anxiety that is only relatively true, at best, and if anxiety is very severe, it has, as I have said before, almost the effect of a blow on the head. Thus one has very little data on which to work in the future. We might almost say there is nothing in particular to be elaborated into information and foresight. In childhood, the increased effort of the parents to teach, to discharge their social responsibility, and, I regret to say, to discharge a good many of the more unfortunate peculiarities of their personality produces, in many cases, a child who is obedient or a child who is rebellious, and this outcome may appear fairly early. Of course, the pattern may alternate in the same child, and have a very definite relationship to the existent personifications of good me and bad me. In reasonably healthy circumstances, good me tends fairly definitely to be associated with obedience, but still with a considerable measure of freedom to play and so on, and rebelliousness tends to be part of the personification of bad me. In this stage of development, when the parents are making increasing efforts to teach the child, when his abilities are maturing, and when he is organizing past experiences and exercising his fantasy, his covert processes in play and make-believe, there is invariably, from very early, a beginning discrimination by the child among the authority-carrying figures, and later, but still quite early, a beginning discrimination of authority situations. In other words, almost all children learn certain indices that stand them in reasonably good stead as to when it is extremely unsafe to violate authority and when there is some chance of getting away with it. This is, I think, a healthy discrimination which provides useful data, although under certain circumstances, of course, when the parental figures are overloaded with inappropriate and inadequate ways of life, it can be very unfortunate in the way of experience for later life. As the presumed relationship of more or less complete dependence of the infant on the mothering one is suspended and the father gets more and more significant, this discrimination by the child of different authority figures in authority situations, insofar as it succeeds, that is, gives information that proves reasonably dependable in foreseeing the course of events, contributes definitely to the growth of an importance of foresight in interpersonal relations. But insofar as the authority figures are confusing to the child and insofar as the authority situations are incongruous from time to time so that, according to the measure of the child's maturing abilities and experience, there is no making sense of them, then, even before the end of the 30th month, let us say, we see instances in which the child is already beginning to suffer a deterioration of development of high-grade foresight. In such cases it is quite probable that, in later stages of development, conscious exercise of foresight, witting study of how to get to a more or less recognized goal, will not be very highly developed. Among the things that almost always attend the training of the child to take part in living, to cooperate with the parent, to carry out instructions, to do chores and so on, is very frequently the imposition on the child of the concepts of duties and responsibilities. That is certainly good preparation for life in a social order, but again in cases where the parents are uninformed or suffering from unfortunate peculiarities of personality, this training in concepts and responsibilities includes as a very important adjunct, adulterant perhaps, a great deal of training, that is, experience which is presumed, erroneously I think in a great many cases, to be educational, in which the idea of ought is very conspicuous. When it comes to putting into words an adequate statement of the cultural prescriptions which are generally required in the socialization of the young, one really is confronted by a task which requires most remarkable genius. Had culture grown as the work of a single person or a small group of greatly gifted people, almost crushed under their responsibility for their fellow man, then it is quite possible that one could build up a great structure of statements of what principles govern under all sorts of situations, and the result would be a coherent and rationally understandable social system. But that has been nowhere on earth, that I know of, very strikingly the case. Possibly the nearest approach to such a social order is to be found in the regimented groups which have characterized various people at various times. For example, there is at least an attempt to embody often subtly contradictory requirements in such things as army regulations, but people who are really diligent students of Army regulations frequently discover that it requires only a minor effort to discover a little conflict in authority, and such a conflict provides room for interpreting a situation according to which of the conflicting authoritative statements apply. But, as I was saying, such regulations do provide a rough approximation to this ideal of a rational culture, in that pretty ingenious people, many of them actively interested in maintaining the peculiar social organization of the military, have done their damnedest to put plain statements of ought and must into words which could be understood by the comparatively uninitiated. But when it comes to imposing the prescriptions of the culture on the child, these prescriptions are often most glaringly contradictory on different occasions, so that they require complex discrimination of authority situations. Moreover, the child is incapable for a good many years of comprehending the prescriptions in terms of their possible reasonableness. And more important than anything else, out of the irrational and impulse-driven type of education by anxiety, and by reward and punishment, that is, tenderness and fear, a great many children quite early begin to develop the ability to conceal what is going on in them, what actually they have been doing behind someone's back, and thus to deceive the authoritative figures. Some of this ability to conceal and to deceive is literally taught by the authority-carrying figures, and some of it represents trial and error learning from human example, that is, by observing and analyzing the performances, the successes and failures, of siblings, servants, and the like. Verbalisms end as if performances. Now these growing abilities to conceal and to deceive tend very early to fall into two of the important patterns of inadequate and inappropriate behavior, considered from the broad point of view, which become troublesome in later life and get themselves called mental disorders or processes in mental disorder. I hope that I have communicated by this time a very firm conviction that no pattern of mental disorder which is purely functional, as it is called, that is, which is an inadequate and inappropriate way of living with other people and with one's personifications, includes anything which is at all novel as to human equipment. Everything that we see in the symptomatology of these non-organic, that is, non-defect, situations has its reflection in kind, if not in degree, in the developmental history of every one of us. And so, when we get to, let us say, mid-childhood, it is not uncommon to discover that the child has become fairly skillful at concealing what might otherwise bring anxiety or punishment, at deceiving the authority-carrying figures as to the degree or nature of his compliance with their more or less recognized demands. The first of these two patterns we touched on previously, namely, verbalisms, which are often called rationalizations, in which a plausible series of words is offered, regardless of its actual, remarkable irrelevancy, which has power to spare one anxiety or punishment. The degree to which verbalisms constitute elements in inadequate and inappropriate living, which we call mental disorder, whether mild or severe, is truly remarkable. If you think that this is not a very powerful tool, you overlook its amazing significance in the service of the self-system, in the very striking characteristic of the self-system which makes favorable change so difficult, namely, the self-system's tendency to escape from experience not congruent to its current directions. But the second pattern is even more impressive than verbalisms. It is the unfortunate, in the sense of being concealing and deceptive, learning of the value of as if performances. There are two grand divisions of these. One of them, far from being necessarily troublesome in personality development, is an absolutely inevitable part of everybody's maturing through childhood, and this is the group which perhaps may be called dramatizations. A great deal of the learning which the child achieves is on the basis of human examples, and these examples are at this phase authority invested. The child will inevitably learn in this fashion a good deal about the mother, and, as the father personification becomes more conspicuous, about the father, and this trial and error learning by human example can be observed in the child's playing at acting like and sounding like the seniors concerned, and, in fact, playing at being them. Probably the progression literally is that one tries first to act like and one tries then to act as if one were. In the earlier half of childhood, this inevitable part of one's learning to be a human being becomes a rather serious concern, in terms of what may show up later, only when these dramatizations become particularly significant in concealing violations of cooperation and in deceiving the authority-invested figures. In these latter cases, for a variety of reasons, some of which we will touch on briefly. These dramatizations tend to become what I could perhaps safely call sub-personifications. The roles which are acted in this way that succeed in avoiding anxiety and punishment, or that perhaps bring tenderness when there was no performance based on previous experience to get tenderness, are organized to the degree that I think we can properly call them personae. They are often multiple, and each one later on will be found equally entitled to be called I. To describe this type of deviation from the ideal personality development, I long since set up the conception of MU patterns, by which I mean often grossly incongruent ways of behaving, or roles that one plays, in interpersonal relations with someone else. And all of them, or most of them, seem just as near the real thing, the personification of the self, as can be, although there is no more making sense of them from the standpoint of their representing different aspects of durable traits than there is of translating Sanskrit before you understand language. While these dramatizations are very closely related to learning to be human, they can even in these early days begin to introduce a very strikingly irrational element in the personification of the self. The other group of these as if performances to which I wish to refer is perhaps best considered under the rubric of preoccupations. I would like to say a few words about one of my Cocker Spaniels, because it perhaps makes the point better than anything else I can think of now. This particular dog has always been the most diminutive in a litter of 6. She has been kept with 2 others in this litter to the present time. The 2 others are a rather large male and a very shrewd and, shall I say, domineering female. The little bitch whom I am attempting to discuss was quite often the butt of the unquestionably painful vigor of the male and the unquestionably clever domineering of the female. Probably as a result of this little dog very conspicuously indeed took to remaining apart from her brother and sister, and could be observed very diligently digging great holes and trenches in the environment. This was literally quite a complex performance, in that each scoop of dirt that was flung out between her hind legs had to be examined carefully lest it contained something edible or otherwise interesting. The little dog would dig furiously in one of these mammoth excavations, rush around, examine the dirt thrown out, go down and get another shovelful, a tremendous activity for literally hours at a time. Somehow there seemed to be a stipulation that as long as she was so hard at work, the other 2 would leave her alone most of the time. But time has passed, she has been rescued from her unhappy submersion in the bigger siblings, and nowadays she treats them very roughly when she meets them. Now the trash man is outstanding around our place as a stimulus for provoking fear in the dogs. They are all quite upset when he shows up and to some extent are afraid of the mammoth truck and the din and so on that goes on about it. But when he is around, this little dog, alone out of the whole family, goes out and barks furiously at him. But she stops, after almost every 3rd bark, to dig frantically, and to rush around and examine the dirt again, and then she goes back and roars furiously at him again. It is not, I think, too much to infer that this dog is really very timid, having had excellent reasons for being afraid in the past, but that she became so accustomed to being saved in the past by being preoccupied with her digging that the excess of fear in this situation leads to the reappearance of her preoccupation with digging. In the human being, preoccupation as a way of dealing with fear-provoking situations or the threat of punishment, and of avoiding or minimizing anxiety appears quite early in life. And quite often the irrational and, shall I say, emotional way in which parental authority is imposed on the child, teaches the child that preoccupation with some particular one-time interesting and probably, as it turns out, profitable activity is very valuable to continue, not because it is any longer needed for the maturation of abilities or for satisfaction in new abilities, but as a preoccupation to ward off punishment and anxiety. Now if these performances are not only successful in avoiding unpleasantness, but also get positive reward by the child's being treated tenderly and approved, that naturally sets him on what will later be a strikingly complex way of life, that to which we refer as the obsessional. Anger and resentment. I have touched previously on learning by doing certain things in play like mother or like father, and by playing at being mother and father. There is one particular phase of this type of learning which is very evident in our ordinary contact with our fellow being, as well as in the psychiatrist's contact with the patient or vice versa. This is learning, from authority figures, a peculiar way of avoiding or neutralizing a fear-provoking situation. You may remember that earlier we spoke of how behavior that could be called, generically, rage behavior arose even in the extremely young when certain types of physical restraint were imposed which produced terror, particularly restraint that might interfere with the breathing movements. Now in punishment situations where pain is to be inflicted, there is invariably an element of restraint of freedom of movement, a particularly deliberate attempt on the part of the punishing person to interfere with the child's escaping the actual physically enforced pain. This, I believe, would, in any very young child who had missed disastrous experience up to then, lead to a movement in the general direction of such fear that rage behavior would be called out. But rage behavior doesn't have any particular value in this situation. And so, since the possibility of analysis and discrimination, and the exercise of foresight are already fairly well underway by now, instead of rage itself occurring as a frequent eventuality, what might be described as a version of its felt component, namely, anger, comes to be quite important. Especially in circumstances in which children are punished by an angry parent, but in all cases sooner or later, if only from improving discrimination of the progression of forbidding gestures in the authority-invested adults, everyone learns the peculiar utility of anger. I think that this statement is probably precisely true, although some people also learn that anger itself can bring a great deal of punitive treatment. But children invariably, or so nearly invariably that we don't need to pay a vast deal of attention to the exceptions, in their play are angry with their toys, and later they are angry with their imaginary companions. And the patterns of the child's being angry, the circumstances when it is suitable, and so on, are pretty much profits from his experience with the authority-carrying adults among whom he lives. What the child tends to show, in general, is that his toy, or whatever, has violated his authority in connection with the business of his being mother or being father. From this beginning, almost everyone, at least almost all the more fortunate of the denizens of our world, come to use anger very facilely, very frequently, and they use it when they would otherwise be anxious. In other words, it comes to be the process called out by mild degrees of anxiety in a truly remarkable number of people. But when one is around the age of 30 months, it may or may not be that one is well trained in the use of anger with the authority-carrying adults. In the more unhappy parental situations, one does not get very much encouragement that way, in partial result of which it comes about that in certain unhappy homes, children well into the school years have tantrums, which are in essence unmodified rage behavior. In a great many other unfortunate homes children develop a complex modification of this rather simple use of anger. This more complex modification is the classical outcome of a situation in which the child is going on his way perfectly all right, so far as he can see, whereupon punishment, almost always with anxiety, is discharged upon the child for activity the forbidden aspect of which could not have been foreseen by the child, where there is no possibility of his understanding what the punishment is for. Or the punishment may be for activities so attractive that the possibility of punishment, even though foreseen, was ignored. In those circumstances, a great many children learn that anger will aggravate the situation, and they develop what we properly call resentment. Thus resentment is the name of the felt aspect of rather complex processes which, if expressed more directly, would have led to the repressive use of authority. In this way resentment tends to have very important covert aspects. In the most awkward type of home situation, these covert processes are complicated by efforts to conceal even the resentment, lest one be further punished, and concealing resentment is, for reasons I can't touch on now, one of our first very remarkable processes of the group underlying the rather barbarously named psychosomatic field. In other words, in the concealing of resentment, and in the gradual development of self-system processes which preclude one's knowing one's resentment, one actually has to make use of distribution of tension in a fashion quite different from anything that we have touched on thus far. And these processes, which have nothing to do with activities such as a tantrum or something of that kind, are utilized for getting rid of tension so as to avoid activity which would otherwise be revealing, be noticed, and bring punishment. The malevolent transformation. All these generalities about childhood acculturation are background for the circumstances under which the child develops in the direction, not of being obedient or being rebellious, but of being malevolent. Now the ways that malevolence shows in childhood may be numerous. Thus there are so-called timid children whose malevolence shows by their being so afraid to do anything that they just always fail to do the things that are most urgently desired. The great group is the frankly mischievous, and from there we may progress to the potential bully, who takes it out on some younger member of the family, and on the pets, and so on. But under what circumstances does so remarkable and, may I say, so ubiquitous a thing as malevolence appear as a major pattern of interpersonal relations in childhood? A great many years of preoccupation with this problem has eventuated in a theory which is calculated to get around the idea that man is essentially evil. One of the great social theories is, you know, that society is the only thing that prevents everybody from tearing everybody to bits, or that man is possessed of something wonderful called sadism. I have not found much support for these theories, that man is essentially a devil, that he has an actual need for being cruel and hurtful to his fellows, and so on, in the study of some of the obscure schizophrenic phenomena. And so as the years passed, my interest in understanding why there is so much deviltry in human living culminated in the observation that if the child had certain kinds of very early experience, this malevolent attitude toward his fellows seemed to be conspicuous. And when the child did not have these particular types of experience, then this malevolent attitude was not a major component. And the pattern that appeared was approximately this: for a variety of reasons, many children have the experience that when they need tenderness, when they do that which once brought tender cooperation, they are not only denied tenderness, but they are treated in a fashion to provoke anxiety or even, in some cases, pain. A child may discover that manifesting the need for tenderness toward the potent figures around him leads frequently to his being disadvantaged, being made anxious, being made fun of, and so on, so that, according to the locution used, he is hurt, or in some cases he may be literally hurt. Under those circumstances, the developmental course changes to the point that the perceived need for tenderness brings a foresight of anxiety or pain. The child learns, you see, that it is highly disadvantageous to show any need for tender cooperation from the authoritative figures around him, in which case he shows something else, and that something else is the basic malevolent attitude, the attitude that one really lives among enemies, that is about what it amounts to. And on that basis, there come about the remarkable developments which are seen later in life, when the juvenile makes it practically impossible for anyone to feel tenderly toward him or to treat him kindly. He beats them to it, so to speak, by the display of his attitude. And this is the development of the earlier discovery that the manifestation of any need for tenderness, and so on, would bring anxiety or pain. The other elaborations, the malevolence that shows as a basic attitude toward life, you might say, as a profound problem in one's interpersonal relations, are also just an elaboration of this earlier warp. A start in the direction of malevolent development creates a vicious circle. It is obviously a failure of the parents to discharge their social responsibility to produce a well-behaved, well-socialized person. Therefore, the thing tends to grow more or less geometrically. Quite often the way in which the parents minimize or excuse their failure to socialize the child contributes further to his development of a malevolent attitude toward life, and this is likely to be on the part of the mother, since it is difficult to picture a malevolent transformations occurring at all if the mother did not play a major part in it. A particularly ugly phase of this is found in cases in which the mother is very hostile toward the father, and has exceedingly little sympathy or satisfaction with him. So from very early in the child's life, she explains the increasingly troublesome character of his behavior, his manifestation of as much malevolence as is safe, by saying that he is just like his father in this particular, or just like his father's younger brother, or something of that kind. While the initial references of this kind communicate very little information, their continuation for long enough does tend to warp the child's personification of himself in the direction of something detestable, to be avoided and so on, thereby making very important contributions to his conviction that he will always be treated thoroughly badly. And in the long course of development, even more subtly destructive are the instances where malevolence has come about because the mother is malevolent toward the child, in which case quite frequently, from very early, there is a good deal of verbal reference which takes the curious form of saying to aunts, uncles, neighbors, and others, yes, he has a bad temper just like me, or, yes, he is rebellious just like me. One should keep in mind that the mothering one is bound to be significant in all personality evolutions. She can't be otherwise. Now when the child gets so that he doesn't think it's safe to live among people because he is just like the person that he has to live with, and he gets punished a lot for it, the situation becomes a bit difficult, to say the least. The question arises, if it is all right for mother, why not for me? Let me conclude by saying that the general conception of malevolence is of very considerable importance. It is perhaps the greatest disaster that happens in the childhood phase of personality development, because the kind of ugly, as it is often called, attitude which it produces is a great handicap to the most profitable experience one could have in subsequent stages of development. It is from the second stage of personality development that a good deal of the foundations of one's attitude toward authoritative figures, superiors, and so on, is laid. So one often learns costly ways of getting around anxiety-provoking and fear-provoking situations, costly in the sense that one never feels exceedingly good or worthy, and these ways of avoiding such situations are not greatly contributory to one's useful information and foresight about living. Thus there can occur this very serious distortion of what might be called the fundamental interpersonal attitude, and this distortion, this malevolence, as it is encountered in life, runs something like this: once upon a time everything was lovely, but that was before I had to deal with people. Chapter 14. From Childhood into the Juvenile Era. The meaning of the arrest of development. So far we have only touched on much that is often discussed as an arrest of development, a term which is much bandied about in discussions of psychiatry, but which needs more than the mere utterance of the words for some of its implications to become clear. I refer to our discussions of the as-if performances and the transformation of attitudes and interpersonal relations in the direction of malevolence. These may not be immediately evident as an arrest of development. But, as I said before, the transformation toward malevolence might very easily prevent a great deal of profit from subsequent developmental experience. And the use of dramatizations, obsessional preoccupations, and so on, to avoid anxiety and punishment does actually very seriously interfere with the undergoing of subsequent experience, with analysis and synthesis, if the child is encouraged by various influences to make use of a good deal of obsessional substitution and dramatization. There is literally a slowing down of healthy socialization in lieu of the customary useful unfolding of the repertory of interpersonal motivation and behavior patterns. Arrest of development does not imply that things have become static, and that from thenceforth the person will be just the same as he was at the time that development was arrested. The conspicuous evidence of arrest and deviation of personality development is, at first, delay in the showing of change which characterizes the statistically usual course, and later, the appearance of eccentricities of interpersonal relations, which are often anything but self-evident signs of the developmental experience which has been missed or sadly distorted. Thus there is nothing static about arrest of development, but the freedom and the velocity of the constructive change are very markedly reduced. Sometimes, from quite early, the persistence of certain characteristics of the self-system strongly suggests a static condition. But that is not as real as it may seem, even if the self-system seems to be quite unchanged from year to year, or very slightly changed from year to year. Nonetheless, experience does occur and is elaborated in personality. Thus, the so-called arrest of personality really means that the returns from opportunity are very markedly reduced. As we go on, it will become more and more impressive to notice the consequences, in subsequent stages of development, that attend unfortunate interferences in particular stages. Gender as a factor in the personification of the self. Certain influences in childhood make for the growth of the personified self, the personifications me and we, along what I choose to call gender lines, and I use this term to avoid too easy a confusion between what I am about to discuss and the notion of sexuality, which becomes highly meaningful only much later in life. At this point I want to call attention to an ancient observation of mine which I think has been rather widely accepted in some related fields, that the child is influenced by the fact that the parent who is of the same sex as the child has a feeling of familiarity with the child, of understanding him, while the parent of the other sex has a surviving, justifiable feeling of difference and of uncertainty toward him. Thus, with boys the father feels more comfortable than with girls, and so he is convinced that he is right in his expectations of his sons, and he is less inclined to think twice, perhaps, in reaching a judgment of disapproval or the like. And the contrary is the case with the mother. The result is that each authority figure treats the child of the other sex in a way which is somewhat favorable to the, shall I say, more rational, more insightful education of the child. This is one of the ubiquitous factors that can be misconstrued as having something to do with a conception such as that of the Oedipus complex, which has enjoyed very great vogue in the fairly recent past of psychoanalytic theory. The additions to the personified self on the specific basis of whether one is a boy or a girl are advanced notably by two influences. One is the child's play at being the authority figure of his own sex, and the other is the influence of so-called rewards and punishments, particularly interest and approval, in contrast with indifference and disapproval, and sometimes the influence of shame and guilt, which in many ways is the obverse of the ought business that we talked about previously, with respect to the roles that the child is playing, is observed to be playing, or later, says that he is playing. These influences tend to educate the child with peculiar facility in the social expectations of his particular sex, in the sense of gender, and to inculcate many of the cultural prescriptions. Thus when the girl catches on in play to something that seems very feminine, this play gets a certain amount of applause, interest, and support from the mother. At least it does if the mother happens to still endorse the feminine. In this way, as the result of the authority figure's attitude toward particular items of play, many of the cultural prescriptions of how one behaves when one grows up are transmitted to the child. The play is, in truth, to a considerable extent trial and error learning by human example. But this influence of approval, disapproval, praise, blame, appeal to shame, and the inculcation of guilt are worth mentioning. The learning of cultural prescriptions for overt behavior. There is another strong influence in transmitting certain of the cultural prescriptions to the child, which brings about more rapid transition in the personifications of the child than would occur simply from play and maturation, and so on. This is the very widespread practice of telling or reading stories to the child. These are in general of two types. They may be socially approved moral tales which have become ingrained in the culture because they set forth complex ethical ideals in a fashion that can be grasped by a child. Or they are inventions of the authority figure which may be actually pretty far from the socially approved moral stories and a very special function of the parental personality. The child is apt to be particularly impressed by long-continued stories in which a parent takes the trouble to carry the imaginary protagonists night after night through new adventures. A study of the influence of both kinds of stories has, so far as I know, never been made very rigorously. But certainly their influence on the young, early in childhood, or perhaps all through childhood, often appears in personality studies which are made many, many years later. In this way, children get the impression that they should be governed by certain influences which we call social values, or judgments, or the ethical worth of certain types of behavior. These notions, since they are primarily in the parataxic mode, do not necessarily have much of anything to do with the observed behavior of the parents, or the child's opinions of the parents. Often these values continue to exist in notable magic detachment from the actual living experience of the child himself. They are apt to be particularly rich soil for the production of verbalism, and these verbalisms, for the very reason that they are derived from moral stories or the like which are part of the cultural heritage, have an effect in impressing the other person which is quite magical. This is a special aspect of a very important discrimination which grows in the child between what can be expressed, demonstrated, shown, or said, in contrast to what goes on but must be treated as if it did not, which amounts in the last analysis to that which can be overt behavior and that which must remain covered in the presence of authority figures. A special instance of this process is the pointless question, which is the bane of many parents at times and is the kind of process that is commonly encountered in the history of those people who do not come to have adequate ways of living. This occurs when the child has caught on to the fact that certain things about which he needs some information are taboo for any demonstration or discussion, whereupon the child begins to ask questions which do not express what is being sought in the way of information. Of course, at the stage I'm discussing, speech itself is not particularly communicative, so that it is never too wise to assume that what a child says means what those words would ordinarily be taken to mean. But what I'm driving at is the situation in which the child could indicate the need for information much more clearly, but is prevented by anxiety and the threat of punishment. Therefore, he begins another kind of indirect behavior, which is not to be confused with obsessional preoccupations or dramatizations. He asks the question, but he adds an autistic element to take the place of that which cannot quite be inquired about. The older the child gets, the nearer these autistic elements are to word combinations that actually refer to something, so that the child may make perfectly rational, diligent inquiries about why mother and father are always doing this and that in the morning when he really wants to know why mother and father do not say a word to each other when they wake to join the day. In other words, he really wants to know why they're both morose and have nothing to do with each other except possibly in putting the food on the table and getting it eaten, and that sort of thing. This is a field which is actually quite mysterious to the child, first, because the child is scarcely capable of being morose, and therefore has no particular aptitude for understanding the demonstrations of moroseness, and secondly, because he is under such a necessity for participant play, of play with parental audience and so on, that it would scarcely be possible for him even to imitate morose behavior most of the time. So here is something puzzling and disturbing to the child, but any poking around in this field brings anxiety or the actual threat of punishment by a strong forbidding attitude. And so in an attempt to catch on to something which is ununderstandable, the child begins to ask questions that are beside the point. Now they aren't beside the point to the child, but the anxiety element requires that the child shall use words to conceal what is being inquired about, if you want to put it that way. Thus in the child's apparently pointless and sometimes tediously repetitive questions, the question is actually an autistic combination of words which refers to what the child wants to know, and not to what the parent supposes the question pertains to. Toward the end of childhood, as the development proceeds, this process becomes more complicated. The element of questioning for questioning's sake, which may be a form of malicious mischief, may actually become quite rational, that is, the child may ask an immense number of questions about things about which he is really questioning, but he may still do it because there is some very puzzling and disturbing element in the interpersonal relations around him which he is, or feels, prohibited from investigating. Throughout childhood, as I've already hinted, there is what is often called very active imagination, that is, all sorts of toys are used for temporary investiture with traits of personality, traits of humanness. There is gradually a capacity to do this entirely by referential process. In other words, the child doesn't need anything concrete, but can have a perfectly imaginary plaything. As I have indicated, a good deal of learning is attendant upon the parent's interest in these imaginary plays, imaginary conversations, and so on. In this connection, an element is introduced to the child which often crops up over the years as an exceedingly disturbing sort of experience. At this stage, while the distinction between overt and necessarily covered processes may be fairly clear at times, it sometimes happens that what is supposed to be covered, that is, what the child knows ought not to be revealed, quite simply gets itself revealed, because of the child's very limited grasp on many things. For example, without intending to communicate anything to the authority figures, the child may speak aloud, just because this is exercise of his vocal abilities and part of his imaginary play. The child's ideas, or rudimentary ideas, are picked up by the parent who hears this, and rewards or punishments, particularly the latter, are poured out on the child, to his quite profound mystification. This is likely to give the child the idea that there is something violable about his covered processes, so that the authority figures know things that he is attempting to conceal, that he does not wish to exhibit, that he knows are dangerous to show. Under some circumstances, this kind of experience begins a group of processes in recall and foresight which literally amounts, in later life, to a feeling at times that one's mind can be read, or can at least be wonderfully accurately suspected. And along with this feeling, I think purely because of cultural artifacts, the child is very apt to get the notion that somehow or other this ability is connected with the eyes, a conception which later appears in the hackneyed and, so far as I am concerned, profoundly erroneous notion that one's eyes are in some curious fashion the windows of one's soul, through which people can observe evil within one, and all that sort of thing. If this sounds a little odd to you, you are rather fortunate, because it is one of the survivals of childhood experience which is regarded as a very remarkable delusion when it appears in the content of a psychosis in later life. And incidentally, it's quite essential, if I am to achieve what I am gunning for in this discussion, that you realize that anything that seems to you to be very remarkable indeed in the content of a psychosis is just something that you haven't placed in your own developmental history. The growing necessity for distinguishing between reality and fantasy. There is, as I have said before, a very considerable need for participation of the parents in the child's play, at least as an attentive audience and if possible as people who perform a role, unless there are siblings who serve this purpose. In a good many instances, circumstances do not permit very much of this audience behavior of the authority figures, and the child is actually lonely, and loneliness at this stage is a foreshadowing of the loneliness which we will be discussing later. The lonely child, the child who cannot obtain the presence and participation, however passive, of elder folk, inevitably has a very rich fantasy life, that is, he makes up for the real deficiencies by multiplying the so-called imaginary personifications which fill his mind and influence his behavior. Of course, it is necessary to remember that the young child probably does not recognize fantasy as such. The young child knows a lot about the reality of a cup, a spoon, or of certain toys which are actually experienced. But with the exception of objects which he has actually experienced, he has only very limited ability to distinguish between fantastic objects and objects which have aspects of what we ordinarily call reality. Thus, a good many things which have no reality but which are built up in the child's mind from the example of the authority figures, or from the maturing needs of the child himself, are of approximately the same reality as the perfectly real things, at least as long as they continue to be effective in covert process and play. As a matter of fact, the perfectly real things, that is, real to the adult, are very heavily invested by the child with autistic referential process, so that this kind of reality and his fantasy are indistinguishable to him. And in turn the things which we as adults come to take so very seriously, like policemen, and traffic signals, and all that sort of thing, of course have none of the significance to the child that they have to us. Toys are useful to the very young child for the purpose of discharging newly matured abilities. They do not have any of these relationships which cause us to carry collision damage insurance on automobiles. In other words, the distinction between what anyone would agree was real and what is unutterably the child's own is of no particular moment in this very early stage. The only exception to this is in the field of anxiety-provoking phenomena. But, in general, I believe that if the child under 30 months, for example, considers that performances of the mothering one which did not occur are valid, this is no particular evidence of oncoming difficulty in later life. If the needs and the security operations of the child of this age happen to result in remarkable falsifications of what really happened, I see no reason why this should imply anything more than that the child is alive. By the end of childhood, the pressure toward socialization has almost invariably fixed a big premium on carefully sorting out that which is capable of being agreed to by the authority figure. This is the first very vivid manifestation in life of the role of consensual validation, by which I mean that a consensus can be established with someone else. Consensually validated symbols underlie almost all operations in the syntaxic mode. What distinguishes syntaxic operations from everything else that goes on in the mind is that they can under appropriate circumstances work quite precisely with other people. And the only reason that they come to work quite precisely with other people is that in actual contact with other people there has been some degree of exploration, analysis, and the obtaining of information. The business of socializing the child so that what the parents call purely imaginary events are not reported as true, as actually having happened, is so important as an introduction to the next phase of socialization that, as I say, it is enforced by the end of childhood on practically everyone. The lonelier the child has been, the more striking may be the child's need of effort, need of continuous recall and foresight, to fix these distinctions between what, as we say, actually happened and what was part of fantasy process. In the next phase of development one can make shocking mistakes and get oneself laughed at, punished, and so on, for reporting what we call lively fantasy as real phenomena. If only because that in itself can be so disconcerting. A lonely child has a natural bent toward social isolation, which is one of the relatively unfortunate outcomes of the next era of development. Here is another of these rather circular processes, approximating a vicious circle. Already the child has had to develop a very rich fantasy life to make up for the lack of audience and of participation by the authority figures, and from this lack the child is apt to be relatively undeveloped in the very quick discrimination of what is his private fantasy and what may be consensually validated, that in turn exposes the juvenile to ridicule, punishment, and whatnot, and so tends to give the feeling of risk in life. This feeling of risk is quite distinct from what I discussed before in talking about the transformation of personality toward malevolence. Risk suggests danger of injury and of anxiety, and malevolence is a peculiar transformation which comes from a convinced foresight of these things. The risk that I am now talking about is not so much a transformation of personality as a partial arrest in the socializing process. It is this which makes people around you not so much enemies as unpredictable sources of humiliation, anxiety, and punishment with respect to what you communicate, and that naturally tends to reduce the freedom and enthusiasm of your communication. The change in the role of playmates in the juvenile era. Perhaps I can illustrate the egocentric nature of much of childhood by an example which may for the moment seem tangential but which really supports much of what I have been saying. Nowadays children are not infrequently put in a formal educative situation before they are quite through with this era of childhood. I believe nursery schools often have members who, according to my schematization, would be children. In these nursery school situations there is a commonly observed phenomenon, so-called egocentric speech. You see, by late childhood, speech has become a great field for play and a very considerable aid in one's fantasy life. A child in a nursery school setting will talk a blue streak, apparently to another child, but his talk is not at all influenced by, for instance, the other child's starting to talk, or the other child's going away. As childhood progresses, a time is reached when there is very rapid acceleration of change in the character of fantasy, and this change is in the direction of burying, losing interest in, forgetting, or modifying what may in very early childhood have been truly incredibly fantastic imaginary playmates, and toward a direction of attempting to personify playmates very like oneself. Where circumstances do not contradict the possibility, there is a beginning of truly cooperative action with other people of about the same age. But even in the case of children who have grown up with no possibility of playing with other children, who are born on remote farms, or in other isolated places, this change in play or change in imagination appears. The child now begins to have rather realistic imaginary playmates, while before a great deal of his imaginary accoutrements, his imaginary toys, and so on were strikingly fantastic. Now they begin to be as like him as can be, rather than to be things like the pictures in The Wizard of Oz or something of that sort. I refer to all this as the maturation of the need for compeers, which ushers in what it seems best to call the juvenile era, which is particularly the period of formal education, as required by law, in this nation at least. Chapter 15. The Juvenile Era. I now want to give a hurried sketch of the exceedingly important juvenile era. Much of what I will be talking about is actually accessible to all of us, namely, a good many of the factors which contributed to the growth and direction of personality in the years between entrance in school and the time when one actually finds a chum, the last landmark which ends the juvenile era, if it ever does end. In the succeeding phase of preadolescence, in the company of one's chum, one finds oneself more and more able to talk about things which one had learned, during the juvenile era, not to talk about. This relatively brief phase of preadolescence, if it is experienced, is probably rather fantastically valuable in salvaging one from the effects of unfortunate accidents up to then. But the importance of the juvenile era can scarcely be exaggerated, since it is the actual time for becoming social. People who bog down in the juvenile era have very conspicuous disqualifications for a comfortable life among their fellows. A vast number of important things happen in the juvenile era. This is the first developmental stage in which the limitations and peculiarities of the home as a socializing influence begin to be open to remedy. The juvenile era has to remedy a good many of the cultural idiosyncrasies, eccentricities of value, and so on, that have been picked up in the childhood socialization. If it does not, they are apt to survive and color, or warp, the course of development through subsequent periods. It is in general true that, as one passes over one of these more or less determinable thresholds of a developmental era, everything that has gone before becomes reasonably open to influence. This is true even in the organization of the self-system, which, as I suppose I cannot stress too much, is remarkably inclined to maintain its direction. The changes which take place at the thresholds of the developmental eras, as outlined here, are far-reaching. They touch upon much of what has already been acquired as personality, often making it somewhat acutely inadequate, or at any rate not fully relevant for the sudden new expanding of the personal horizon. Thus the beginning phase of a developmental era may considerably affect those inappropriate aspects of personality which emerge from what the person has undergone up to then. People going into the juvenile era are all too frequently very badly handicapped for acquiring social skill. Take, for example, the child who has been taught to expect everything, who has been taught that his least wish will be of importance to the parents, and that any obscurities in expressing what he is after will keep them awake nights trying to anticipate and satisfy his alleged needs. Now picture what happens to that child when he goes to school. Or take the petty tyrant who rules his parents with complete neglect of their feelings. Take the child, on the other hand, who has been taught to be completely self-effacing and docilely obedient. These are just a few of the many greatly handicapping patterns of dealing with authority which the home permits or imposes on the child. All these children, if they did not undergo very striking change in the juvenile era, would be almost intolerable ingredients, as they grew up, in a group of any particular magnitude. In this culture, where education is compulsory, it is the school society that rectifies or modifies in the juvenile era a great deal of the unfortunate direction of personality evolution conferred upon the young by their parents and others constituting the family group. There are two contributions to growth in the juvenile era: the experience of social subordination, and the experience of social accommodation. In considering social subordination, it should be noted that in the juvenile era there is a great change in the type of authority, and in the kind of subordination to authority. The social order, by requiring formal education, provides a succession of new authority figures who are often fortunate in their impersonality. Thus the child is exposed to such variegated authority-carrying figures as the school teachers, the recreational directors, the crossing policemen, and so on. Some of these new authority figures have pretty highly stereotyped limitations on the authority they may exercise. In every case, they are almost certainly quite different from the figures in the home, in their exercise of authority and their regard for and interest in the young juvenile. In his relations with his teacher and the various other adult authority figures who now appear, the juvenile is expected, as the child had begun to be by his parents, to do things on demand, and he is given rewards, punishments, and so on, with respect to compliance, non-compliance, rebellion, and whatnot. But there are more or less formally enforced limits to each of these new authorities. At the same time, there is the possibility for the juvenile to see the interrelation of the behavior of his compeers to success or failure with the new authority figures. And in addition to the adult authorities, there are in almost every school situation malevolent juveniles, bullies. Part of the incredible gain in ability to live comes from one's finding a way of getting by under the episodic and destructive exercises of authority by such compeers. Occasionally some figure in the home is of such great social importance that the new authority figures are intimidated and treat the child as exceptional. For example, the psychiatrist may see an adult in treatment who is the son of an important politician, and may discover that the potency of this politician father had so altered the freedom with which corrective authority could be imposed on his son that to an extraordinary extent the person as an adult continues to suffer from warp acquired at home as a child. But even under extraordinary circumstances of birth and rank, there occurs some correcting of the more eccentric aspects of adjustment to authority as soon as the child leaves the home. In almost all cases, however, the more emphatically effective contribution of the juvenile era is that of social accommodation, that is, a simply astounding broadening of the grasp of how many slight differences in living there are, how many of these differences seem to be all right, even if pretty new, and how many of them don't seem to be right, but nonetheless how unwise one is to attempt to correct them. This arises from the contact with, and necessity for a certain amount of accommodation to, people of about the same age with a great variety of personal peculiarities. Some of these juveniles are treated with the utmost crudeness by other juveniles. At this stage, if only because the juvenile has just come from the home situation and his previous experience has been with older and younger siblings, or with really imaginary playmates, there is a truly rather shocking insensitivity to feelings of personal worth in others. Thus the school years are a time when a degree of crudeness in interpersonal relations, very rarely paralleled in later life, is the rule. But, in spite of this, the opportunity which is laid before the young juvenile for catching on to how other people are looked upon by authority figures and by each other is an exceedingly important part of the educative process, even though it is one to which no particular attention is conventionally given. A great deal of this educative experience, which tends to correct idiosyncrasies of past socialization, is never discussed as such. 10, 15, or 20 years after one has left the juvenile era, the experience is extraordinarily inaccessible to ready recall, if, for instance, one is undergoing an intensive study of personality. The rate of growth of personality through all these earlier phases is truly amazing. We realize this more and more as we begin to analyze the enormous number of rather exquisite judgments which one uses in directing one's life in an incoherent culture among people with many specific limitations and individual abilities and liabilities. And the amount of education for life that comes from the juvenile era is immensely important. The juvenile can see what other juveniles are doing, either getting away with, or being reproved for, and can notice differences between people which he had never conceived of, because previously he had had nothing whatever on which to base an idea of something different from his own experience. Authority figures as people. Perhaps the most startling aspect of the juvenile acculturation, and the last of the enormous accessions to personality in the juvenile era, is the beginning differentiation of the childhood authority figures, parents, and their homologues, as simply people. Failure in this very discrimination of parents as people is often strikingly reflected much later in life. This discrimination is, to a considerable extent, first gained by discovering merits in particular teachers and then discovering demerits in certain other teachers, with or without communication of these experiences to the authority figures at home. But if there has been anything like a healthy development up to this time, these observations are discussed in the home. As a result of all this, if it works right, the juvenile gradually has an opportunity to pare the parents down from godlike figures to people. Another great tributary to this type of learning, which appears in most juveniles probably when they are well on in the second grade, is that they learn from other juveniles about their parents. The story most often heard of these earlier school years is, "My father can lick your father," but it is more important to note that there is simply an amazing amount of checking on the relative virtues and weaknesses of one's parents, especially if there has been no major disaster to development this far. There is no reason in the world why a juvenile should not come out of this period convinced that few people have parents as good as his. That can happen. But if he comes out of the juvenile era with no freedom to compare his parents with other parents, with teachers, and so on, if they still have to be sacrosanct, the most perfect people on earth, then one of the most striking and important of the juvenile contributions to socialization has sadly miscarried. Competition and compromise. Now, it is traditional to say, and the tradition is well justified by our observations on inadequate and inappropriate living in chronological adults, that there are two genera of learning which are practically the special province of the early school situation, competition and compromise. They are sufficiently important that certain provisions for them are made in the primary education of all cultures that value these things at all. Unfortunately, competition is the one that gets far more encouragement, although it is perhaps the one that is beginning to sink in importance. The juvenile society itself encourages competitive efforts of all kinds, and in the juvenile himself, I should say, such competition is natural. In addition, the authority figures encourage competition, that is, they do in any culture that values competition. There are some cultures that do not value competition. In those cultures, the tendencies of juveniles to compete appear, but are subjected to inhibitory influence by the authority figures. In our culture, these tendencies are rather vigorously encouraged, so much so, in fact, that if one is physically handicapped or, for some other reason, very bad at competitive performances that are de rigueur, then one is practically taught that one is not really fit to be around, that there is something rather profoundly wrong with one. The other of this pair of elements, compromise, is also invariably enforced by the juvenile society itself, and to a certain extent is encouraged by the school authorities or the juvenile authority figures. Both competition and compromise, while very necessary additions to one's equipment for living with one's fellows, are capable of being developed into outstandingly troublesome traits of the personality. In what I call chronically juvenile people, one sees a competitive way of life in which nearly everything that has real importance is part of a process of getting ahead of the other fellow. And if there is also a malevolent transformation of personality, getting the other fellow down becomes the outstanding pattern in the integration of interpersonal relations. This is another of these instances of arrest of development, which is not to say that a chronic juvenile continues in a great many ways to be strikingly like a person, let us say, in the 5th grade of grammar school. It merely means that there are warps in the freedom for interpersonal relations which relate back to the juvenile developmental phase and to particularly unfortunate experiences there. Now, under some circumstances, compromise also becomes a vice, so that we find people going on from the juvenile era who are perfectly willing to yield almost anything, as long as they have peace and quiet, as they are apt to put it. And that is another unfortunate outcome of juvenile socialization. Control of focal awareness. Thus the juvenile era is the time when the world begins to be really complicated by the presence of other people. The full educational effort, insofar as that effort is formalized by the school curriculum, by the teaching, and so on, is addressed to the extinction of the autistic from the expressed thought and other behavior of the juvenile. And this learning of successful ways of expression and successful types of performance covers so much ground and receives so much encouragement from all sorts of educative influences, all the way from anxiety to carefully awarded prestige with one's fellows, that by the end of the 6th, 7th, or 8th grade, a person of normal endowment has given up a great many of the ideas and operations which, in childhood, and in the home, were all right. This, I believe, is the principal factor entering into the so-called latency period, which was one of the important early psychoanalytic concepts. The effect of the juvenile era is, literally, to make it hard to recall what went on in childhood unless it turns out to be perfectly appropriate and easily modified to meet the strenuous attempt by the society to teach the young to talk, to read, and to act right. This giving up of the ideas and operations of childhood comes about through the increasing power of the self-system to control focal awareness. And this in turn comes about because of the very direct, crude, critical reaction of other juveniles, and because of the relatively formulable and predictable manifestations of adult authority. In other words, the juvenile has extraordinary opportunity to learn a great deal about security operations, to learn ways of being free from anxiety, in terms of comparatively understandable sanctions and their violations. This is quite different from anything we have discussed up to now. And insofar as the sanctions and the operations which will avoid anxiety make sense, can be consensually validated, the self-system effectively controls focal awareness so that what does not make sense tends to get no particular attention. That is, effective manifestations of awareness are sternly shepherded by anxiety to be more or less in the syntaxic mode, the mode of experience which offers some possibility of predicting the novel, and some possibility of real interpersonal communication. This control of focal awareness results in a combination of the fortunate and the unfortunate uses of selective inattention. The sensible use is that there is no need of bothering about things that don't matter, things that will go all right anyway. But, in many cases, there is an unfortunate use of selective inattention, in which one ignores things that do matter, since one has found no way of being secure about them, one excludes them from awareness as long as possible. In any case, the self-system controls, from well on in the juvenile era, the content of consciousness, as we ordinarily call it, that is, what we know we're thinking about, to a very striking extent. Supplementary reformulations. A part of the educational effort, of course, pertains to the acquiring of rote data and information which is not in any particular sense personal. Thus juveniles are taught a great many things that seem to have nothing to do with them, but which they have to know in order to get by the teachers. But I am concerned here with the juvenile educative process which is tributary to success in living. Insofar as it is tributary, it is very largely a manifestation, not of rational analysis and valid formulation, but of the supplementary reformulation of patterns of behavior and covert process. As I have said before, this reformulation occurs when a way of behavior that is socially approved is unwittingly substituted for a part of the motivational pattern that is not acceptable to the authority figures and is not tolerated or regarded with esteem by one's fellows, and when this happens there is some remainder of unsatisfied need which is worked off in private reverie process, especially during sleep. A very great deal of one's education for living, unfortunately, has to be this sort of supplementary, strikingly unwitting catching on to how to get a good deal of satisfaction, although not complete satisfaction. Since it is unwitting, it is not particularly represented in useful understanding of one's behavior. But insofar as it is not overloaded, this process gives one great surety in what one is doing, and one's certainty is not even disturbed by the fact that somebody else may reason better to a different end. Thus when a juvenile acquires a pattern of relating himself to someone else which works and is approved, he simply knows that what he is doing is right. And this certainty comes about because there is, in the juvenile era, an increasing power of the self-system to control the contents of awareness, and because the acquisition of the pattern is itself unwitting. Since there is no particular reason for anyone to try to bring into the juvenile's awareness how he arrived at these reformulations of behavior, most of us come into adult life with a great many firmly entrenched ways of dealing with our fellow man which we cannot explain adequately. Even in adult therapy, it is fairly difficult for the psychiatrist to attract enough of the patient's attention to one of these supplementary reformulations to get him to realize that there's something about it quite beyond explaining. People are not even particularly vulnerable to inquiry in this area, because, by the time anybody is apt to be investigating it, they have a whole variety of devices for heading off awkwardness. Of the learning which goes on in the juvenile era, a very great amount of it, as I have said before, pertains to competitive and compromising operations to preserve some measure of self-esteem, a feeling of personal worth. As the juvenile era progresses, as one gets into 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grades, one has to notice, from this standpoint of the competitive and the compromising operations in which the self-system is involved, the other person concerned. And the other person will be in one of the three groups of significant people that make up the world of the juvenile: the family, the non-family authorities, and the other juveniles. The nature of our social system is such that the juvenile alternates between immediate contact with the family group. No juvenile is apt to be able to throw off the influence of the family group, and immediate contact with the school, in its double aspect of authority carriers and other juveniles. Ostracism. But as the juvenile era goes on, one of its enormously forceful social implements is generally manifest in a segregation into groups within the juvenile society itself, that is, the other pupils in the school, which is a reflection of a good deal of the sickness of the larger society in which juvenility is set. An inevitable outcome of differences in background, differences in abilities, differences in speed of maturations, differences in health, and so on, is the establishment of more or less in-groups and out-groups. There are often in-groups with respect to one group of things and in-groups with respect to another, and there are often corresponding out-groups in these various areas. But in most juvenile societies there are a certain number of juveniles who definitely are excluded from very much association with those other juveniles who certainly seem to stand high in the esteem of the school authorities, or in the esteem of the juvenile society in general. The segregating influence which makes some people get along fine together, and apparently rate high with the teachers and with the crossing policemen, or which makes them very important to other juveniles even if they rate very low with the authorities. This segregating influence is sharp, and, to the unfortunate juvenile, quite mysterious. One's experience with these people who are in the right place, who have prestige as a group of juveniles, a very loose group, but still a numerical group at least, is apt to make one feel what can now be perfectly correctly called ostracism. Thus juveniles, unless fortunate, can feel ostracized, and if they're quite unfortunate, they get a liberal education in how they are kept ostracized. In any large group of school children habitually in contact with each other, some of the juveniles will definitely suffer from ostracism by a considerable number of others, but these relatively ostracized out-group youngsters have interpersonal relations one with another. Although these relations to some extent take the curse off the ostracism, they usually do not show enough ingenuity or magical potency to make this unlucky group an in-group. And insofar as these associations with other unfortunate juveniles fail, this experience is not tributary to good self-esteem. In other words, members of out-groups, even if they are fairly successful in maintaining internal competition and compromises, usually show pretty durable evidences of their having been in an inferior position with respect to other compeers whom they were compelled to respect, however painfully and unwillingly, because of their social preferment. Stereotypes. In the juvenile era, one of the additions to acquaintance with social reality which is almost always encountered is the growth of patterns of others' alleged personalities, which, in a great many cases, amount to actual stereotypes. It is apparent that a great many of us make practical use of stereotypes when we say, "He acts like a farmer." This does not usually mean that we have made a great many observations of farmers and have segregated from all these observations a nuclear group of durable and important traits which are found only in farmers. More probably we are really referring to a stereotype, which may be completely empty of any validifyable meaning. In the juvenile era, the growth of stereotypes which will later disfigure one's ability, or interfere with one's ability, to make careful discriminations about others goes to really lamentable lengths in some instances. These are the stereotypes of persons never encountered in reality, or, perhaps next most troublesome, stereotypes of large groups of humanity on the basis of a solitary instance or a very few instances. Thus, for example, in my own early years, by a series of irrelevant accidents, I heard things said about Jews, but I didn't know any Jews. Because of an extremely fortunate accident of what seemed to be otherwise a very unpleasant developmental history, I did not have very much interest in these vague rumors that I'd never seen exemplified, and so I did not adopt this stereotype. Therefore I emerged into the adult world with some curiosity about these people, whom I thought of as extraordinary, since my own acquaintance with them resulted almost entirely from perusing Holy Writ. I am glad that I did not fix in my mind some of the alleged attributes of Jews which I might have found lying around in certain juveniles, which in turn they, having no actual experience with them, had taken over from parents and other authority figures. Otherwise, I am quite certain that I would have been richly supplied with stereotypes. And these would have been much harder to correct later than was my curiosity as to what the devil the people who wrote the Old Testament must have been like. Stereotyping can be a source of very real trouble in later life, especially if one is going into a field of work like psychiatry, where the extremely important thing to do is to observe participantly what goes on with another person. If you have a number of implicit assumptions that have not been questioned by you for 20 or 25 years about the alleged resemblance of the person before you to some stereotype that you have in your mind, you may find yourself greatly handicapped, for these stereotypes are often viciously incomplete and meaninglessly erroneous. A great deal of this stereotyping is stamped in the juvenile era. Since there is so much to be done in this era and so much pressure on the juvenile to take over any successful patterns for doing it, in our type of school society at least, one of the conspicuous outcomes is that a great many juveniles arrive at preadolescence with quite rigid stereotypes about all sorts of classes and conditions of mankind. One of these stereotypes is about people of the opposite sex. Unless something fortunate intervenes, juveniles pretty nearly have to adopt gross stereotypes of juveniles of the other sex. If you think back to your experience in, say, the first grade, with a particularly attractive playmate who happened to be of the other sex. You may remember how that relationship changed as you went on in juvenile society. And you may realize that, in spite of all experience which was contrary to the stereotype, you almost had to adopt, by the time you were on the verge of preadolescence, what might be described as the juvenile stereotype of the girls or the boys, whichever the other sex was, and govern yourself accordingly, publicly at least. Sometimes there are stereotypes about teachers which are all too easy to accept because of previous unpleasantness with authority figures. Quite often there are stereotypes of juveniles' relations to teachers, and if one is actually teacher's pet, or simply for some reason the teacher is especially interested in one has to act under the aegis of the juvenile stereotype of the teacher's pet, and cannot therefore derive any simple profit from what would otherwise be a fortunate accident. I suppose, if only because of the speed with which the awesome varieties of people and behavior are impressed on the juvenile, it's hard indeed to avoid organizing, accessible to awareness, crude classifications of people, performance, and so on, which really are irrational and which later become troublesome stereotypes. Supervisory patterns. Stereotyping, to a striking extent, also characterizes the evolution of the juvenile's own self-system, insofar as the personifications of the self are concerned. An almost inevitable outcome of the most fortunate kind of juvenile experience is the appearance of what I call supervisory patterns in the already very complex system of processes and personifications that make up the self-system. These supervisory patterns amount in certain instances to subpersonalities, that is, they are really imaginary people who are always with one. Perhaps I can make my point by mentioning 3 of these supervisory patterns that everyone knows most intimately from very prolonged personal experience. When you have to teach, lecture in public, as I am doing, or do any talking in which it's quite important that the other fellow learns something from you, or thinks that you are wonderful, even if obscure, you have as a supervisory pattern a personality whom I might call your hearer. Your hearer is strikingly competent in judging the relevancy of what you are saying. This hearer patiently listens to all your harangues in public and sees that the grammar is stuck together and that things that are too opaque are discussed further. In other words, it is really as if a supplementary, or a subordinate, personality worked like thunder to put your thoughts together into some semblance of the English language. My hearer, my particular supervisory pattern, has a certain rather broad composition, which is built out of a great deal of experience in being an essentially solitary, overprivileged juvenile, surrounded by numerous people who were not free from envy. Thus my supervisory pattern is such that I often adjust my remarks fairly well to the needs of, let us say, 50% of my audience. Some people's hearers seem to have been even more singularly uninformed about other people than mine, and these hearers let pass, as adequate and proper, expressions which communicate to very few indeed of those that hear them. But in any event, it is as if there were 2 people, one who actually utters statements, and another who attempts to see that what is uttered is fairly well adjusted to its alleged purpose. All of you, whether or not you have a diligent hearer, have now long had, as a supervisory pattern, the spectator. The spectator diligently pays attention to what you show to others, and do with others. He warns you when it isn't quite cricket, or it's too revealing, or one thing and another, and he hurriedly adds fog or camouflage to make up for any careless breach. And if any of you write seriously, or even write detective stories, you have another supervisory pattern of this kind, your reader. I have been very much interested in the character of my reader, never quite interested enough to conduct an extended investigation to discover his actual origin, but enough to know that he's a charming pill, practically entirely responsible for the fact that I almost never publish anything. He is bitterly paranoid, a very brilliant thinker, and at the same time an extraordinarily wrong-headed imbecile. Thus when I attempt to use the written language to communicate serious thought, I am unhappily under constant harassment to so hedge the words around that the most bitterly critical person will be unable to grossly misunderstand them, and, at the same time, to make them so clear that this wrong-headed idiot will grasp what I'm driving at. The result is, as I say, that I write almost nothing. I usually give it up in the process of revising it. These supervisory patterns ordinarily come into being in the juvenile era and persist, with some refinements, from then on. Their presence in the self-system may well be stressed from another standpoint. They are only a small part of this very elaborate organization, which we all come to have, for maintaining our feeling of personal worth, our self-respect, for obtaining the respect of others, and for ensuring the protection which positions of prestige and preferment confer in our particular society. Social judgments and social handicaps. In the course of the juvenile era, particularly toward the close of it, one is invariably exposed to judgments and suspected judgments which can be called one's reputation as a juvenile. And in a good many cases, there are very great discrepancies, often quite worthy of inspection in the course of later study of personality, between one's reputation with non-family authorities, with other juveniles, and with the family society. With other juveniles, one's reputation is particularly determined by the in-groups and by those juveniles who are manifesting what is called leadership in its more rudimentary form, another of the phenomena of juvenile society as it gets on. Now, the sorts of things that make up one's reputation in these three areas of the social world may be suggested if I run over only a few of the contrasts that are, I suppose, with one through life. A person is popular, is average, or is unpopular. In juvenile society, being average has special qualities. For instance, people who can't be popular are much happier being average than being unpopular. Another one of these contrasts is being a good or a bad sport, particularly for males in this culture. Or again, a person is unquestionably bright, or average, or dull. One is assured, or average, or socially diffident. One is superior, or average, or unfortunately inferior with respect to the progress of one's development in interpersonal relations, that is, as we ordinarily say it, in personality development. One is, in other words, outstanding in one's capacity for understanding and invention of new interpersonal patterns, and so on, or one is below average, that is, literally backward in the evolution of interpersonal relations. There can be very real foundations for a juvenile's being backward in this area, if, for example, ill health comes at critical periods and cuts him out of school recurrently, or if something prevents his participation in games which enjoy great prestige in that particular school group. It can come about because of social handicap. This social handicap may be the reputation of one's father as the neighborhood drunkard, things of that kind, which one was not fortunate enough to discover a way to get around. In the good old days, it might be nothing more fatal than the fact that your mother had divorced and remarried. All these things may literally provide such a handicap that one is pretty slow in developing social accommodation. And some of these social handicaps are very real indeed. One of the things which time and time again has shown itself to have been quite disastrous in the history of patients was the social mobility of the parents, which took the juvenile from one school to another at frequent intervals, so that he was always being introduced as a stranger to another group of juveniles. Other things being equal, if one is getting on at all fortunately in juvenile society, it's a very good thing to stay in that group of juveniles throughout the period, or certainly until near the end of the juvenile era. Otherwise one will actually show considerable inferiority in acquiring the complement of interpersonal aptitudes which the juvenile era, at its best, confers. Of course, if one is in a very unfortunate position in a group of juveniles, it is perhaps fortunate if one can get out of it. But continuous upheaval in schooling, and this is strikingly true with service personnel, is apt to leave a very considerable handicap in this and subsequent phases of development. The learning of disparagement. In addition to all this, there are certain more obscure factors which may make one backward, as it were, in growing up. With respect to one's reputation, and particularly with respect to one's superior profit or inferior profit from the juvenile era, there are rather important influences which may be exerted by the parental group. The particular one that I shall use as an instance is only one of many unfortunate influences which the parents may exercise, which tend to reduce profit from the juvenile era. This is a parental morbidity of security operations, such that the juvenile is taught to disparage others, a common phenomenon on the American scene. It may be the way, for instance, that the significant figure in the home handles a juvenile misfortune, such as being average instead of superior. It may occur because the parental figure has always disparaged all people who made her or him uncomfortable. It may occur because one or both parents feel threatened by the revealing nature of juvenile communication and so disparage teachers and other people with whom they feel compared. This disparaging business is really like the dust of the streets, it settles everywhere. It is perhaps not so disastrous in the juvenile era as it is from then on, but it is very disastrous at any time. If you have to maintain self-esteem by pulling down the standing of others, you are extraordinarily unfortunate in a variety of ways. Since you have to protect your feeling of personal worth by noting how unworthy everybody around you is, you are not provided with any data that are convincing evidence of your having personal worth, so it gradually evolves into "I am not as bad as the other swine." To be the best of swine, when it would be nice to be a person, is not a particularly good way of furthering anything except security operations. When security is achieved that way, it strikes at the very roots of that which is essentially human, the utterly vital role of interpersonal relations. In the juvenile era, this kind of security operation, literally and very significantly, interferes with adequate analysis of personal worth. In other words, if another boy does well and little Willie reports it to mother, and mother promptly knocks the spots off the other boy and his family, that tends to indicate that little Willie's impression of how the other fellow was behaving was groundless, or that the rewards which the other fellow's behavior got from teachers, and so on, were undeserved. In other words, one is encouraged to feel incapable of knowing what is good. Learning from human examples is extremely important, as I have stressed, but if every example that seems to be worth emulating, learning something from, is reduced to no importance or worth, then who are the models going to be? I think that this is probably the most vicious of the inadequate, inappropriate, and ineffectual performances of parents with juveniles, this interference with a sound development of appreciation of personal worth, by universal derogatory and disparaging attitudes toward anybody who seems to stand out at all. It is in this way that parents are apt to very markedly handicap the sane development of standards of personal worth in their young. To that extent, barring great good fortune in subsequent eras of personality development, they literally guarantee that their children will be barely better than the other swine. The conception of orientation in living. By the end of the juvenile era, with any good fortune, one has gotten to the point at which it is quite proper to apply the conception of orientation in living, as I use the term. One is oriented in living to the extent to which one has formulated, or can easily be led to formulate, or has insight into, data of the following types: the integrating tendencies, needs, which customarily characterize one's interpersonal relations, the circumstances appropriate to their satisfaction and relatively anxiety-free discharge, and the more or less remote goals for the approximation of which one will forego intercurrent opportunities for satisfaction or the enhancement of one's prestige. The degree to which one is adequately oriented in living is, I believe, a very much better way of indicating what we often have in mind when we speak about how well integrated a person is, or what his character is in the sense of good, bad, or indifferent. The juvenile actually has an opportunity to undergo a great deal of social experience, in contrast to the child, who cannot have any orientation in living in the larger world. To the extent that the juvenile knows, or could easily be led to know, what needs motivate his relations with others, and under what circumstances these needs, whether they be for prestige or for anything else, are appropriate and relatively apt to get by without damage to self-respect. To this extent the person has gotten a great deal out of his first big plunge into socialization. If this comes off successfully, he inevitably has established some things which we can really call his values, from the pursuit of which he will not be deflected by other things that come along and might be obtained. In other words, a striking aspect of good orientation in living is the extent to which foresight governs the handling of intercurrent opportunities. To the extent that a juvenile has been denied an opportunity for a good orientation in living, he will from henceforth show a trait which is a lamentable nuisance. He will be so anxious for the approval and unthinking immediate regard of others that one might well think he lived merely to be liked, or to amuse. And in some cases, that, I fear, is about true. So, if one has been fortunate in the juvenile era, his orientation in living among other people is fairly well organized. And if his orientation in living is not well organized, his future contributions to the human race will probably be relatively unimportant or will be troublesome, unless he has very good fortune in the next succeeding phases of personality development. Chapter 16. Preadolescence. Need for interpersonal intimacy. Just as the juvenile era was marked by a significant change, the development of the need for compeers, for playmates rather like oneself, the beginning of preadolescence is equally spectacularly marked, in my scheme of development, by the appearance of a new type of interest in another person. These changes are the result of maturation and development, or experience. This new interest in the pre-adolescent era is not as general as the use of language toward others was in childhood, or the need of similar people as playmates was in the juvenile era. Instead, it is a specific new type of interest in a particular member of the same sex who becomes a chum or a close friend. This change represents the beginning of something very like full-blown, psychiatrically defined love. In other words, the other fellow takes on a perfectly novel relationship with the person concerned. He becomes of practically equal importance in all fields of value. Nothing remotely like that has ever appeared before. All of you who have children are sure that your children love you. When you say that, you are expressing a pleasant illusion. But if you will look very closely at one of your children when he finally finds a chum, somewhere between 8½ and 10, you will discover something very different in the relationship, namely, that your child begins to develop a real sensitivity to what matters to another person. And this is not in the sense of what should I do to get what I want, but instead what should I do to contribute to the happiness or to support the prestige and feeling of worthwhileness of my chum. So far as I have ever been able to discover, nothing remotely like this appears before the age of, say, 8½, and sometimes it appears decidedly later. Thus the developmental epoch of preadolescence is marked by the coming of the integrating tendencies which, when they are completely developed, we call love, or, to say it another way, by the manifestation of the need for interpersonal intimacy. Now even at this late stage in my formulation of these ideas, I still find that some people imagine that intimacy is only a matter of approximating genitals one to another. And so I trust that you will finally and forever grasp that interpersonal intimacy can really consist of a great many things without genital contact, that intimacy in this sense means, just as it always has meant, closeness, without specifying that which is close other than the persons. Intimacy is that type of situation involving two people which permits validation of all components of personal worth. Validation of personal worth requires a type of relationship which I call collaboration, by which I mean clearly formulated adjustments of one's behavior to the expressed needs of the other person in the pursuit of increasingly identical, that is, more and more nearly mutual, satisfactions, and in the maintenance of increasingly similar security operations. Now this pre-adolescent collaboration is distinctly different from the acquisition, in the juvenile era, of habits of competition, cooperation, and compromise. In preadolescence not only do people occupy themselves in moving toward a common, more or less impersonal objective, such as the success of our team, or the discomfiture of our teacher, as they might have done in the juvenile era, but they also, specifically and increasingly, move toward supplying each other with satisfactions and taking on each other's successes in the maintenance of prestige, status, and all the things which represent freedom from anxiety, or the diminution of anxiety. Psychotherapeutic possibilities in preadolescence. Because of the rapidly developing capacity to revise one's personifications of another person on the basis of great interest in observation and analysis of one's experience with him, it comes about that the pre-adolescent phase of personality development can have and often does have very great inherent psychotherapeutic possibilities. I believe I have said earlier that it is at the developmental thresholds that the chance for notable favorable change tends to segregate itself. Although the structure of the self system is such that its development in general is rather powerfully directed along the lines it has already taken, it is much more subject to influence through new experience, either fortunate or unfortunate, at each of the developmental thresholds. The fact that the self-system can undergo distinct change early in each of the developmental stages is of very real significance. For it is the self-system, the vast organization of experience which is concerned with protecting our self-esteem, which is involved in all inadequate and inappropriate living and is quite central to the whole problem of personality disorder and its remedy. And it is this capacity for distinct change in the self-system which begins to be almost fantastically important in preadolescence. During the juvenile era, a number of influences of vicious family life may be attenuated or corrected. But in the Western world, a great deal of the activity of juveniles is along the lines of our ideals of intensely competitive, invidious society. Only recently, and, I fear, still quite insularly, has there been any marked social pressure toward developing the other aspects of the same thing, the capacity to compromise and cooperate. Because of the competitive element, and also because of the juvenile's relative insensitivity to the importance of other people, it is possible that one can maintain throughout the juvenile era remarkably fantastic ideas about oneself, that one can have a very significantly distorted personification of the self, and keep it under cover. To have a very fantastic personification of oneself is, actually, to be very definitely handicapped. In other words, it is a misfortune in development. Because one draws so close to another, because one is newly capable of seeing oneself through the other's eyes, the pre-adolescent phase of personality development is especially significant in correcting autistic, fantastic ideas about oneself or others. I would like to stress, at the risk of using superlatives which sometimes get very tedious, that development of this phase of personality is of incredible importance in saving a good many rather seriously handicapped people from otherwise inevitable serious mental disorder. I may perhaps digress to the extent of saying that for some years I have had no negative instance to the following generalization. As a psychiatrist and a supervising psychiatrist, I have had occasion to hear about many male patients who find all relationships with other men occasions for considerable tenseness and vigilance, and who are uncomfortable in all their business, social, or other dealings with other men. Of this group, I have found without exception that each one has lacked anything like good opportunities for pre-adolescent socialization. I am confining my remarks to male patients here because the female picture is more complicated and I have less material on it. These male patients may have what they call very close friends of the same sex, may even be overt and promiscuous homosexuals, but they are not at ease with strange men. They have much more trouble doing business with other men than seems to be justified by the factual aspects of the difficulty, and they are particularly uncertain as to what members of their own sex think of them. In other words, I am practically convinced that capacity for ease, for maximum profit from experience, in carrying on the conventional businesses of life with members of one's own sex requires that one should have been fortunate in entering into and profiting from relations with a chum in the pre-adolescent phase of personality development. It is self-evident, I suppose, that I am conspicuously taking exception to the all too prevalent idea that things are pretty well fixed in the Jesuitical first 7 years. This idea has constituted one of the greatest problems for some anthropologists who have tried to translate psychiatric thought into anthropologically useful ideas. The anthropologists have noised at them from all sides the enormous importance of infantile experience, meaning experience certainly under the age of 8. Yet one of the most conspicuous observations of an anthropologist working anywhere is that children of the privileged, who are raised by servants, do not grow up to be like the servants. That is a little bit difficult for an anthropologist to reconcile with the tremendous emphasis on very early experience. My work has shown me very clearly that, while early experience does a great many things, as I have been trying to suggest thus far, the development of capacity for interpersonal relations is by no means a matter which is completed at some point, say, in the juvenile era. Very far from it. And even preadolescence, which is a very, very important phase of personality development, is not the last phase. Preadolescent society. Except in certain rural communities, there occurs in preadolescence the development of at least an approach to what has long been called by sociologists the gang. I am again speaking rather exclusively of male preadolescents, because by this time the deviations prescribed by the culture make it pretty hard to make a long series of statements which are equally obviously valid for the two sexes. The pre-adolescent interpersonal relation is primarily, and vastly importantly, a two-group, but these two groups tend to interlock. In other words, let us say that persons A and B are chums. Person A also finds much that is admirable about person C, and person B finds much that is admirable about person D. And person C and D each has his chum, so that there is a certain linkage of interest among all of these two groups. Quite often there will be one particular pre-adolescent who is, thanks to his having been fortunate in earlier phases, the sort of person that many of these pre-adolescent people find useful as a model, and he will be the third member, you might say, of many three groups, composed of any one of a number of two groups in himself. At the same time, he may have a particular chum just as everybody in this society may have. Thus these close two groups, which are extremely useful in correcting earlier deviations, tend at the same time to interlock through one person or a few people who are, in a very significant sense, leaders. And incidentally, let me say that many of us are apt to think of leadership in political terms, in terms of influence and the influential. We overlook the fact that influence is exerted by the influential in certain conspicuous areas other than that of getting people to do what the leader wants done. The fact is that a very important field of leadership phenomena, and one that begins to be outstandingly important in pre-adolescence, is opinion leadership, and understanding this and developing techniques for integrating it might be one of the few great hopes for the future. Thus some few people tend to come out in leadership positions in pre-adolescent society. Some of them are the people who can get the others to collaborate, to work with understanding and appreciation of one another toward common objectives or aims, which sometimes may be crimes, or whatnot. And others are the leaders whose views gradually come to be the views of a large number in the group, which is opinion leadership. This kind of leadership has certain fairly measurable and perhaps some imponderable aspects. One of its reasonably measurable aspects is that people whose development, combined with their intellectual abilities, has given them the ability to separate facts and opinions, tend to be considered by the others as well informed, right in their thinking about things of interest at that particular stage, and thus tend to do the thinking for a good many of the others because of the latter's unfortunate personality warp. And the time when these leaders in opinion do the thinking almost exclusively is when there are serious problems confronting the members of the group. The level of general insecurity about the human future is high at this stage of development, and in any case probably increases when serious problems arise, whether they occur in the pre-adolescent gang or in society as a whole. It is at those times that perhaps far more than half of the statistical population, handicapped by lack of information, by lack of training, and by various difficulties in personal life which call out a good deal of anxiety, which in turn interferes with practically everything useful, has to look to opinion leadership for anything like reassuring views or capable foresight. Thus an important part of the pre-adolescent phase of personality development is the developing patterning of leadership-led relationships, which are so vital in any social organization and which are, theoretically at least, of very great importance in relatively democratic organizations of society. I have suggested that an important aspect of the pre-adolescent phase is that, practically for the first time, there is consensual validation of personal worth. Now it is true that some children are fortunate, indeed, through the influences to which they have been subjected in the home and school, they are about as sure as they can be that they are worthwhile in certain respects. But very many people arrive in pre-adolescence in the sad state which an adult would describe as getting away with murder. In other words, they have had to develop such remarkable capacities for deceiving and misleading others that they never had a chance to discover what they were really good for. But in this intimate interchange in pre-adolescence, some pre-adolescents even have mutual daydreams, spend hours and hours carrying on a sort of spontaneous mythology in which both participate, in this new necessity for thinking of the other fellow as right and for being thought of as right by the other fellow. Much of this uncertainty as to the real worth of the personality, and many self-deceptive skills at deceiving others which exist in the juvenile era, may be rectified by the improving communication of the chums and, to a much lesser extent but nonetheless valuably, by confirmatory relations in the collaboration developed in the gang. Types of warp and their remedy. We might next look at a few of the warped juveniles who can receive very marked beneficial effect from the maturation of this need for intimacy and from pre-adolescent socialization, who can at this stage literally be put on the right road to a fairly adequate personality development. For example, there are egocentric people, who go from childhood through the juvenile era and still retain literally unlimited expectations of attention and services to themselves. Some of these people you know as those who sulk when something doesn't suit them. Some of them are people who have tantrums under certain circumstances. If the families of these juveniles are so influential that the more adult members of the school community hesitate to break the juveniles of these undesirable habits, then about the last chance they have of favorable change is based on their need for getting along with a chum in pre-adolescence. As juveniles, they have been classified quite uniformly by other juveniles as thoroughly bad sports. There is a distinct tendency for other juveniles to avoid them, to ostracize them, in spite of some necessity for accommodating to them which is imposed by the influence of the family. It is quite possible that in pre-adolescence such a person will establish his chumship with some other ex-juvenile who is more or less on the fringe of ostracism, and who had been in the out-group of the juvenile society. That looks as if it wouldn't be too good, and in some instances it is not so good, as I will note later. But it is very much better than what was going on before. Not infrequently people of this kind go through the comparatively brief period of pre-adolescence and come out very much less inclined to expect unlimited services from others, very much near the ideal of a good sport who can take it, and who doesn't require very special treatment. In other words, two unfortunate juveniles thrown together by their unfortunate social status as juveniles may, under the influence of this growing need for intimacy, actually do each other a great deal of good. And as they show some improvement they will become less objectionable to the prevailing pre-adolescent society and may actually get to be quite well esteemed in the gang. But the risk is that these bad sports, these self-centered or egocentric juveniles, now formed into two groups, may carry their resentment and misery from the ostracism they have suffered to the length of seeking out and identifying themselves with the most antisocial leadership which can be found. However, the notion that pre-adolescence readily consolidates a criminal, antisocial career is the most shocking kind of nonsense, which overlooks almost all instances which happen to be negative. It happens that there is more literature on antisocial gangs than there is on the vastly favorable aspect of pre-adolescent society. I believe that a study of pre-adolescent society in the very worst neighborhoods would reveal tendencies other than those leading toward becoming minor criminals. And in some very bad neighborhoods, while there are gangs which are antisocial, there are also gangs which are very much less antisocial, if not actually constituting a constructive element in the neighborhood. In any event, the socialization is bound to happen, and if the setting is bad enough, it's quite possible that the organization will be against the world and will tend to implant that attitude as a reasonable purpose for social action. Some juveniles arrive in pre-adolescence strikingly marked with the malevolent transformation of personality which I have discussed previously at some length. All too many of them, because of this malevolent transformation, take their time in establishing a chumship, or may actually fail to do so. But the drive connected with this need for intimate association with someone else is so powerful that quite frequently chumships are formed even by malevolent people. And the entrance into one of these two groups, which in turn is integrated into the pre-adolescent gang, provides experience which definitely opens the mind anew to the possibility that one can be treated tenderly, whereupon the malevolent transformation is sometimes reversed, literally cured. More commonly, it is only ameliorated, because the malevolent transformation is apt to have quite a cramping effect on the very easy amalgamation of malevolent two groups into larger organizations. There is a variety of other peculiarities that more or less survive the juvenile period. For example, there is the person who feels that something is wrong with others if they don't like him. In other words, he really feels perfectly entitled to being universally liked. This kind of person never learns, in the juvenile era, that that is not a reasonable attitude toward life. In the school society, such a person ordinarily has to handle his disappointments by derogatory rationalizations and disparagement of others, for which he generally is set an excellent example in his home. These folk, getting into the pre-adolescent socialization, quite often gain enough insecurity from the intimacy with their chums to enable them to really open their minds and discuss these other unpleasant people who don't seem to like them, in a fashion that is illuminating, both as to the real worth of the others and as to some of their own traits which may not be very endearing. Thus pre-adolescence tends actually to correct to a notable extent one of our most vicious forms of morbidity, the tendency to pull people down because one isn't quite big enough to be comfortable with them. Needless to say, pre-adolescence does not always cure this, but it tends to mitigate it. Isolated juveniles, people whom one would expect to go on indefinitely in a rather schizoid way of life, sometimes, by very fortunate pre-adolescent experience, come out remarkably well able to handle themselves, to develop the social accommodation which did not really reach them in the juvenile period, and this is because of the peculiarly intimate consensual exchange which goes on in pre-adolescence. On the other hand, social isolation may make it very difficult to establish the type of intimacy which pre-adolescence calls for, and it may often delay pre-adolescence so that there is only a brief time, before the puberty change, in which to consolidate the benefits of the pre-adolescent period. One of the more warped kinds of juveniles is the one who will not grow up. He is sometimes popular, but often he is unpopular. In any event, he is apt to become increasingly unpopular as the juvenile era wears itself out. This kind of person can properly be called irresponsible. He doesn't want to take on anything that he can avoid. He wants to remain, if you please, juvenile. He wants to be as young as possible, in that he has a real unwillingness to bend the knee to our society's necessities with respect to others. Here again maturation of the need for intimacy sometimes has very marked beneficial effect. On the other hand, it may not work out that way, and he may get into an irresponsible gang. But I do not want you to think that antisocial gangs are in any notable proportion of instances made up of people who were irresponsible juveniles. Whether the gang activity is constructive or destructive in its relationship to the larger society which houses it has nothing in particular to do with the types of warp in the personalities involved in it, but is more a function of what is acceptable as leadership. In summing up these various warps, one might say that, as long as the warp is not so great as to preclude any undergoing of the pre-adolescent era, the formation of these new intimacies will provide some consensual validation for all of the warps, that is, one gets a look at oneself through the chum's eyes. To the extent that that is accomplished, the self-system concerned is definitely expanded, and its more troublesome, inadequate, and inappropriate functions are reduced to the point that they become unnecessary. I should like to mention a few more things that are not quite warps but which might come to be the basis for inadequate and ineffectual living, were it not for the pre-adolescent influence. Some people go through the juvenile phase with a very favorable record. They are wonderful in sportsmanship, they are very skillful in compromise, or they are just so bright that everybody in the juvenile society profits. Now comes the pre-adolescent need for intimacy. Any one of these people is apt to be integrated in a two-group with a more average person. And in this interchange in the pre-adolescent society, some of these very successful juveniles get the first great clue to the fact that they are not going to be carried through life on a silk cushion, and they learn to accept this fact. They discover that if they are lucky enough to have gifts, these gifts carry responsibilities, and that insofar as gifts are used for the discharge of social responsibilities, one is to a certain extent spared the great evil of envy and all the destructive practices which envy carries in its wake. A somewhat similar group of juveniles are those who have very high intelligence and rate well with teachers, but who are unpopular and unsuccessful with other juveniles, a fact which teachers seldom notice, since they are mainly preoccupied with their pupils' learning. In pre-adolescence, the drive of the need for intimacy may turn this high intelligence to good use, and literally provide the ex-juvenile with an opportunity for using his intelligence to learn how to be one with others. Finally, perhaps, I should touch on those who, because of illness or social handicaps or whatnot, have hung behind all through the juvenile era. Here too the pre-adolescent intimacy may literally give them, as it were, so much of a helping hand that they come near to catching up with what they have missed in the juvenile era in the way of competition, compromise, and socialization. The factors that count in the two groups of pre-adolescents are, the personal suitability of the people thrown together and then tied together by their need for intimacy, the intensity of the relationship which is achieved, and the durability of the relationship, or the progressive direction of change in those instances in which the relationships have not proved durable throughout preadolescence. This last might result from change of residence of the parents, or there might be factors in the two group itself that make for disintegration, each of the components then becoming integrated with someone else. I want particularly to touch on the intensity of the relationship, because it is easy to think that if the pre-adolescent chumship is very intense, it may tend to fixate the chums in the pre-adolescent phase, or it may culminate in some such peculiarity of personality as is ordinarily meant by homosexuality, although, incidentally, it is often difficult to say what is meant by this term. Actual facts that have come to my attention lend no support whatever to either of these surmises. In fact, as a psychiatrist, I would hope that pre-adolescent relationships were intense enough for each of the two chums literally to get to know practically everything about the other one that could possibly be exposed in an intimate relationship, because that remedies a good deal of the often illusory, usually morbid, feeling of being different, which is such a striking part of rationalizations of insecurity in later life. Perhaps I can illustrate this point by telling you how, by an extraordinary concatenation of events, I was once able to find out something about the adult lives of a one-time pre-adolescent group who had attended school together in a small Kansas community. I first had access to this information through a man who had been one of the pre-adolescents in the school, and I was later able to follow this up and get rather complete information on the group. This particular man was an overt homosexual. During his pre-adolescence, he had been distinctly in the out group, if only with respect to so-called mutual masturbation and other presumably homosexual activity which went on in this group of boys as pre-adolescent pals, that is, he had not participated in any of the mutual sexuality which went on in the terminal phase of pre-adolescence in this group. There was one other pre-adolescent who had not participated in it, and I was able to track him down. I found that he also had become an overt homosexual. Those who had participated in mutual sexuality were married, with children, divorces, and whatnot, in the best tradition of American society. In other words, relationships of what might be described as illegitimate intimacy toward the close of the pre-adolescent period had not conduced to a disturbed type of development in adolescence, and later, the facts showed something quite different. The great remedial effect of pre-adolescence occurs not only by direct virtue of the intimacy in the two group, but also because of the real society which emerges among the pre-adolescents, so that the world is reflected in the pre-adolescent microcosm. The pre-adolescent begins to have useful experience in social assessment and social organization. This begins with the relationship which the two groups come to have to the larger social organization, the gang. The chums are identified as such, and are literally assessed by all other two groups, and this is not in terms of who they are, but of how they act, and what you can expect from them in the social organization. This is an educative, provocative, and useful experience in social assessment. The fact that one looks out for oneself and is regarded as incredibly individual and whatnot begins very strikingly to fade from the center of things, and that is an exceedingly fortunate experience to have had. And the gang as a whole finds that it has a relationship to the larger social organization, the community, and that it is assessed by the community. Community acceptance of the gang is likely to depend on whether or not the gang is antisocial, and it may also depend on how widely representative the gang is. Within the gang, experience in social organization is reflected in how closely integrated the gang is, how stable its leadership is, and how many leaders for different things there are. Sometimes there are pre-adolescent gangs in which you would find, if you made a careful study, that the members maintain subordination to a number of different leaders, each for different circumstances, which is really pretty refined social organization in miniature. Disasters in timing of developmental stages. As the pre-adolescent goes on toward the puberty change, the effect of previous experience on rate of maturation becomes peculiarly conspicuous. The time of the puberty change may vary considerably from person to person, in contrast to the time for the convergence of the eyes in infancy, for instance, which can be predicted almost exactly. This difference in time of puberty maturation may occur partly because of certain biological and hereditary factors, but I know, from considerable data, that factors of experience are also involved. Certain peculiarities of earlier training are so extraordinarily frequent in cases of so-called delayed puberty that one suspects that this training has literally delayed the maturation of the lust dynamism. One of the lamentable things which can happen to personality in the pre-adolescent society is that a particular person may not become pre-adolescent at all promptly. In other words, he literally does not have the need for intimacy when most of the people of about the same age have it, and therefore he does not have an opportunity of being part of the parade as it goes by. But then this person, when pre-adolescence is passing for most of his contemporaries, develops a need for intimacy with someone of his own sex and may be driven to establishing relationships with a chronologically younger person. This is not necessarily a great disaster. What is more of a disaster is that he may form a pre-adolescent relationship with an actually adolescent person, which is perhaps more frequently the case in this situation. This does entail some very serious risk to personality and can, I think, in quite a number of instances, be suspected of having considerable to do with the establishment of a homosexual way of life, or at least a bisexual way. And, as I have already hinted, there is definitely a possibility of going no further than pre-adolescence. The fact that one can be pre-adolescent for perhaps 2 years longer than others in one's particular group of young people is nowadays frequent enough to be a study in itself. The number of instances of schizophrenic disorder which are precipitated by one of the chums getting well into adolescence while the other remains pre-adolescent is, in my experience, notable. If adolescence is delayed, it would not have any particular importance, and might actually be somewhat advantageous, as long as one were sure of having a reasonable number of equally delayed people with whom to maintain the type of intimacy which characterizes pre-adolescence. It is only when chumships are broken up, and the pre-adolescent society is disorganized by the further maturation of nearly all the members, that great stress may be applied to the personalities which are not able to move on the same time schedule. Sometimes these people who are delayed in puberty have a progression of chums from people of their own age to younger ones, which is somewhat hard on the status of both in the pre-adolescent organization, tending to exclude both from what would normally be the society of the younger. I suppose the best thing that can happen, next to having a number of confreres who are also slow in maturing, is to be able to take the early stage of adolescence before one has really gotten to it, which is sometimes possible. That is, the adolescent change means a moving of an interest toward members of the other sex, but one can often find an eccentric member of the other sex who also has not undergone the puberty change, but is glad to go through the motions. That reduces the stress on one's feeling of personal worth and security which delayed adolescence may otherwise bring. The delayed completion of the pre-adolescent phase of personality, together with a shift from the group with which the pre-adolescent has been developing to marginal groups of adolescents, is, I think, apt to be pretty hard on this younger person. That is, he is, in a sense, the victim of marginal groups of adolescent people, who are actually having plenty of trouble themselves and who are apt to develop a very lively interest in sexual operations with this pre-adolescent whose adolescence has been delayed. In certain instances, at least, these operations are very costly to the personality when finally the puberty change and the phases of adolescence begin. In a given person, the beginning of adolescence, as far as personality development is concerned, takes place at an indefinite time. That is, although it does not take place overnight, it is observable at the end of a matter of months, instead of years. Early adolescence, in my scheme of development, is ushered in by the beginning of the array of things called the puberty change, by the frank appearance of the lust dynamism. And the frank appearance of the lust dynamism is, in a great many instances, manifested by the intrusion into fantasy or the sleep life, of experience of a piece with the sexual orgasm, in other instances, where there has been preliminary genital play, and so on, it is manifested by the occurrence of orgasm in certain play. Lust is the last to mature of the important integrating tendencies, or needs for satisfaction, which characterize the underlying human animal now well advanced to being a person. In our society, the age when early adolescence appears varies within 3 or 4 years, I think. This remarkable developmental discrepancy which is possible among different people of the same chronological age, a vastly greater discrepancy than occurs in the maturing of any of the previously discussed needs, is one of the important factors which makes adolescence such a time of stress. And incidentally, only by studying a different social organization from ours could one see how much less a time of stress the period of adolescence might be. In certain other societies, where the culture provides a great deal more real preparation for adolescence than ours does, the extraordinarily stressful aspect of adolescence is not nearly so conspicuous. There are, however, certain elements of the puberty change and its associated adolescent phase of personality organization that are not to be overlooked in any social order. Those are the ones associated with the remarkable speeding up of certain growth factors which, for example, makes people clumsy and awkward who were previously quite skillful and dexterous. Thus there are always, or almost always, some stresses concerned with this very rapid maturation of the somatic organization which is ushered in by the puberty change. But so far as the psychological stresses are concerned, they are more apt to result from disasters in timing than from anything else. The experience of loneliness. Before going on, I would like to discuss the developmental history of that motivational system which underlies the experience of loneliness. Now loneliness is possibly most distinguished, among the experiences of human beings, by the toneless quality of the things which are said about it. While I have tried to impress upon you the extreme undesirability of the experience of anxiety, I, in common apparently with all denizens of the English-speaking world, feel inadequate to communicate a really clear impression of the experience of loneliness in its quintessential force. But I think I can give you some idea of why it is a terribly important component of personality, by tracing the various motivational systems by developmental epochs that enter into the experience of loneliness. Of the components which culminate in the experience of real loneliness, the first, so far as I know, appears in infancy as the need for contact. This is unquestionably composed of the elaborate group of dependencies which characterize infancy, and which can be collected under the need for tenderness. This kind of need extends into childhood. And in childhood we see components of what will ultimately be experienced as loneliness appearing in the need for adult participation in activities. These activities start out perhaps in the form of expressive play in which the very young child has to learn how to express emotions by successes and failures in escaping anxiety or in increasing euphoria, in various kinds of manual play in which one learns coordination, and so on, and finally in verbal play, the pleasure-giving use of the components of verbal speech which gradually move over into the consensual validation of speech. In the juvenile era we see components of what will eventually be loneliness in the need for compeers, and in the later phases of the juvenile era, we see it in what I have not previously mentioned by this name, but what you can all recognize from your remembered past, as the need for acceptance. To put it another way, most of you have had, in the juvenile era, an exceedingly bitter experience with your compeers to which the term fear of ostracism might be justifiably applied, the fear of being accepted by no one of those whom one must have as models for learning how to be human. And in preadolescence we come to the final component of the really intimidating experience of loneliness, the need for intimate exchange with a fellow being, whom we may describe or identify as a chum, a friend, or a loved one, that is, the need for the most intimate type of exchange with respect to satisfactions and security. Loneliness, as an experience which has been so terrible that it practically baffles clear recall, is a phenomenon ordinarily encountered only in preadolescence and afterward. But by giving this very crude outline of the components that enter into this driving impulsion, I hope I have made it clear why, under continued privation, the driving force of this system may integrate interpersonal situations despite really severe anxiety. Although we have not previously, in the course of this outline of the theory of personality, touched on anything which can brush aside the activity of the self-system, we have now come to it. Under loneliness, people seek companionship even though intensely anxious in the performance. When, because of deprivations of companionship, one does integrate a situation in spite of more or less intense anxiety, one often shows, in the situation, evidences of a serious defect of personal orientation. And remember that I am speaking of orientation in living, not orientation in time and space, as the traditional psychiatrists discuss it. I have already given my conception of orientation in living in discussing the juvenile era. Now this defective orientation may be due, for instance, to a primary lack of experience which is needed for the correct appraisal of the situation with respect to its significance, aside from its significance as a relief of loneliness. There are a good many situations in which lonely people literally lack any experience with things which they encounter. Loneliness reaches its full significance in the pre-adolescent era, and goes on relatively unchanged from thenceforth throughout life. Anyone who has experienced loneliness is glad to discuss some vague abstract of this previous experience of loneliness. But it is a very difficult therapeutic performance to get anyone to remember clearly how he felt and what he did when he was horribly lonely. In other words, the fact that loneliness will lead to integrations in the face of severe anxiety automatically means that loneliness in itself is more terrible than anxiety. While we show from the very beginning a curiously clear capacity for fearing that which might be fatally injurious, and from very early in life an incredible sensitivity to significant people, only as we reach the pre-adolescent stage of development does our profound need for dealings with others reach such proportion that fear and anxiety actually do not have the power to stop the stumbling out of restlessness into situations which constitute, in some measure, a relief from loneliness. This is not manifest in anything like driving force until we arrive at the pre-adolescent era. Chapter 17. Early Adolescence. The earlier phase of adolescence as a period of personality development is defined as extending from the eruption of true genital interest, felt as lust, to the patterning of sexual behavior which is the beginning of the last phase of adolescence. There are very significant differences in the physiological substrate connected with the beginning of adolescence between men and women, but in either case there is a rather abrupt change, relatively unparalleled in development, by which a zone of interaction with the environment which had been concerned with excreting waste becomes newly and rapidly significant as a zone of interaction in physical interpersonal intimacy. In other words, what had been, from the somatic viewpoint, the more external tissues of the urinary excretory zone now become the more external part of the genital zone as well. The change, from the psychological standpoint, pertains to new needs which have their culmination in the experience of sexual orgasm. The felt tensions associated with this need are traditionally and quite properly identified as lust. In other words, lust is the felt component of integrating tendencies pertaining to the genital zone of interaction, seeking the satisfaction of cumulatively augmented sensations culminating in orgasm. There is, so far as I know, no necessarily close relationship between lust, as an integrating tendency, and the need for intimacy, which we have previously discussed, except that they both characterize people at a certain stage in development. The two are strikingly distinct. In fact, making very much sense of the complexities and difficulties which are experienced in adolescence and subsequent phases of life, depends, in considerable measure, on the clarity with which one distinguishes three needs, which are often very intricately combined and at the same time contradictory. These are the need for personal security, that is, for freedom from anxiety, the need for intimacy, that is, for collaboration with at least one other person, and the need for lustful satisfaction, which is connected with genital activity in pursuit of the orgasm. The shift in the intimacy need. As adolescence is ushered in, there is, in people who are not too much warped for such a development, a change in the so-called object of the need for intimacy. And the change is from what I shall presently be discussing as an isophilic choice to what may be called a heterophilic choice, that is, it is a change from the seeking of someone quite like oneself to the seeking of someone who is in a very significant sense very different from oneself. This change in choice is naturally influenced by the concomitant appearance of the genital drive. Thus, other things being equal and no very serious warp or privation intervening, the change from pre-adolescence to adolescence appears as a growing interest in the possibilities of achieving some measure of intimacy with a member of the other sex, rather after the pattern of the intimacy that one has in pre-adolescence enjoyed with a member of one's own sex. The degree to which the need for intimacy is satisfied in this heterophilic sense in the present-day American scene leaves very much to be desired. The reason is not that the shift of interest toward the other sex in itself makes intimacy difficult, but that the cultural influences which are borne in upon each person include very little which prepares members of different sexes for a fully human, simple, personal relationship together. A great many of the barriers to heterophilic intimacy go back to the very beginnings of the Western world. Just to give a hint of what I am talking about, I might mention the so-called double standard of morality and the legal status which surrounds illegitimate birth. One can get an idea of the important influence of cultural organization and cultural institutions on the possibilities of relationships in adolescence which are easy and, in terms of personality development, successful, by studying a culture very significantly different from our own in this respect. For some years I have recommended in this connection Hortense Powdermaker's Life in Lisu. There, the institutions bearing on the distinction between the sexes are very significantly different from ours, and the contrast between our institutions and theirs perhaps sheds some light in itself on unfortunate aspects of the Western world. But to return to our culture, the change in the need for intimacy, the new awakening of curiosity in the boy as to how he could get to be on as friendly terms with a girl as he has been on with his chum, is usually ushered in by a change of covert process. Fantasy undergoes a rather striking modification, a modification almost as abrupt and striking as the sudden acceleration of somatic growth which begins with the puberty change and leads, for instance, to the awkwardness which I have mentioned. And there may also be a change of content in overt communicative processes, both in the two-group and in the gang. That is, if the pre-adolescents are successfully progressing toward maturation and uniformly free from personality warp, this interest in members of the other sex also spreads into the area of communication between the chums, even though the one chum may not be quite up to the other and may be somewhat opposed to this new preoccupation with girls. In the more fortunate circumstances, this is presently a gang-wise change, and those who are approximately ready for it profit considerably from this last great topic of pre-adolescent collaboration, the topic of who's who and what's what in the so-called heterosexual world. If the group includes some members whose development is delayed, the social pressure in the group, in the gang, is extremely hard on their self-esteem and may lead to very serious disturbances of personality indeed. As I have previously hinted, it is not uncommon for the pre-adolescent phase to fade imperceptibly into the early adolescent phase, and for gang-wise genital activity to become part of the pattern of the very last stage of pre-adolescence or the verge of adolescence. Thus one not uncommonly finds at this point that the lust dynamism is actually functioning and governing a good part of group activity, but this is very definitely oriented to that which is to follow with members of the other sex. In this change from pre-adolescence to adolescence, there has to be a great deal of trial and error learning by human example. A considerable number of those at the very beginning of adolescence have some advantage in this learning by virtue of having already acquired data from their observation of an experience with a sibling of the other sex not very far removed from them in developmental age. These data which had been previously unimportant are now rapidly activated. I believe that according to conventional, statistical experience, women undergo the puberty change somewhat in advance of men, in a great many instances. This leads to a peculiar sort of stutter in developmental progress between the boys and the girls in an age community, so that by the time most of the boys have gotten really around to interest in girls, most of the girls are already fairly well wound up in their problems about boys. From the standpoint of personality development, it would be convenient if these things were timed slightly better, but I suppose that in the beginning when everything was arranged, I've never had any private information on the subject. By the way, procreation was fully as important as a feeling of self-esteem is now in a highly developed civilization. And so women get ready for procreation quite early. In fact, one of the important problems of adolescence is how to avoid the accident of procreation. Various collisions of lust, security, and the intimacy need. After lust gets underway, it is extremely powerful. In fact, if one overlooks his experience with loneliness, he may well think that lust is the most powerful dynamism in interpersonal relations. Since our culture provides us with singular handicaps for lustful activity rather than with facilitation, lust promptly collides with a whole variety of powerful dynamisms in personality. The most ubiquitous collision is naturally the collision between one's lust and one's security, and by security I mean one's feeling of self-esteem and personal worth. Thus a great many people in early adolescence suffer a lot of anxiety in connection with their newfound motivation to sexual or genital activity, and I use those words interchangeably. Besides the puzzlement, embarrassment, and so on, which the culture practically makes certain, there are lamentably too many instances of people who already have a rather profound warp with respect to the general area of the body which is concerned. I have called this the primary genital phobia, which is not entirely to be interpreted on the basis of the usual ideas about phobia. By primary genital phobia I refer to an enduring warp of personality which is often inculcated in late infancy and early childhood and practically converts that area of the body into something not quite of the body. In discussing the excretory function and the exploratory power of the hand, I have commented on the incredible efforts made by certain parents to keep the young child from handling the genitals, from exploring and getting sensations from them. In cases in which this is successful, that area of the body becomes distinctly related to that area of personality to which I long since referred as the not me. It is almost impossible for the adolescent who has this type of warp to arrive at any simple and, shall I say, conventional type of learning of what to do with lust. Therefore, as that person becomes lustful, he has the energy of the genital dynamism added to loneliness and other causes for restlessness, thus his activity with others becomes comparatively pointless, which almost certainly is humiliating and is not a contribution to his self-esteem. Or he may actually have some fairly serious disturbance of personality because of the outstanding power of the lust dynamism and the comparative hopelessness of learning how he, in particular, can do anything about it. Thus a person in this era may know a good deal about what other people do, but if he finds he can't do it himself, he doesn't feel quite up to the average. Not only does lust collide with the need for security, but the shift in the intimacy need may also collide with the need for security. In early adolescence, the need for intimacy, for collaboration with some very special other person, reaches out toward, and tends to settle on, a member of the other sex. Now the ways in which this may collide with self-esteem are numerous, but there are a few particular instances that I want to bring to your attention. Quite often we discover that the young reach adolescence very much to the discontent of their elders in the home. In those situations it is not uncommon to find that there has been no serious taboo by the family group against the development of a chum relationship or even against membership in a gang, but now as the interest begins to move toward members of the other sex, there does begin to be strong repressive influence brought to bear on the adolescent by the family group. One of the most potent instruments used in this particular is ridicule. Many an adolescent has been ridiculed practically into very severe anxiety by parents who just do not want him to become, as they think of it, an adult interested in such things as sex, which may get him diseased or whatnot, or may result in marriage and his leaving home. Ridicule from parents and other elders is among the worst tools that are used on early adolescence. Sometimes a modification of ridicule is used by parents who are either too decent to use ridicule or are unaware of its remarkable power, and this modification takes the form of interfering with, objecting to, criticizing, and otherwise getting in the way of any detectable movement of their child toward a member of the other sex. This can go to the point of being a pathological performance which we call jealousy, in which the parent literally gets incredibly wrapped up in the rudimentary two group that the adolescent is trying to establish with some member of the opposite sex. We will touch on jealousy again when we get around to discussing the particular group of difficulties in living which are called paranoid states. It should merely be noted at this point that jealousy is invariably a matter of more than two people, and that very often everyone concerned in jealousy is pretty fantastic, that is, there are a great many parataxic processes mixed up in it. Sometimes the third person concerned is purely a parataxic delusion on the part of the jealous person. So much for merely a few high spots on the type of collisions between the feeling of personal worth and the change in the direction of the need for intimacy. There are also collisions between the intimacy need and lust. In establishing collaborative intimacy with someone, 4 varieties of awkwardnesses are common, of which the first 3, embarrassment, diffidences, and excessive precautions, make up one group. The 4th represents one of our magic tricks of swinging to the other extreme to get away from something that doesn't work, which I call the not technique. In other words, you know what an apple is, and if you were under pressure enough you could produce an imaginary truth, not apple, made up entirely of the absence of apple characteristics. Thus, one of the ways of attempting to solve this collision between the intimacy need and lust is by something which is about the opposite of diffidence, namely, the development of a very bold approach in the pursuit of the genital objective. But the approach is so poorly addressed to the sensitivities and insecurities of the object that the object is in turn embarrassed and made diffident, and so it overreaches and has the effect of making the integration of real intimacy quite improbable. A much more common evidence of the collision of these two powerful motivational systems is seen among adolescents in this culture as the segregation of object persons, which is in itself an extremely unfortunate way of growing up. By this I refer to the creating of distinctions between people toward whom lustful motivations can apply, and people who will be sought for the relief of loneliness, that is, for collaborative intimacy, for friendship. The classical instance is the old one of the prostitute and the good girl. The prostitute is the only woman who is to be thought of for genital contact, the good girl is never to be thought of in that connection, but only for friendship and for a somewhat nebulous future state referred to as marriage. When this segregation has been quite striking, this nebulous state takes on a purely fantastic character. Nowadays, the far more prevalent distinction is between sexy girls and good girls, rather than this gross division into bad and good women. But no matter how it comes about that the other sex is cut into two groups, one of which can satisfy a person's loneliness and spare him anxiety, while the other satisfies his lust, the trouble with this is that lust is a part of personality, and no one can get very far at completing his personality development in this way. Thus satisfying one's lust must be at considerable expense to one's self-esteem, since the bad girls are unworthy and not really people in the sense that good girls are. So wherever you find a person who makes this sharp separation of members of the other sex into those who are, you might say, lustful and those who are non-lustful, you may assume that this person has quite a cleavage with respect to his genital behavior, so that he is not really capable of integrating it into his life, simply and with self-respect. These sundry collisions that come along at this stage may be the principal motives for pre-adolescence or very early adolescence getting into homosexual play, with some remarkable variations. But a much more common outcome of these various collisions, these difficulties in developing activity to suit one's needs, is the breaking out of a great deal of autosexual behavior, in which one satisfies one's own lust as best one can. This behavior appears because of the way in which pre-adolescent society breaks up, and because of the various inhibitions which have been inculcated on the subject of freedom regarding the genitals. Now this activity, commonly called masturbation, has in general been rather severely condemned in every culture that generally imposes marked restrictions on freedom of sexual development. That's very neat, you see. It means that adolescence is going to be hell whatever you do, unless you have wonderful preparation for being different from everyone else, in which case you may get into trouble for being different. Incidentally, problems of masturbation are sufficiently common, even among the wise, so that a word might be said here regarding what seems to be a sound psychiatric view of the matter. The question sometimes arises as to whether masturbation is good or bad. Now whenever a psychiatrist is confronted by such a question, he may well take it under advisement to see whether he can reformulate it into a question that he can, as a psychiatrist, deal with. Psychiatrists don't dispense these absolute qualifications of good or bad. The nearest we can approach such values is to decide whether a thing is better or worse in terms of the interpersonal present and near future. From this approach, one can note that in this culture the developmental progress in connection with the adolescent change is handicapped by both lack of preparation and absolute taboos on certain freedoms, but lust combined with the need for intimacy frequently does drive the victim toward correcting certain warps in personality and toward developing certain facilities, certain abilities, in interpersonal relations. There is no way that I know of by which one can, all by oneself, satisfy the need for intimacy, cut off the full driving power of loneliness, although loneliness can be manipulated or reduced to a certain extent. But through autosexual performance one can prevent lust from reaching tension sufficient to break down one's barriers. For that reason, the entirely exclusive use of autoerotic procedures can contribute to the prolongation of warp, which in turn contributes to the continued handicap for life of the person concerned. It is from this viewpoint alone that I would consider that masturbation, as the only solution for the sundry collisions that lust enters into, is worse than almost anything else that is not definitely malevolent. Needless to say, such an argument becomes meaningless if, as is so often the case in genital behavior, the autoerotic performance is not fixed and exclusive but is incidental or occasional. Arguments against masturbation based on anything other than this particular reason seem to me to smack more of unanalyzed prejudice on the part of the arguer than of good sense. Fortune and misfortune in heterosexual experimentation. My next topic is the rather important one of the fortune and misfortune which the early adolescent has in his experimentation toward reaching a heterosexual type of experience. In the olden days when I was distinctly more reckless than now, I thought that a good many of the people I saw as mental patients would have been luckier in their adolescence had they carried on their preliminary heterosexual experimentation with a good-natured prostitute, that is, this would have been fortunate in comparison to what actually had happened to them. Not that I regard prostitutes as highly developed personalities of the other sex, but if they happen to be in the business of living off their participation in genital sport and are friendly, they at least will know a good deal about the problems in this field that earlier adolescents encounter, and will treat them with sympathy, understanding, and encouragement, but unfortunately, a great many of these experiments are conducted with people who are themselves badly, though differently, warped. The number of wretched experiences connected with adolescents' first heterosexual attempts is legion, and the experiences are sometimes very expensive to further maturation of personality. If there has been a lively lustful fantasy and little or no overt behavior with respect to the genitals, which incidentally will tend very strongly to characterize everyone who has this primary genital phobia I have spoken of, then it is almost certain that on the verge of an actual genital contact, precocious orgasm will occur in the man, and this precocious orgasm suddenly wipes out the integration and just leaves two people in a practically meaningless situation although they had previously made immense sense to each other. Such an occurrence reflects very severely on the self-esteem of the man concerned and thereby initiates a still more unfortunate process which is apt to appear as impotence. The recollection of so disastrous an occurrence, which has been in terms of anxiety pretty costly, is quite apt to result in either of two outcomes. There may be an overweening conviction that that's the way it's going to go, that one just hasn't any virility, that one's manhood is deficient, or there may be frantic attempts to prove otherwise, which, if they were kept up long enough, would work. Unless there has been some genital activity, or unless the woman is quite expert in reducing the anxiety of the male, or even his sexual excitement, this precocious orgasm is very apt to be a man's introduction to heterosexual life. Needless to say, it has about as much true significance as drinking a glass of water, that is, if one could accept it in perfectly calm and rational fashion, it would prove absolutely nothing except that it had occurred once, and one could subsequently see whether it was going to be typical behavior or whether it was an accident. It usually isn't typical unless its effects are disastrous, in which case it can be stamped in as a sort of morbid way of handling one's incapacity to integrate true lustful situations, or as a channel for various other things which I shall discuss presently. In other instances in which there is a lack of experience and considerable warp in the personalities concerned, lust may carry things through to orgasm, usually of only one partner, but immediately upon the satisfaction of the lust dynamism and the disintegration of the situation as a lustful situation, the persons concerned may become the prey of guilt, shame, aversion, or revulsion for each other, or at least this may be true for one of the people concerned. And this experience is not a particularly fortunate addition to one's learning how to live in the world as it is. A much less usual, but also unfortunate, event in this initial experimentation in genital activity is that if it has gone pretty well it may become a high-grade preoccupation. This is usually to be understood on the general theory of preoccupation and is just as morbid as any other preoccupation. Since lust has a peculiarly strong biological basis, and, in some people, may be an ever-recurrent and very driving force in early adolescence, this preoccupation with lust can lead to serious deterioration of self-respect because of the unpleasant situations one is driven into, because of the disapproval one encounters, and because this type of preoccupation literally interferes with almost any commonplace way of protecting one's self-esteem. A great many people whose self-esteem has been somewhat uncertain, depending on scholarship only, find their standing as students rapidly declining as they become completely preoccupied with the pursuit of lust objects. Thus they become the prey of severe anxiety, since their only distinction is now being knocked in half. With truly distressing frequency, these sundry problems connected with early adolescence cause the persons concerned to turn to alcohol, one of the great mental hygiene props in the culture, with unfortunate results. I sometimes think alcohol is, more than any other human invention, the basis for the duration and growth of the Western world. I am quite certain that no such complex, wonderful, and troublesome organization of society could have lasted long enough to become conspicuous if a great number of its unhappy denizens did not have this remarkable chemical compound with which to get relief from intolerable problems of anxiety. But its capacity for dealing with those problems naturally makes it a menace under certain circumstances, as I scarcely think I need argue. Like a good many other props which temporarily remedy but do not in any sense favorably alter cultural impossibilities, it is costly, not to all, but to too many. A peculiarity of alcohol is that it interferes very promptly with complex, refined referential operations, particularly those that are recent, that have not been deeply and extensively involved in the whole business of living, while it does not particularly disturb the older and more essential dynamisms of personality. It definitely poisons the self-system progressively, beginning with the most recent and most complex of the self-system's functions. So personality under alcohol is less competent at protecting itself from anxiety, but practically all the anxiety is experienced later, retrospectively. Since the self-function, which is, of course, very intimately connected with the occurrence of anxiety, is inhibited and disturbed by alcohol, but one's later recall is not, one experiences the anxiety in retrospect, you see. And the problems that get one all too dependent on alcohol are, I think, the problems of sexual adjustment, which hit hardest in early adolescence. The separation of lust from intimacy. I want next to discuss misfortunes of development in early adolescence in which there is, as the outstanding characteristic, a separation of those interpersonal relations motivated by lust from those based on the need for intimacy, that is, motivated by loneliness. This sharp division is merely a very much more extensive and enduring deviation of personality than the kind of classification of heterophilic objects, for example, into good women and bad women, which I previously mentioned. The need for intimacy has been gradually developing along its own lines from very ancient roots, while lust has only recently and vividly appeared. The complex outcomes of these developmental interpersonal relations, which are scarcely parallel and are actually divergent, are a very rich source for problems which concern the psychiatrist. Some people are unfortunate enough to sublimate, as we still have to call it, their lust, that is, to partially satisfy it while connecting it with socially acceptable goals. This is, as I would again like to remind you, an extremely dangerous overloading of possibilities, which is very apt to collapse in a lamentable way. I am postponing a discussion of what happens to lust under these circumstances. But the intimacy need sometimes shows itself as follows. A member of the other sex who is in a good many ways like the parent of that sex may become invested with full-fledged love and devotion. Another, not so striking instance, is the pseudo-sibling relation. There are, of course, many jokes in the culture about the girl who is willing to be a sister to you. But I wonder if you realize how many unfortunate early adolescents get by with the appearance of personality development by striking up one of these pseudo-sibling relationships, which can be mistaken by others for a satisfactory move toward developing a solution for the problems of lust and loneliness. Another change of this kind is, we might say, a prolongation and refinement of the separation of good and bad girls. All women are good, too good, they are noble, and one cannot approach them for anything so something or other as genital satisfaction. And there is the alternative of that, in which all women are regarded as extremely unattractive, unsuited to anything but a particular kind of hateful entanglement which becomes practically official business. In the process of trying to separate one's need for intimacy from one's need for genital integration, certain peculiarities of personality appear which we will later discuss as dissociation. Among the people with these peculiarities of personality pertaining to the need for intimacy, there is the one who feels pursued by the other sex and actually spends a lot of time in trying to avoid being hounded by the other sex. There is also the true woman hater, that is, the man who literally feels the most strenuous antipathy to any but the most superficial relation with members of the other sex. When lust is dissociated, and components in lust are quite frequently dissociated, such things occur, even from early adolescence, as the celibate way of life, in some cases with accessible lustful fantasies, and in other cases with no representation of lustful needs and awareness. This latter can go so far that actually there are no recollections of any content connected with what must have been the satisfaction of lust in sleep. In other words, there are nocturnal orgasms, but there is never any recollectable content at all. When one encounters that sort of thing, one thinks immediately that something has gone very radically wrong with the personality. Another manifestation in this field is what I call, in terms of a man's viewpoint, horror of the female genitals, even though the man considers that women are all right, and in fact, in many instances, may make a very good approach to them. The actual attempt at a physical intergenital situation causes the man to be overcome with a feeling which is literally uncanny, which is quite paralyzing. As I have already hinted, all these uncanny feelings refer to the not me, and are, by this stage of personality, practically always signs that there is serious dissociation somewhere in personality. Another solution of this kind is to fall into a homosexual way of getting rid of lust. This is accompanied either by liking, by indifference, or by aversion toward the partner, or by revulsion or by fascination for the whole type of situation. In this special group of disturbances of development, there are also the instances in which the genital drive is discharged with infrahuman or nearly infrahuman participation, that is, some of the lower animals are used as genital partners, or people are used whom the person has so much prejudice against that he scarcely considers them to be human. Very occasionally human ingenuity leads people who suffer from primitive genital phobia to invent what are called masturbating machines. This is a phenomenon that gets a good deal of attention, more than it deserves, and is, supposedly, very interestingly connected with paranoid states. As a matter of fact, it does coincide more than occasionally with later paranoid states, but this relation has been vastly over-accentuated. The isolated adolescent. Finally, I want to mention here the misfortune of isolation in early adolescence, which is quite different from the developmental disturbances I have just discussed. This misfortune of isolation in adolescence has affected quite a number of the people whom you meet in ordinary life, or whom the psychiatrist encounters in his practice. Perhaps because the community is very small, or perhaps because of peculiar home circumstances or something of the sort, the isolated adolescent does not have other adolescents with whom to fraternize, is not thrown into contact with members of the other sex of approximately the same developmental phase. Such people are, from a theoretical standpoint, rather interesting because of the progression of their reverie processes. As they go from pre-adolescence into adolescence, the chief characters in their long-continued fantasies shift toward the other sex. The extent to which lustful covert processes are added to their fantasies depends, to an extraordinary degree, on the extent to which mediate educational influences have provided some basis for covert processes. Sometimes one finds people who, simply because of their isolation, have not reached the point of having particularly lustful reverie processes, so that when the lust dynamism comes along, it discharges itself largely in sleep, and this in itself may not represent a grave disturbance of personality. If we could study some of these isolated people, or rather if they were, in spite of entire lack of experience, clever at communication, which is almost unheard of, it would be interesting to see what the nocturnal development of covert processes connected with the satisfaction of lust is like. Some of these isolated early adolescents suffer a particular handicap from this reverie substitution for interpersonal experience, in that they develop quite strongly personified imaginary companions, and the singularly personal source of the idealized characteristics may be a severe barrier later on to finding anybody who strikes them as really suitable for durable interpersonal relations. Failure to change the pre-adolescent direction of the need for intimacy. I have said that, along with the maturation of the lust dynamism, but by no means in absolute temporal coincidence with it, there is, in the fortunate, a shift in the intimacy need toward seeking friendship with a person who is different, a member of the other sex. But I now want to consider the accidental development in which the lust dynamism matures, but there is no change in the pre-adolescent direction of the need for intimacy. In this case there is added to the impulse which makes for the cultivation and cherishing of a friend of the same sex, all the force of the lust dynamism with its drive for genital interaction with someone or something. And in these instances transient or persisting homosexual organization of the interpersonal relations is usual, with the genital drive handled in a variety of ways. The first of these ways is by known homosexual reverie processes that are surrounded by precautions which protect the self-esteem, at least partially, of the person who entertains them. This is generally accompanied by autogenital discharge of lust, coupled with an avoidance of, or an indifference to, members of the other sex, and social distance toward members of the same sex. Thus, while there is a movement toward satisfying lust in the isophilic or monosexual 2 group, there is either no encouragement for mutual genital satisfaction or no capacity to recognize such encouragement, or in some cases there is even such great fear of the perineal area that mutual genital satisfaction would be impossible. Thus the coincidence of lust with the continuing pre-adolescent direction of the intimacy need leads to fantasies of what we can call a homosexual character, coupled with various guarding operations, security operations, to prevent their being discovered or suspected. But in order that this may succeed, there must be some satisfaction of lust, and the way that almost all people find for that is self-manipulation. Along with this there is, in boys, usually either an active avoidance or a definite indifference toward girls, although one of the best precautions invented by these delayed people is finding an accepted woman who gives the social appearance of normal development, but who has no expectations of the man. And almost invariably, in these solutions, we see an increase in the social distance between the person concerned and certain boys other than the chum who is the object of the reverie processes. And incidentally, while I have been discussing this largely from the viewpoint of boys, the parallel is perfectly possible in women. Another of the ways by which the genital drive is handled in this situation is by known, that is, conscious, homosexual reveries which are associated with inadequate precautions to conceal them and with severe anxiety as a result of rebuffs, fancied or real. This often leads to hateful behavior, or to masturbation shame, and to a variety of other miseries which are hard for the person to express, but he knows, or can very readily come to know, that these miseries are associated with his homosexual reverie practices. A third of the difficulties to which man is heir at this juncture and under these circumstances is a situation in which there are covert processes not accessible to awareness, in other words, unconscious processes, to use the old-fashioned term, which are attended by pseudo-heterosexual practices with or without an attenuation of the contact with members of the same sex. This sort of thing is often a precursor of a lifelong course of searching for the ideal woman, or the ideal man, if the person concerned is a woman, with the recurrent discovery of serious imperfections in each candidate for this ideal role. And this type of situation is the classical field for the appearance of the extremely unpleasant tension of jealousy. Jealousy is, I think, in some ways even less welcome than anxiety, and when I say that, I am almost engaging in hyperbole, because anxiety, if at all severe, is utterly unwelcome. But jealousy, in my experience with people who really suffer it, seems to come very close to providing an adequate picture of the now old-fashioned Christian hell. Yet another solution of this failure of the intimacy urge to change its objective to the other sex is the turning to homosexual ways of life which are either so anxiety-ridden as to be scarcely distinguishable as achieving lustful satisfaction, or are definitely admixed with hateful, malevolent motivation, so that while lust may be satisfied more or less incidentally, what is most vividly remembered is the malicious mischief connected with the thing. And finally, as an outcome of this continuation of the isophilic intimacy need, a satisfying and relatively secure homosexual way of life may be established, sometimes by trial and error learning, quite often from example. Any of these 5 typical outcomes which I have mentioned may come presently to include unsatisfactory, but security-giving, heterosexual performances. The outcome which is least apt to culminate in this sort of elaborate masking operation is the anxiety-ridden and hateful homosexual practice. But there are plenty of instances in which these people also finally either set up housekeeping with a common-law wife, or go through the motions of marrying, and even have children, but mostly for security reasons. Maturation of the lust dynamism in the chronic juvenile. In addition to these situations in which there has been no change in the pre-adolescent need for intimacy as the lust dynamism has matured, the situation arises in which there is maturation of the lust dynamism in those not yet pre-adolescent. In other words, a person who is chronically juvenile reaches the time when the lust dynamism matures and goes into action. Arrest in the juvenile era is not by any means an extraordinarily unusual developmental disorder among people in this culture and in these times. The striking instance of this, as seen later in life, is what I call the juvenile ladies' man. You probably are familiar with the story of Don Juan and know how much the conception of Don Juanism has appeared in some of the psychiatric literature. To the extent that I have studied such people, they have proven to be these lustful juveniles. I might describe another outstanding manifestation of this kind by the use of slang terms, women who are customarily called teasers and men whom I call hymen hunters. These people in general engage in more or less refined boasting, frequently have an insatiable interest in pornography, and have simply an overweening necessity for being envied for their women or their men. In fact, I have known some of them who really kept something very like a stable, for different occasions using different people, some of whom were supposed to be appropriate for public appearance. This is the sort of thing which happens when lust matures in a person whose pre-adolescent expansion of personality has simply been foredoomed and thus has failed to occur. In the sort of outcomes I have described, the person has done something with lust other than falling rather gravely ill, which, incidentally, is not an uncommon outcome of adolescent maturation in those who have serious warp of personality. The lust dynamism as a psychobiological integrating apparatus. I have already discussed some of the more or less typical outcomes that occur in people whose difficulties in development become very seriously complicated, in early adolescence, by the addition of the lust dynamism, although they have not passed into grave disturbances of personality. Now at this point, because we shall presently be moving into the area of difficulties of living rather than of difficulties in development, I should like to review lust as a dynamism, hoping that you remember something of our now fairly distant discussion of the concept of dynamism. Lust is in many ways a peculiarly illuminating example of a dynamism, partly because it comes along when so much of one's referential apparatus, so much of one's capacity to think and to communicate, is pretty well established and pretty well perfected. You may recall that in discussing the concept of dynamism we said that human dynamisms are relatively enduring patterns which manifest, in some cases at least, postnatal origin by maturation and, in all cases, change by experience in the occurrence of which they are significant factors. We then said that these dynamisms can be conceptualized from 2 viewpoints. First, with primary reference to the sundry recurring tensions manifesting as integrating, disjunctive, and isolative tendencies, and second, with primary reference to the energy transformations characteristic of the particular zones of interaction involved. The lust dynamism, the last and the most conspicuous and illuminating of all the dynamisms, but nonetheless probably a model of every one of them, may most simply be considered as an organization of apparatus provided by the underlying human organism. This is a purely psychobiological consideration, but nonetheless important. We find that, considered solely as the property of an organism, that is, from the standpoint of psychobiology, lust can be broken up immediately into 3 kinds of integrating apparatus. By integrating apparatus I refer to organizations of tissue and function which hold the psychobiological organism in an organic unity. These 3 kinds of integrating apparatus are the autocoid system, that is, the endocrine or ductless gland system, the vegetative nervous system, and the central nervous system. The first, the autocoid system, provides a tying together of the whole, by the simple device of pouring potent chemicals into a circulating fluid. In the lust dynamism, the pouring of this potent chemical into the bloodstream determines whether you can have outward manifestations of lustful excitement, or whether you will fail therein. Thus the autocoid element is such that the administering of testosterone propionate, which is a synthetic chemical closely related to some of the testicular hormones, produces the appearance of something very like lust in a man, and a corresponding native hormone can be isolated which, injected into a woman, produces something very like lust. Now a person who was not at all given to very minute study of his interpersonal impulses would report to you, if he were a male, that testosterone made him lustful. However, the autocoid mechanism is not the whole thing. These very powerful chemical agents circulated in the bloodstream and lymph are not all there is to being lustful. The next great integrating apparatus involved in the lust dynamism is the vegetative nervous system, consisting of what is often referred to as the autonomic and the sympathetic nervous systems. Thus, in men, by the time the seminal vesicles are sufficiently distended there is restlessness, and, other things being equal, lust will appear, and somewhat comparably in women, at or around the time of the menstrual change, quite frequently lust will appear. If there is any difficulty with the vegetative part of the incredible integrating apparatus concerned in lust, one might feel lust, but one cannot demonstrate to a partner the necessary preliminaries for the discharge of lust, such as moistening of the vagina or erection of the penis. And the third great integrating apparatus concerned in the dynamism of lust is the central nervous integrating apparatus. Everyone has probably, at some time, had the experience of gazing at certain art objects and promptly feeling lustful excitement. And it is not so awfully difficult to provoke lust by an appropriate series of remarks, which again reflects the intervention of the integrating apparatus of the central nervous system and includes a vast deal of simple operations, a pretty far cry from, say, the administration of testosterone. Without the participation of this apparatus, a person would never know that lust was appropriate, unless something seized, or penetrated, the genital apparatus. If the other two integrators were active at that time, he would, after a fashion, respond, but he would not particularly enjoy it. The lust dynamism as a system of zones of interaction. Now I pass to a field much more appropriate to psychiatry, that of considering the lust dynamism as a system of zones of interaction. When we touched on zones of interaction before, we suggested that all zones of interaction with the environment, considered in the borderline area of psychobiology and psychiatry, were characterized by three significant groups of characteristics: their receptor aspects, their eductor aspects, and their effector aspects. And now let me throw out only a few hints of the aspects of the lust dynamism, the latecomer among the great dynamisms of life, that fit into this frame of reference as zones of interaction with the environment. In the receptor aspect of the lust dynamism there are the genital tactile, the genital visceral, and the aspect pertaining to the erogenous areas. The peculiar tactile sensitivities of the genitals are such that if something touches the delicate mucosa of the genitals, whether it be the hands of a partner, a fly, or merely microscopic organisms like Trichomonas, there is an acute central awareness of specially marked sensations very clearly associated with the genital area. Although such sensations begin at an early age, in some cases practically in late infancy, they become part of the lust dynamism itself only later, when the two other types of receptor function mature. In addition to the genital tactile influx, there is the genital visceral influx, which is carried over entirely separate channels, but is just as apt to provoke lust as the other. That is, lust, as experienced, is as often a result of tensions in unstriped muscles as it is of the stimulation of local tactile units. For example, a man can be excited, with lust as a result, by tension suffered by either the seminal vesicles or the prostate or both, or a woman, by tension suffered by the fallopian tubes, the uterine mucosa, and the vaginal mucosa. Quite exterior to these two fields of influx to the central nervous system, there are, after the maturation of the lust dynamism, very important influxes from other areas, the so-called erogenous areas of the body, some of which are fixed by the structure of the organism, and some of which are fixed by the experience that one has had earlier in life. In everyone, this erogenous zone is rather diffusely spread over the region of the perineum. In women, the nipples are quite generally erogenous zones. In other words, anything moving about on the surface of the nipples is apt, just like stimulation of the genitals or tension in the viscera, to be accompanied by the activation of the lust dynamism. But in either sex, any area of the body may be involved, although individual variation is wide and depends on previous experience. So much for the receptor aspect of the zones of interaction. Next we shall discuss briefly the eductor aspect of this system of zones of interaction called the lust dynamism. It was Spearman who formulated the eduction of relationships from the data that flow into the mind as the basis for knowing, one of the most profound observations, so far as the needs of psychiatrists are concerned, of the nature and manifestations of human intelligence. When I speak here of the eductor aspect of the zones of interaction, I am referring to the knowing, the understanding, interpretation, recognition, and contemplation of goals, which is involved in the lust dynamism considered from the standpoint of a system of zones of interaction. There are three grand divisions of what happens in the region that we call our mind, by which we ordinarily refer to our capacity to grasp what is the case, and what should be done about it. These are facilitatory, precautionary, and inhibitory referential processes. The first of these processes facilitates the identifying of situations which might be appropriately integrated by the lust dynamism. And incidentally, most people seek diligently to cultivate their facilitatory symbol operations with respect to achieving lustful integrations. Precautionary measures have been taught us by the difficulties of dealing with tenderness and other motivation which calls for the kindly intervention of others. Precautionary activities enable us to conceal the fact that we are motivated by lust, and tend to protect us from very brutally making fools of ourselves. And frankly, inhibitory processes make it difficult or impossible to add up the activities of the receptor apparatus into a statement that lust is present. Any denizen of the Western world has plenty of elaborate apparatus for inhibiting integration in the interest of lust, when such integration would collide with the self-system, or with particular aspects of it. I think that everyone, carefully searching his past, may remember times when he was singularly restless and uncomfortable, which, in retrospect, he will see meant the unrecognized presence of lust, and this lust was unrecognized not because it is hard to know lust, but because there was some powerful impulse active to inhibit its recognition. And we finally come to what one is more likely to know about from personal experience, the effector aspects of the zones of interaction concerned in the lust dynamism. The effector aspects of the zones of interaction connected with lust, to offer the crudest kind of an analysis, leaving out unnumbered interesting aspects, are 5 in number. The first is the vasomotor erectile effector aspects of the urethro-genital zone of interaction with the environment, which is often first manifest at birth, but perhaps not consciously, and which is manifest recurrently, from birth onward. This is a complicated performance of obstructing venous return and increasing blood supply, which is illustrated not only in the genitals but also in the nose and sundry other parts of the body, the genitals and the nose being the most troublesome, in this climate at least. Besides the vasomotor erectile, and appearing very much later, around the time of the puberty change, are the purely secretory effector aspects of the urethro-genital zone of interaction and its system of zones, consisting in the male of such things as the production of a dense but highly lubricant mucus by the Cooper's glands, the production of an anything but dense albuminous fluid by the prostate, and the production of a complex nutritive albuminous fluid by the epididymis and probably the seminal vesicles. In the female, there is the secretion of mucus and the hydrogen ion concentration proper for the spermatozoa. As another very important aspect of the effectors, there are those massive patterns of skeletal behavior which we lump scientifically under the rubric copulatory posture and movement. The copulatory posture and movements are very complicated. They are one of the few things which faintly support the notion that the concept of instinct is not utterly irrelevant to human beings, for they come without calling, almost as if a little instinct still survived in our incredibly culture-ridden life. Among the effector apparatus there is also the orgasmic complex of integrated movements, which, again, matures in the puberty change. To some extent this existed before as parts, but these are now suddenly integrated. The orgasmic movements are built up, in men, primarily on the capacity for clonic spasm in the prostatic urethra, with which a man is born so that he is able to expel urine. But this becomes, suddenly in the puberty change, very closely and emphatically, from the sensory or receptor standpoint, coordinated with spasm of the walls of the seminal vesicle, which had not previously occurred. So here we find movements of unstriped muscle, which earlier were used only to expel the last drops of urine, suddenly integrated with the expulsive activity of the container of semen in the male, a coordination which had not been present at all before the puberty change. This is accompanied by the most vivid central representation, comprising that extremely strongly marked experience which represents the satisfaction of the lust dynamism. But there are still further effector aspects of the zones of interaction which make up the lust dynamism. If the lust dynamism is successfully satisfied, a series of changes restores the apparatus to, shall I say, a resting condition which is called, traditionally, detumescence. There seems to be evidence that in women detumescence is a somewhat longer process, but here too the women's erogenous zones, including the breasts, also shrink and come to rest in comparative insensitivity after the orgasm. In both men and women, after the apparatus has been restored to a resting condition, the lust dynamism, under external or internal provocation, can again become a very powerful organizer of a remarkable part of our capacity for contact with external events. The lust dynamism as a pattern of covert and overt symbolic events. Now I wish to consider the lust dynamism neither as an integrating apparatus nor as a system of zones of interaction, but as a pattern of covert and overt symbolic events, that is, events meaning something, if you please, which are either inferable or observable. The covert and overt symbolic events which are included in manifestations of experience with respect to the lust dynamism include experience in the prototaxic, the parataxic, and less often in the syntaxic modes. Experience in the prototaxic mode, while it is particularly obvious in the instance of primary genital phobia, is present in any case. The parataxic mode is perhaps more apt to be the major element in the symbol operations connected with lust than it is with any one other dynamism, because the culture is so very hard on consensual validation and syntaxic operations with respect to lust. Experience of covert and overt symbolic events is concerned with 6 major rubrics. The first rubric is the observation and identification of the following: a. The felt aspects of the integrating tendency, that is, lust per se, b. The interpersonal situation as including an object, presumably another person with whom a lustful situation can be integrated, if only in fantasy, c. The interpersonal situation as otherwise characterized, that is, not merely as to the other person, but with respect to the suitability of the situation for probable satisfaction, they. Collateral factors which may make lustful excitement strangely irrelevant, for example, the unwisdom of getting intensely sexually excited about your opponent in the traffic court, and d. The interpersonal situation as characterized with respect to anxiety, which is very important indeed in the lives of most of us. Now these aspects of observation and identification are, in fortunate situations, supplemented by foresight, which is the second of these 6 rubrics. That is, after observation and identification, there comes foresight, although it is sometimes only rudimentary, and is often by no means extended. And, following the foresight, which is in a sense my way of referring to decision, there comes, third, activity in pursuit of or in avoidance of the goal, which is the discharge of lust. At the same time, there are in all real situations, and this is my 4th rubric of experience, sundry, often seemingly irrelevant, covert accompaniments of the last mentioned, that is, processes which can be detected only by inference, which accompany action in pursuit of or in avoidance of the goal. In other words, I refer to a good deal that is going on in the mind. Regardless of whether integration by the lust dynamism has been effected or avoided, and regardless of the extent of the discharge of lust, there is, later on, retrospective and prospective, witting and unwitting analysis of this particular experience, which is my 5th rubric. That is, there is analysis of what has happened recently, with a view to what may happen again. And incidentally, if, in the days of the Puritans, everyone's development of acquaintance with experience regarding lust had depended on witting analysis, I think that lust might have disappeared, along with the human race. How much is witting and how much is unwitting depends on one's cultural background, and not on anything else. Thus, whether one has pursued the goal of lustful satisfaction, or avoided it, there is always in the experience concerned with any particular episode some review and prospective analysis, with the idea of improving one's capacity for achieving contentment and success in this field of life. Finally, and this is my sixth rubric, in some instances, and, fortunately, this is not always the case, there are more complex processes concerned in the experience, which may replace the retrospective and prospective analysis, or may just complicate it. And these reflect, however obscurely, the personality warp of at least one person concerned in the situation in which the lust dynamism is the principal system of integrating tendencies. The lust dynamism as a system of integrating tendencies. And this brings me to my next and more important point. Having reviewed the lust dynamism as a system of covert and overt symbolic events, I should now like to discuss it as a system of integrating tendencies, that is, as an integration of those characteristics of people which integrate situations with other people. In other words, this is an elaborate system of motives which get us involved with others or lead us to avoid them. The lust dynamism is a system of integrating tendencies. 1. Of which the unanalyzable elements have matured in earlier stages of development and have been modified by experience of satisfaction or experience with anxiety, or both, and in some cases with signs of disintegrative change or elaboration in dissociation. 2. In which the anxiety-marked components are widely varied from person to person, because of inadequacies in the culture complex and their accentuation by resulting family society and school society peculiarities. 3. Of which some components are almost always, in this culture, unrepresented in focal awareness, whether their lack of representation be due to selective inattention, to masking processes, to misinterpretation, or to the manifestation of a dissociative process in the self. 4. Which is often related to acute or persisting disorientation in living, and to the disastrous disturbance of self-esteem. 5. Which, in the handicapped, may come to channel the partial satisfaction of a variety of other integrating tendencies, and thus may come to seem preternaturally important. 6. Of which the recurrent partial satisfaction leaves residual motivation to be discharged in sleep and in waking reverie processes in a way that may undermine self-esteem, or may call for precautionary processes or social distance, which in turn seriously reduce the chances of fortunate experience in life. Statement 1. Is the simplest of these possible views of the lust dynamism. In other words, the integrating tendencies which are systematized in the lust dynamism have matured over various stages of one's past, and have, since maturation, been subjected to experience and to the various characteristics of experience which we have considered thus far, such as change to avoid anxiety, disintegration to avoid anxiety, or actually development in dissociation. Statement 2. Reflects the fact that our culture is the least adequate in preparing one for meeting the eventualities of sexual maturity, which is another way of saying we are the most sex-ridden people on the face of the globe. In 4. I suggest that the lust dynamism is the system of integrating tendencies often related to acute or persisting disorientation in living. When I mention the handicapped in statement 5, I refer to those people who have had disasters in the stages of development before adolescence. I might illustrate this rubric by saying that if your resentment at authority should find in lustful activities a discharge which, though only partial, was better than nothing, then, insofar as you suffered authority, lust, and lustful activities would come to be unreasonably, extravagantly important in your life. Thus in those who have had serious warp in personality, the lust dynamism is a system of integrating tendencies which may provide a channel for the obscure and unrecognized satisfaction of many thwarted integrating impulses having no direct connection with lust. The persistently juvenile person who finally reaches genital maturity advertises this fact to the high heavens to those who investigate him. Psychiatrists have tended to overlook the very rich source of data on this particular point because of the seeming essential dullness of the persistently juvenile person and the social insignificance of his life with others. Patterns of manifestation of the integrating tendencies of the intimacy, need and lust. Now I have given you, with a feeling of deep apology for the condensation that has characterized it, something like a theoretically justifiable, if not definitive, variety of approaches to the meaning of the lust dynamism. It is important to realize that everything said of the lust dynamism applies to every dynamism, but because the lust dynamism happens to come along so late in life, it is a particularly informative example of dynamisms in general. I shall presently try to suggest the rich variety of human life with respect to every dynamism by some cold mathematical adumbrations of the possible patterns of adjustment called out in part by the lust dynamism. But first, since these things do not stand alone, I would like to go back to the idea of orientation of living and to defects therein, as they are related to the two very powerful integrating tendencies that characterize adolescence, lust, and the need for intimacy. In discussing disturbed or inadequate orientation in the later phases of adolescent living and thereafter, one cannot, except for purposes of clarity of thinking, separate the manifestation of these two very powerful motivating systems of human life. But though these systems are intricately interwoven, at the same time they are never identical. I have already tried to suggest something of the broad basis, in the developmental history of everyone, for the feeling ordinarily called loneliness, which is the exceedingly unpleasant and driving experience connected with inadequate discharge of the need for human intimacy, for interpersonal intimacy. Since it seems to me that no amount of emphasis will be extravagant in this connection, let me again comment on the major integrating tendencies which gradually come to be concerned with the experience of loneliness. It begins in infancy with an integrating tendency that we know only by inference from pathological material later, but which we nonetheless accept unhesitatingly, a need for contact with the living. And its next great increment is a need for tenderness, for protective care delicately adjusted to immediate situations. This need continues into childhood. But in childhood a need for adult participation is added, that is, a need for the interest and participation of significant adults in the child's play. This activity takes the form of expressive play necessary to provide the child with equipment for showing what he feels, in manual play necessary for the coordination of the very delicate and intricate relationships of vision and the prehensile hands, and so on, and in verbal play, which is the basis of all the enormously important acquisitions to personality which are reflected by verbal behavior and abstract thought. All of these activities become more pleasure-giving to the child because of the adult's participation. By the juvenile era, there is added the need for compeers, as indispensable models for one's learning by trial and error, and this is then followed by a need for acceptance, which is perhaps to most of you known by its reverse, the fear of ostracism, fear of being excluded from the accepted and significant group. And added to all these important integrating tendencies, there comes in preadolescence the need for intimate exchange, for friendship, or for, in its high refinement, the love of another person, with its enormous facilitation of consensual validation, of action patterns, of valuational judgments, and so on. This becomes, in early adolescence, the same need for intimacy, friendship, acceptance, intimate exchange, and, in its more refined form, the need for a loving relationship with a member of the other sex. Now this is the great structure which is finally consolidated, made meaningful, as the need for intimacy as it characterizes late adolescence and the rest of life. I have now reviewed the history of one powerful integrating tendency, the need for intimacy, and I have already given my views of lust, the other of these major integrating tendencies. At this point I shall endeavor to give some idea of the possible varieties of intricately interwoven patterns of these tendency systems. The theoretical patterns of manifestation of the two powerful integrating tendencies, the need for intimacy and lust, may be classified. 1. On the basis of the intimacy need and the precautions which concern it, as autophilic, isophilic, and heterophilic. 2. On the basis of the preferred partner in lustful integrations, or the substitute therefore, as autosexual, homosexual, heterosexual, and cautosexual. 3. on the basis of genital participation or substitution, as orthogenital, paragenital, metagenital, amphigenital, mutual masturbation, and onanism. In creating the rubrics with respect to the need for intimacy, 1. I have turned to the old Greek term philos, meaning loving, since the need for intimacy in its highest manifestations is unquestionably love, and while love has been many things to many people, the common denominator pertains to interpersonal intimacy. All the manifestations, morbid and successful, of this need for intimacy, may be grossly classified under the three rubrics of autophilic, isophilic, and heterophilic. We will use these three rubrics to describe a person, and I use person here in the sense of that which we hypothesize to account for what we see or experience. In the autophilic person, there has been no pre-adolescent development, or such pre-adolescent development as took place has been disintegrated because of profound rebuff, and he has been returned to a state before pre-adolescence in which the capacity to love is, if manifest at all, concentrated within his personification of himself. The autophilic is always a misfortune and a deviation of development. An isophilic person has been unable to progress past pre-adolescence, and continues to regard as suitable for intimacy only people who are as like himself as possible, in significant fashions, that is, members of his own gender. A heterophilic person has gone through the pre-adolescent period and made the early adolescent change in which he has become intensely interested in achieving intimacy with members of what, in this culture, is most essentially different, the other sex. The isophilic is, for a period of 2.5 to 3.5 years, a normal phase of every successful development, but this phase may continue through life. And the heterophilic represents the last stage of development of the need for intimacy. Many achieve this phase even though they are unable to leave late adolescence. Now I invite you to consider 2 and 3, which underlie all that I have already said of the lust dynamism. The first of these refers to the gross characteristics of integrations which seek the discharge of the lust dynamism, which are directly related to recognized lust and its satisfaction. For these I use the term sexual, and do not confuse this with the term erotic. In my classification of sexual behavior on the basis of the preferred partner, the homosexual and the heterosexual are obviously related to pre-adolescent and early adolescent phases of development. The autosexual represents an earlier stage, that is, although lust has matured, the pre-adolescent and adolescent eras have not been reached. The cautosexual refers to passing beyond the confines of the human species, that is, the dead or infrahuman creatures are the preferred lustful partners, and this represents a very complex substitution for things which one experiences as impossible to want. And finally, I would like you to consider the lust dynamism in terms of 3. The participation of the genitals in covert and overt, witting or unwitting, lustful performances, and here I am talking about a region of the body. Situations principally integrated by lust are sexual situations, but at the same time the patterning of this behavior depends on the part played by the genitals, as well as the lustful character of the situation. On the basis of one's genital participation with another, or with a substitute, I have named 6 rubrics, most of which are neologisms of my own invention. Orthogenital situations are characterized by a preferred integration of one's genitals with their natural receptor genitals, genitals of the sexually opposite type. In paragenital situations, one uses the genitals as if they were seeking an appropriate opposite type of genitals, but does so in behavior which is not related to the procreation of one's kind. A common example is being masturbated by someone else, in which case the hand is the paragenital receptor of one's genitals. Other examples are the passive role in fellatio or the active role in pederasty. In metagenital situations, one's genitals need not be involved at all, but the other person's genitals are involved. The most obvious example is masturbating someone else. Other examples are taking the passive role in pederasty or the so-called active role in fellatio. In amphigenital situations, for which the French have adopted the term soixante-neuf, either homosexual or heterosexual groups of 2 people take a singularly analogous if not identical relationship to the genitals of each and the substitutes of each. Besides these, there are the relatively primitive performance of mutual masturbation and the quite primitive performance of onanism. Now I do not like to coin freak terms, but what these terms represent is terribly significant. And the terrible significance is this: in this culture the ultimate test of whether you can get on or not is whether you can do something satisfactory with your genitals or somebody else's genitals without undue anxiety and loss of self-esteem. Therefore the psychiatrist who has to consider the life problems presented by people who come to him has to have some way of organizing thought regarding this last phase of interpersonal adjustment. To accomplish that I have had to set up what are, so far as I know, unique inventions: the resolute separation of the need for intimacy from the lust dynamism, and the distinction between the general interpersonal objective of the lust dynamism, and the particular activities which the genitals, the center of the lust dynamism, one might say, have in preferred adjustive effort. Since I have set up 3 classifications of intimacy, 4 classifications of the general interpersonal objective of the integration of lust, and 6 classifications of genital relationship, this results in 72 theoretical patterns of sexual behavior in situations involving 2 real partners. As a matter of fact, there are only 45 patterns of sexual behavior that are reasonably probable, 6 are very highly improbable, and the rest just aren't possible. From this statement, I would like you to realize, if you realize nothing else, how fatuous it is to toss out the adjectives heterosexual, homosexual, or narcissistic to classify a person as to his sexual and friendly integrations with others. Such classifications are not anywhere near refined enough for intelligent thought. They are much too gross to do anything except mislead both the observer and the victim. For example, to talk about homosexualities being a problem really means about as much as to talk about humanities being a problem. The reason why I attempt to set up careful classifications in this field is this: it is almost always essential for the psychiatrist, when he ventures into remedial efforts for serious developmental handicaps, to pay attention to the place of lust in the difficulties of the person. And let me make it clear that lust, in my sense, is not some great diffuse striving, libido or whatnot. By lust I mean simply the felt aspect of the genital drive. And when I say that the psychiatrist must usually pay attention to this, I do not mean that problems in living are primarily or chiefly concerned with genital activity. But I am saying, of people in this culture who are chronologically adult, that their problems in interpersonal relations quite certainly will be either very conspicuous in, or exceedingly well illustrated by, the particular circumstances governing their handling of the emotion of lust. While this statement is, I believe, strikingly true of Northwestern European culture, I would say, although I have no evidence on the matter, that it is not true of certain other cultures. By the time a person has plunged into early adolescence, he has either largely overcome all the crippling handicaps to personality that he has encountered, or his development in adolescence will be badly warped. And since lust cannot be eliminated from personality any more than hunger can, data on personality warp as seen in a person's sexual behavior is bound to be useful to the psychiatrist. For instance, I mean here the broad conception of sexual behavior, including reverie processes and any evidences of dissociated processes, which I shall discuss presently. But to think that one can remedy personality warp by tinkering with the sex life is a mistake, even though it is a very convenient doctrine for psychiatrists who are chronic juveniles. It may provide them with fees for enjoying their interest in pornography, but if one is a serious psychiatrist, it is apt to be the hardest possible way to tackle one's task. When difficulties in the sex life are presented by a patient as his reason for needing psychiatric help, my experience has demonstrated rather convincingly that the patient's difficulty in living is best manifested by his very choice of this as his peculiar problem. In other words, people don't go to psychiatrists to be aided in their sexual difficulties, but they do sometimes present this as their problem, and such problems show, when properly understood, what ails their living with people. It is only an exceptional person who is able to have his sex life as his major interpersonal activity. Only such a person could correctly present to a psychiatrist, as his greatest difficulty in living, a sexual problem. Thus let me warn my fellow psychiatrists, if you want to do psychiatry that can well be crowded into a lifetime, see if you can't find something besides the sexual problem in the strangers that come to you for help. Quite frequently it is no trick at all to find something very much more serious than the sexual difficulty, and quite often the sexual difficulty is remedied in the process of dealing with the other problems. You may notice that there is a slight difference here between my views and some of the views that have been circulated in historic times. Chapter 18. Late Adolescence. The mark which, to my way of thinking, separates early adolescence from late adolescence is not a biological maturation but an achievement. Such a discrimination as that between early and late adolescence would not be needed in a social organization in which the culture provided facilitation and capable direction for the achievement of adequate and satisfactory genital activity. But in our own and allied cultures, every taboo from the religious to the political is applied to this last of our developmental achievements. Late adolescence extends from the patterning of preferred genital activity through unnumbered educative and inductive steps to the establishment of a fully human or mature repertory of interpersonal relations, as permitted by available opportunity, personal and cultural. In other words, a person begins late adolescence when he discovers what he likes in the way of genital behavior and how to fit it into the rest of life. That is an achievement of no mean magnitude for a large number of the denizens of our culture. The failure to achieve late adolescence is, in fact, the last blow to a great many warped, inadequately developed personalities. Because this kind of experience is such an all-absorbing and all-frustrating preoccupation, it often constitutes the presenting difficulty which precedes the eruption of very grave personality disorder in a large number of people. It is of course by no means the actual difficulty. The importance of opportunity. The outcome of late adolescence is so much a matter of accident that whether one continues to be, dynamically, a late adolescent throughout life, or actually achieves something that might reasonably be called human maturity, is often no particular reflection on anything more than one's socio-economic status and the like. Opportunity, as I have used it in my definition, is now a matter of other people and of the institutional or gross social facilitation and prohibition. A psychiatrist sees people who could have gone much further had they had a chance at the educational experience which others at this time of life are able to undergo. We cannot escape the fact that many people who have had excellent developmental opportunity are caught, perhaps chiefly because of the culture, in circumstances in which there are exceedingly restricted opportunities for further growth. For example, suppose that the eldest son in a rather large family in the lower economic quarters finds himself suddenly in the position of wage earner for the family because of the death of the father. Now if this eldest son has had excellent developmental opportunity up to that point, it becomes practically certain that he will take over a large measure of the responsibility for giving the younger siblings opportunities. Along with his taking over of the responsibilities previously carried by his father, there will be a corresponding very marked reduction of his opportunities to live and learn. Thus there is no gainsaying the real factors entirely outside of the developmental history of the person concerned. Yet at the same time there are people who, with all the educational opportunities in the world, simply do not have the capacity to adequately observe and analyze the opportunities which come to them, because of inherent defect or because of various types of warp which they have not been able to correct in time. The only chance that such a person has then, except by an act of God, is through psychiatry. And how small that chance is has become more and more overwhelmingly apparent to me the longer I live. Growth of experience in the syntaxic mode. Insofar as the long stretch of late adolescence is successful, there is a great growth of experience in the syntaxic mode. Consider, for example, a person from a fairly well-knit community in a pretty good home, who has fortunately achieved a patterning of his genital behavior. If he then goes to a university, he is given several years of truly extraordinary opportunity to observe his fellows, to hear about people in various parts of the world, to discuss what has been presented and observed, to find out, on this basis, what in his past experience is inadequately grasped, and what is a natural springboard to grasping the new. In other words, for the fortunate, the educational opportunity provided by living at a university is very great. But this is also the time when people who are not that fortunate, or who are not interested in further education, are attempting to establish some way of making a living, as wage earners, or exploiters of their fellow man, or something or other. Within limits, the kind of experience obtained is much the same as at a university, except for the probable lack of the broad, cultural interest which we trust characterizes all higher formal education. But the education in how to make a living, how to get on with people in the same line of work, is similarly a source of a great deal of observational data, and provides great possibilities for interchange of views, for expanding of one's limitations, and for the validating of one's hunches. Thus, once a person who is not very seriously warped has got the sex problem settled reasonably well, whatever he does is bound to broaden his acquaintance with other people's attitudes toward living, the degree of their interdependence in living, and the ways of handling various kinds of interpersonal problems, much of which is learned by trial and error from human example. In other words, in late adolescence one refines relatively personally limited experience into the consensually dependable, which is much less limited. Just as in preadolescence a very remarkable, if sketchy, social organization develops on the basis of the people actually available for social organization, so in late adolescence everyone is more or less integrated into society as it is. Some of those whose opportunities are great are potentially able to integrate literally with the world society, to be at home in the world. Those who are working as apprentices in machine shops, for example, have, needless to say, vastly less opportunity in terms of geographical and cultural scope. But still they are now, from the viewpoint of society, going concerns in every way, provided with the franchise, expected to pay income tax, and the like. In general, late adolescents are adults in the eyes of the law, and have all the benefits and handicaps thereunto appertaining. Thus they have to take on a good many responsibilities which are written into the culture. They may have evaded these responsibilities thus far, but now they have to develop ways of at least giving the appearance of meeting some of them. If they are fortunate, their growth goes on, they observe, formulate, and validate more and more, and at the same time, their foresight continuously expands so that they can foresee their career line, not as it inevitably will be, but in terms of expectation and probability, with perhaps provisions for disappointment. Inadequate and inappropriate personifications of the self and others. Now the fact that a great many people don't seem to get very far in this phase of personality development is to be understood primarily from the consideration of the role of anxiety in their living, which is, in turn, a way of referring to self-system functioning within the personality. Long since, I mentioned the peculiar tendency of the self-system to govern witting experience, so that one tends to be strangely unchanging in spite of what might be called objective opportunities for observing and analyzing, and learning, and changing. And when it comes to finding out why people do not profit from experience and why people get so short a distance toward maturity in long stretches of time, one has primarily to consider the nature and functional activity of the self-system in the person concerned. At the level where communication is fairly easy, this critical opposition of anxiety, of self-system function, is manifest as inadequate and inappropriate personification of the self. People have come to hold views of themselves which are so far from valid formulations that these views are eternally catching them in situations in which the incongruity and inappropriateness are about to become evident, whereupon the person suffers the interference of anxiety. And as I have said before, when anxiety is severe, it has almost the effect of a blow on the head. One isn't really clear on the exact situation in which the anxiety occurred. A phenomenon which is very much more important in the later phases of personality development is that people become extremely agile at responding to minor hints of anxiety. By that I don't mean that the person warns himself, "You will be anxious presently if you are not careful," not at all. But nevertheless the appearance of just a little anxiety serves to deflect living away from the situation, just as the amoebae are deflected away from the hot water, as I have mentioned much earlier. Thus the most accessible aspects of the self-system in many late adolescents show such superficially incomprehensible falsifications in the person's view of himself that he is not apt to learn very much in this field unless somebody goes to a great deal of trouble to put him through educative experience. And this kind of experience is fraught with relatively severe anxiety which, as I hope you will grasp by now, people put up with only when they can't help themselves. When the imperative necessity for change is recognized through psychiatric or similar experience, then most people are able to stand some anxiety, although I suppose this varies on the basis of individual past experience. To say that a person is able to stand some anxiety is another way of saying that he is able to observe previously ignored and misinterpreted experience in such fashion that his formulation of himself and of living can change in a favorable direction. One might suppose, then, that anybody who has had considerable anxiety ought to have made wonderful progress in development. But the joker to that is that the overwhelming conviction of the necessity for change is, in other than special circumstances, utterly lacking in people who suffer a great deal of anxiety. In fact, they expect to go on indefinitely as they are, they can't do anything about it, and when you attempt to show them what might be done about it, they get still more anxious and know that you are bad medicine and avoid you. What I am attempting to suggest at this point is that there is a very considerable difference between being very much in the grip of anxiety, mild or severe, and, as it were, coming to grips with the source of anxiety, mild or severe. Now I shall have to digress long enough to remove any shadows of voluntaristic meaning from my use of such expressions as coming to grips with anxiety and confronting anxiety. There seems to be very little profit in psychiatry from dependence on any such idea as the mysterious power of the will. I think I have touched on this before in discussing the evil effects of the doctrine of the will on development. In a society in which people are usually quite proud of their will and are noisy about it, I would like to warn psychiatrists that the less voluntaristic their language, and the more utterly free their thinking from convictions about the will, the further they will be able to get in understanding and perhaps favorably influencing their patients. So when I speak of the confronting of anxiety, I do not mean that a psychiatrist asks a patient to pull himself together and exert his will so that he will not so easily yield to the threat of anxiety. What the psychiatrist does, if he accomplishes anything in this particular, is to so nurture in the patient correct foresight of the near future that it becomes intolerable to be always running away from minor anxiety. The appearance of anxiety is in no sense connected with any mythological or real will, it is connected with experience which has been incorporated into and become a part of the self-system and with the foresight of increasing anxiety in connection with the self-system. The problem of the psychiatrist is more or less to spread a larger context before the patient. Insofar as that succeeds, the patient realizes that, anxiety or not, the present way of life is unsatisfactory and is unprofitable in the sense that it is not changing things for the better, whereupon, in spite of anxiety, other things being equal, the self-system can be modified. In addition to inadequate and inappropriate personifications of the self, there are, attendant upon that, and in congruity with it, inadequate and inappropriate personification of others. Such inadequacy and inappropriateness of secondary personifications, secondary because to most people they seem less important than a person's personification of himself, may apply broadly to everyone, or specifically to stereotypes of certain alleged people. A person cannot personify others with any particular refinement except in terms of his own personification of himself and in terms of more or less imaginary entities related by the not technique to his personification of himself. If you regard yourself as generous, then you tend to assume that others will be generous, but since you have a good deal of experience not in keeping with that, you personify many people as ungenerous, not generous. Now that doesn't give you any particularly good formulation of what they are just different and opposite from you in one of your better aspects. Thus, to a remarkable degree this limitation in the personification of others is based on inappropriate and inadequate personification of oneself. Particularly troublesome are the inadequate and inappropriate personifications by what I have referred to as stereotypes, which again reflect the limitations in the personification of the self. We often encounter the most accessible part of such things as prejudices, intolerances, fears, hatreds, aversions, and revulsions that pertain to alleged classes of people. Now these stereotypes may concern newsboys, the Jews, the Greeks, the Communists, the Chinese, or what have you. They are, needless to say, not based on adequate observation, analysis, and consensual validation of data about the people concerned. Stereotypes reflect inadequate and inappropriate elements in one's own self-system, thus all the special stereotypes are either poor imitations of ingredients in the personified self, or, even more inadequate in terms of providing a guide in life, they are not elements from the personification of the self. For example, the view that the Irish are all politicians can be held with perfect impunity and peace of mind either by people who show remarkable political gifts, or by those who show remarkable political imbecility. That is, if you are a good politician you can stereotype a whole ethnic group or bi-ethnic group with this characteristic, and if you are a rotten politician you can simply stigmatize a group with a not variant of yourself. Incidentally, to continue a little further with the subject of prejudice and stereotypes, I am myself inclined to think that the Irish are pagans. Now there is no shadow of doubt in my mind that any sort of searching study of the current residents of Ireland would toss up a great many instances in which the term pagan would be irrelevant, in any meaningful sense. What I have in mind is that in many ethnic groups or ethnic communities which are vigorously Christian in their protestations, one can find, as soon as one gets into actual informative interchange with their members about their religious convictions, a truly wonderful survival of types of attitude toward transcendental power and so on which have very little indeed to do with Christian prescriptions. The Irish, who happen to be my ancestral people, are a little better known to me than are, for example, the Chinese, and so I feel, after the best modern pattern, perfectly free to make a wisecrack about the underlying religious attitude of my people. But, thank God, I know that it may or may not make any sense. I wouldn't think of staking anything on it. It is all right for parlor conversation with good friends, preferably Irish. But if I say it often to other people, I may very unhappily present them with an opportunity to clinch an uninformed prejudice, which is usually done by nailing it onto a preceding one. Whether such remarks are amusing wisecracks which may be used for little prestige purposes, and so on, as doubtless my comment about the pagan Irish is, or whether they are a device for avoiding any growth of intelligence, information, and consensual agreement about whole huge sections of the human race, largely depends on the extent to which the prejudice expressed reflects a serious limitation in the personification of the self. The purposes served by these stereotypes are many. But the alleged purpose which almost any unsophisticated person will immediately produce under suitable circumstances is one of the saddest commentaries on the misfortunes of personality in our world and time, namely, that they are very useful guides for dealing with strangers. Quite simply, they are not. They are, insofar as they are important, exactly the opposite of guides for dealing with strangers. They are inescapable handicaps in becoming acquainted with strangers. And to that extent they are chiefly effective in denying one any opportunity for spontaneous favorable change in the corresponding limitation in one's personification of oneself. Parataxic processes to minimize anxiety. In further commenting on the critical opposition of anxiety and the self-system to favorable growth in late adolescence, I would like to call attention to the parataxic processes concerned in avoiding and minimizing anxiety. These processes extend from selective inattention, which to a certain extent covers the world like a tent, through all the other classical dynamisms of difficulty, to the gravest dissociation of one or more of the vitally essential human dynamisms. And incidentally, while I once liked the rubric, dynamism of difficulty, it has lost its charm over my years of attempting to teach psychiatry, because the conviction grew among some of the people who encountered this usage that these dynamisms represented peculiarities shown by the morbid. On the contrary, I believe that there are no peculiarities shown by the morbid, there are only differences in degree, that is, in intensity and timing, of that which is shown by everyone. Thus whenever I speak of dynamisms I am discussing universal human equipment, sometimes represented almost entirely in dreadful distortions of living, but still universal. And the distortions arise from misfortunes in development, restrictions of opportunity, and the like. Thus the interventions of the self-system which are striking in this late adolescent phase, that is, in chronologic maturity, cover the whole field of what we like to talk about as being psychiatric entities, mental disorders, if you please. Restrictions in freedom of living. Another way of approaching the general topic of the self-system's prevention of favorable change in the late adolescent phase is to consider restrictions in freedom of living, with their complex processes for the discharge of the integrating tendencies that are restricted. This is a different approach to what we have already discussed and is an attempt to highlight certain things which we have not noticed before. By restrictions in freedom of living, I refer here to the limitations that arise internally, because of handicaps in one's past, and not to the restrictions which come under the broad classification of opportunity, which I have touched on before. Restrictions in freedom of living are attended by complex ways of getting at least partial satisfaction for what one's restrictions prevent, and by further complex processes, in the shape of sleep disorders and the like, for discharging dangerous accumulations of tensions. These restrictions may be usefully considered from the standpoint of restricted contact with others and of restrictions of interest. Restricted contact with others may range from the early development of a strikingly isolated way of life, with such great social distance that one has to continue to deny oneself a great deal of useful, educative, and consensual validating experience with others, to circumscriptions of oneself on the basis of factors such as prejudice, caste, and class, if one happens to be in a very small minority. But in a great many instances, the restrictions in freedom of living are very much more striking in the sharp circumscriptions of interest. Large numbers of aspects of living are, as it were, taboo. One avoids them. Sometimes a compulsory restriction of living growing out of warp in the past is masked in the shape of pseudo-social rituals and interests which look like something quite different from a restriction. And these rituals seem to raise the person concerned above the level of the common horde and take on great distinction, at least to him and his ilk. The example I am going to give concerns devotion to games, and in this instance devotion to bridge. Since I got into quite serious trouble with a very distinguished and greatly respected anthropologist by this example of bridge, I judge that it has some power to fix interest, and so I will use it again. Now I have never played much of anything well. I think probably my vulgar taste is well handled by casino or hearts. Certainly it isn't anywhere near up to bridge. My example concerns a very select group of women in New York who have great socio-economic opportunities. They do little each day but get out of bed and prepare for the bridge club, to which they repair with minimum talk to their husbands or chauffeurs, and there spend many hours in a very highly ritualized interchange with their fellows, whereupon they are content with life and repair to bed again. I hope that you begin to get a notion of what I mean by pseudo-social ritual. In this case, each person is busily engaged with people, but nothing particularly personal transpires. I believe that most of these people would be willing to agree that it would be rather better, aside from considerations of displaying their clothing, and so on, if they could sit in cubicles with one-way screens directed toward the cards. There would be less distraction from people coughing and sneezing and so on, and they could therefore perform their function in life more comfortably. While this is an extreme example of pseudo-social ritual, there are a remarkable number of people who have ways of being social as the devil without having anything to do with the other people concerned. They live by very sharply restricted rules. Another of these restrictions in living is the development of ritual avoidances and ritual preoccupations. Regardless of your political leanings, you have probably all experienced with your confreres ritualized avoidance in matters of political thought. For example, this kind of avoidance might appear if you talk to your banker about the necessity for further New Deal legislation. To give a personal example, on the rare occasions that I get to a barber shop, I am duly shorn by a good fellow veteran of the First World War whom I cherish both because he is a very public-spirited citizen who does a great deal of welfare work, and because he is a good barber and keeps quiet. I so detest the business of having my hair cut that I wish to at least approach dozing, and conversation is extremely unwelcome. But one day as I was getting my hair cut, the radio had some tweet on about Henry Wallace, and the barber denounced Henry Wallace very succinctly. I remarked that, well, I knew the man and liked him very much. I feel that, like some of the rest of us, he is not always possessed of the most brilliant and far-reaching foresight, but he has occasionally had some remarkably good ideas, which is enough to give a person standing with me. It was not difficult after that to repose during the time I was in the barber chair. 5 or 6 months later, when Henry Wallace was boosted out of the Department of Commerce, the subject came up again. In other words, it was an important matter. Now this barber has no real desire to quarrel with me about anything, but my comment about Wallace had disturbed part of his ritual avoidance machinery, and this disturbance was attached to me, since he's got good enough recall to know how I disturbed him. And so the topic was developed further. But we still patronize each other for all that. Now all these ritual avoidances and preoccupations give one a feeling that one is making some sense in an important area of living. Actually one is not making any sense at all, because one is completely inaccessible to any data. Besides the political, there is the society aspect. Here again great sections of life are closed off by supposedly rational definitions which, on careful scrutiny, turn out to be simply ritualistic avoidances. The same is true in the world of art, and those who have dealt with natural and unnatural sciences may have noticed much the same thing at annual meetings and the like. And God knows the world is filled with ritual avoidances and preoccupations under the name of religion. Of course, I can quite respect a person for being clear as to what he is interested in and what he is not particularly interested in. For instance, there is no earthly reason why I should be frantically interested in the theory of money. There is no reason on earth why I should labor to develop an aesthetic appreciation of painting, or of unnumbered other things in which I have only vestigial interest. I could not conceivably be adequately interested in anything like the whole field of internal medicine. But if no one can even talk to me about Dadaism, for instance, or the Baptists, or the theory of money, it is not because my life course has concentrated a great deal of my satisfaction and security in a particular field, it is because my security depends on avoiding a particular field or a particular subject. Life, I suppose, has never been all equally interesting to any one person or within the capacity of any one person. I am quite sure that as the primal horde came out of prehistory there was some specialization among the denizens. Certainly there was specialization in the bearing of children, and such a specialization as that would surely call for further specializations. Ritual avoidances and preoccupations may superficially look the same as specializations, but they actually mean that you cannot enter a certain field. Any interest moving toward that field immediately arouses anxiety which prohibits any further movement in pursuit of information. Self-respect and human maturity. From all that I have suggested you may see that it is no extraordinary use of inference to presume that self-respect is necessary for the adequate respect of others. There are many people who respect many people they don't know, but that isn't what I am talking about. It is safe to say that people who respect no one except people they don't know do not respect themselves. And people who are very high in self-respect, that is, whose life experience has permitted them to uncover and demonstrate to their own satisfaction remarkable capacity for living with and among others, are people who find no particular expense to themselves connected with respecting any meritorious performance of anyone else. One of the feeblest props for an inadequate self-system is the attitude of disparaging others, which I once boiled down into the doctrine that if you are a molehill then, by God, there shall be no mountains. In a good many ways one can read the whole state of a person's self-respect from his disparagement of others. The disparagement is built of two ingredients, that which one despises about oneself, and a great many not operations. Thus the person who greatly respects himself for his generosity, which is probably always of a very public character, finds an incredible number of people ungenerous, stingy, mean, and so on. I think it has been known from the beginning of recorded thought that a person who is very bitter toward others, very hard on his fellow man for certain faults, is usually very sensitive to these particular faults because they are secret vices of his own. Insofar as self-respect has been permitted to grow without restrictions, because of comparatively unwarped personal development or because warp of personal development has been remedied, there is no expense, no feeling of impoverishment, no hints of anxiety connected with discovering that somebody else is much better than you are in a particular field. It is lamentably true that in so highly specialized and intricate a social organization as almost any extant culture is, it is virtually certain that there are very few top figures in any complex operation. Most people are not as good as the very few, and many people are much worse than the average. But there is such an enormous field for living that one does not have to depend on what one is not good at, and therefore one has no particular need for keeping a bookkeeping record on how many people are worse in a field in which one is bad. But some people, because of certain warps in personal development, make this an outstanding operation, in order to reduce anxiety from invidious comparisons with others. I should like now to say a few words about human maturity, a subject I always treat extremely casually, partly because it is not a problem of psychiatry, although it could be extrapolated from psychiatry. But the actual fact is that an understanding of maturity eludes us as psychiatrists who are students of interpersonal relations, for the people who manifest the most maturity are least accessible for study, and the progress of our patients toward maturity invariably removes them from our observation before they have reached it. Thus a psychiatrist, as a psychiatrist, doesn't have much actual data. But one can guess a few things. I would guess that each of the outstanding achievements of the developmental eras that I have discussed will be outstandingly manifest in the mature personality. The last of these great developments is the appearance and growth of the need for intimacy, for collaboration with at least one other, preferably more others, and in this collaboration there is the very striking feature of a very lively sensitivity to the needs of the other and to the interpersonal security or absence of anxiety in the other. Thus we can certainly extrapolate from what we know that the mature, insofar as nothing of great importance collides, will be quite sympathetically understanding of the limitations, interests, possibilities, anxieties, and so on of those among whom they move or with whom they deal. Another thing which can quite certainly be extrapolated is that, whether it be by eternally widening interests or by deepening interests or both, the life of the mature, far from becoming monotonous and a bore, is always increasing in, shall I say, importance. There is no reason to entertain for an instant the notion that it would be too bad to become mature, because then one might get bored to death, quite the contrary. It is certain that no person, whether mature or terribly ill, is proof against any possibility of anxiety or fear, or against any of the needs that characterize life. But the greater the degree of maturity, the less will be the interference of anxiety with living, and therefore the less nuisance value one has for oneself and for others. And when one is mature, anything which even infinitesimally approximates the complexity of living in the world as we know it today is not apt to become boring. Part 3. Patterns of inadequate or inappropriate interpersonal relations. Chapter 19. The earlier manifestations of mental disorder, matters schizoid and schizophrenic. I am now beginning a discussion of the patterns of inadequate or inappropriate interpersonal relations which are ordinarily referred to as mental disorders, mild or severe. By adding mild or severe, I wish to indicate that the topic of mental disorders covers all sorts of things, from minor accidents, such as unhappily being unable to remember an important person's name when you are about to request a favor from him, to the most chronic psychosis in the mental hospital. And so, as nearly as I can discover, if the term, mental disorder, is to be meaningful, it must cover like a tent the whole field of inadequate or inappropriate performance in interpersonal relations. To begin with, I must make it clear that I am not dealing with all those disorders of living which arise primarily because of more or less clearly biological defect. On these I will have nothing in particular to say, although I believe that this theory of psychiatry will make evident to the more thoughtful how primary biological defect can influence the developmental course and the necessary preparation for living as a person among persons. Primary biological defect can be either inborn and manifest from the beginning, as in the case of the very unfortunate imitations of human beings called idiots, or it may be as recondite as a particular vulnerability to life, which manifests itself, for instance, in premature old age or premature senile deterioration, Alzheimer's disease, or in the arteriosclerotic changes and the senile psychoses. All these things refer much more to the innate constitution of the living matter that makes up the human body than they do to life experience, although, as I have indicated from time to time, life experience may have some influence on the timing of the manifestation of the defect. But it is quite clear that there are people so well endowed by heredity that they can survive very, very stressful circumstances for many years without marked destructive elevation of blood pressure or serious deterioration of the walls of the blood vessels such as occurs in arteriosclerosis. Such people can go on into their 80s, perhaps even past the middle of the 80s, with no material senile changes, such as we see in the senile psychoses. Thus there is a large body of phenomena ordained by heredity which probably have fundamentally important bearing on the course of life. But what I am discussing is the difficulties of living which arise far more from misfortunes in developmental history than from any innate endowment. Developmental events tributary to the not me. To open this discussion of mental disorders, or patterns of inadequate and inappropriate action in interpersonal relations, I want to take up more fully the natural history of the conception of not me, which I could only hint at in connection with late infancy and early childhood. The not me is literally the organization of experience with significant people that has been subjected to such intense anxiety, and anxiety so suddenly precipitated, that it was impossible for the then relatively rudimentary person to make any sense of, to develop any true grasp on, the particular circumstances which dictated the experience of this intense anxiety. As I have said, very intense anxiety precipitated by a sudden, intense, negative emotional reaction on the part of the significant environment has more than a little in common with a blow on the head. It tends to erase any possibility of elaborating the exact circumstances of its occurrence, and about the most the person can remember in retrospect is a somewhat fenestrated account of the event in the immediate neighborhood. If, for example, a parent has had a subpsychotic fear of the infant's becoming a lustful monster and has gone off the deep end whenever the infant was discovered to be holding the penis or fondling the vulva, then we expect that the personality of the infant as it develops will show a sort of hole in that area, in the sense that any approach to the genitals will ultimately lead to the appearance of a feeling which has scarcely evolved beyond sudden, intense, all-encompassing anxiety. All this almost undifferentiated, sudden, violent anxiety is experienced as uncanny emotion. That is, if a person had a good grasp on the word, he would say, in trying to describe what was happening to him, that he felt uncanny. In later life, this all-encompassing anxiety shows some slight elaborations, which are hinted at by 4 words in our language: awe, dread, loathing, and horror. Although these 4 words suggest the possibility of discriminating between various uncanny emotions, actually the experiences are pretty much indistinguishable, which is borne out by the descriptions offered by highly articulate people. While there is an awfulness connected with all of the uncanny emotions, awe itself is one of them. From it, of course, we get our term awful, although the connection has been lost in the history of English. Awe is perhaps the least oppressively sudden and the least paralyzing of these uncanny emotions. In fact, it is in many adults called out only by unexpected, stupendous manifestations of nature, or of man's works, stirring some of the more fantastically autistic reveries of the past. Thus, upon entering certain buildings which have great architectural beauty, one may feel awe, which, if the building happens to be a church, may carry with it curiously early thinking about the nature and actual presence of the deity, for example. And many people, when they first climb the hill and look into the Grand Canyon, have a paralyzing emotion which is anything but really an attractive experience, but yet is not horrible. One is, as it were, lifted utterly out of the context of life and is profoundly impressed. The other 3 terms connected with the uncanny emotions speak very much more of the dreadful character of the experience. They are dread itself, loathing, and horror. Loathing is that peculiar combination of physical illness and other extremely unpleasant things which some not particularly articulate people have described to me as an intense desire to vomit without the capacity to even feel nauseated, which in its way is rather impressive. And horror is the uncanny emotion that all of you have known at least once, probably in your sleep. Horror is a simply paralyzing combination of what I like to call revulsion, a feeling of almost total desire to be elsewhere and away from all this sort of thing, coupled again with a great desire to vomit, and perhaps a tendency to have diarrhea and one thing and another, and at the same time there is literally a sort of paralysis of everything, so that nothing really goes on except this awful end, if it can possibly be avoided, never to be repeated experience. All these things seem to be rather of the essence of sudden attacks of all paralyzing anxiety, and this anxiety can be induced very early in one's life by the sudden outburst, in a significant person, of extremely unpleasant emotions. And this is the foundation, if you please, of certain experience structures in personality that can be for practical purposes, because of their later manifestations, referred to as the not me, in contrast to good me and bad me. Good me and bad me, as I have said, are the basis of lifelong ingredients of consciousness, that is, there is no person who is not, in the privacy of his own covert operations, perfectly clear on the fact that he has a number of unsatisfactory and undesirable attributes which he is busily engaged in concealing, or excusing, or whatnot, and that he also has some good traits, among the others, and these are the outgrowths of the initial dichotomy of good me and bad me. But only under exceptional circumstances are there any reflections in consciousness, that is, in awareness, of that part of one's life experience which I have called not me, a sort of third rudimentary personification. Evidences of dissociation. In addition to every other form or process elaborated into the self-system for the avoiding or minimizing of anxiety or for the concealing of anxiety, the self-system has, in practically every instance, some aspects which can be said to be, and this is highly figurative language, directed to keep one safe from any possibility of passing into that extremely unpleasant state of living which can be called the uncanny emotions, and these aspects of the self-system can only be inferred, except in case of disaster. Depending on one's distant past, this group of self-processes may be fairly extensive or may be minor indeed. The manifestations of such self-functions, as experienced by practically everyone, are actually called out by progressions of processes in sleep which become so explicit, in some allegedly impossible aspect of personality, that they suddenly call into action self-system processes which are ordinarily in abeyance at night. The result is that one suddenly awakes with a more or less shivery feeling of having been in the presence of something dreadful. Now the nightmare, as it is ordinarily encountered, may or may not represent matters actually touching upon the not-me component in personality. But in a good many ways the smaller the content of the nightmare and the more tremendous the emotion, the more utterly shattering the recollection of the emotional state, the more you may surmise that some process in sleep has all too emphatically connected with this particular component of personality, which is ordinarily only inferentially evident, and which is the result of the most disastrous contacts with sudden and violent anxiety in the early years. In later childhood, the basis provided by the not-me experience of early childhood may either grow or may be more or less stationary, depending on the experience at that time. In that era, the more fortunate people develop precautionary and propitiatory processes concerned with manifestations of what was previously bad me, and disintegrate those motivational systems that get them into very serious trouble, with either reorganization, sublimatory or otherwise, of the disintegrated motivational system, or regressive reactivation of earlier patterns of behavior for such components as are not reorganized. But in the later childhood of more fated people who, for instance, lose a parent in childhood and get instead a very bad imitation, or are sent to an inferior institution, or something like that, there may begin to be very clear evidences of this exceedingly important system of processes to which we refer as dissociation. In dissociation, the trick is that one shall carry on within awareness processes which make it practically impossible, while one is awake, to encounter uncanny emotion. You see, dissociation can easily be mistaken for a really quite magical business in which you fling something of you out into outer darkness, where it reposes for years, quite peacefully. That is a fantastic oversimplification. Dissociation works very suavely indeed as long as it works, but it isn't a matter of keeping a sleeping dog under an anesthetic. It works by a continuous alertness or vigilance of awareness, with certain supplementary processes which prevent one's ever discovering the usually quite clear evidences that part of one's living is done without any awareness. I am practically ready to say that the dissociating components of self-system processes have their most classical manifestation in obsessive substitution for difficulties in living. Certainly there seems to be no clear line between people who have, as their prevailing ineffective, inappropriate, and inadequate interpersonal process, substitutive processes of the obsessional type, and those who, under certain circumstances, suffer episodes of schizophrenic living. And so, while it would be rather unreasonable, at this point, to say that the great wealth of substitutive processes found in this culture are all clear evidences of serious dissociations, I believe that when our theoretical formulations have progressed a little further on the basis of better study of data, we will find that that may be just the case. In any event, there is such a close parallel between the difficulties of working with really important substitutive processes and the difficulties in working with schizophrenic processes that the distinction again becomes minor. And when I say really important substitutive processes, I mean the use of substitution in very important areas of living. Quite strikingly, in this day and age, substitutive processes are used to conceal extreme vulnerability to anxiety at the hands of practically anyone. One finds in a great many of the more severe obsessional people, as we call them in the vernacular, a great degree of what they call hatred, but what actually, on more close scrutiny, proves to be their shocking vulnerability to almost anybody with whom they are integrated. And the obsessional substitutions which make up such conspicuous and troublesome aspects of their lives are simply all-encompassing attenuations of contact which protect them from their abnormal vulnerability to anxiety. Thus one should look upon obsessional substitution as perhaps an outstanding instance of what goes on in the self-system in order to keep something utterly excluded from awareness, so that there is no possibility of its eruption into awareness. Whenever dissociated systems of motives are involved, we find a relative suspension of awareness as to any effects that these motives have. That suspension of awareness may be as minor as the relatively trifling and almost ubiquitous disturbance of awareness to which I give the term selective inattention, in which one simply doesn't happen to notice almost an infinite series of more or less meaningful details of one's living. But even selective inattention is very impressive when one observes that it could not possibly act so suavely, and so eternally at the right times, unless there was continuous vigilance lest one notice what for some obscure reasons one is not going to notice. Selective inattention is, more than any other of the inappropriate and inadequate performances of life, the classic means by which we do not profit from experience which falls within the areas of our particular handicap. We don't have the experience from which we might profit, that is, although it occurs, we never notice what it must mean. In fact, we never notice that a good deal of it has occurred at all. That is what is really troublesome in psychotherapy, I suppose. The wonderfully bland way in which people overlook the most glaring implications of certain acts of their own, or of certain reactions of theirs to other people's acts, that is, what they are apt to report as other people's acts. Much more tragically, they may overlook the fact that these things have occurred at all. These things just aren't remembered, even though the person has had them most unpleasantly impressed on him. I'm going to digress for a moment to give an instance of the circumvention of selective inattention, which involves one of my more gross acts of unkindness. There is a drugstore at which I frequently have to purchase this and that, and during the war years it had among its clerks at the soda fountain a person who, I am quite sure, would be shown by intelligence tests to be a low-grade moron. Not only was he quite lacking in intelligence, but also, in which I sympathize with him, as I do with everyone who deals with the public, he showed a very rare collection of hostilities to customers, so that whatever you asked for, he would dutifully, when he got around to it, bring you something else. Having suffered from this repeatedly, I was extremely unpleasant on one particular occasion and said, "What is that? Hey?" And he said, "Water. Didn't you ask for it?" And I said, "Get me what I asked for." Whereupon the poor bird tottered off under the unpleasantness and got me what I had asked for. But the great joker is that the next time I saw him he grinned at me and immediately got me what I asked for. Now, that humbled me, because his inattention was not as complete as I had thought. He profited from an unpleasant experience, and, by God, that's more than some of us do. If he had acted as I expected, it would have been a classical instance of selective inattention. He would never have noticed that almost always he brought people things they didn't want. And therefore, of course, any occasion such as I provoked would be utterly novel, inexplicable, just an instance of deviltry on my part. The great joker was that it didn't seem to be. This story to the contrary, I hope I have given you a notion of how suavely we simply ignore great bodies of experience, any clearly analyzed instance of which might present us with a very real necessity for change. Among the other evidences of dissociation, in addition to selective inattention and the dissociative processes such as obsessional substitution, there are certain relatively uncommon marginal observations which go on in awareness in unusual interpersonal situations, and these observations have a touch of the uncanny about them. And the uncanny in this very mild sense is what I call revulsion. Revulsion is a certain sort of chilled turning away from things, quite different from chronic detestations, such as I have for yolk of egg, a detestation in which there is no shadow of anything except a realization that were I to taste it again it would be as unpleasant as ever. Revulsion is something else. You have a little disturbance in your belly and so on, and you aren't at all inclined to think what would happen if you had gone further. And in the course of average living, evidences of dissociation may also appear as certain disturbances at night, from which one is awakened with nothing except uncanny emotion, a feeling that one was having a damned unpleasant dream which was lost in the process of awakening. Much more occasionally one recalls fragments of dreams which were clearly associated with horror, dread, or whatnot. These are almost invariably uninterpretable as they are ordinarily reported. Only when psychotherapy becomes fairly well established can a person ordinarily stand the strain of having fairly clear dissociated processes revealed in his dreams. Along with these detectable ingredients of awareness, there are, when there is dissociation of major motives, certain gross items of behavior which we call automatisms. And while I say that this happens when there is dissociation of major motives, I presume that this is true in any instance of dissociation, although it is very much harder to see when the motives are not major. Automatisms can be very massive performances under certain circumstances, although they are minor movements in general, and sometimes they are such extreme things as tics, convulsions of certain muscle groups, and so on, which seem about as far removed from meaningful behavior as possible. A graphic instance of these automatisms can be frequently seen in the more populated areas such as Manhattan. Those of you who are men may have discovered, as you are walking down the street, that quite a number of other men look at what is called the fly of your pants, and look away hastily. Many of them raise their eyes to yours, apparently, insofar as you can interpret, to see if they have been noticed. But the point is that some of them, if they encounter your gaze, are as numb and indifferent as if nothing had occurred. Others of them blush and are obviously very much disturbed. In the latter, it has not been an automatism. If being detected in this act is very embarrassing to the person who manifested it, then the act has had meaning to him. But when such an act is automatic, the manifestation of dissociated motivation, it is not embarrassing to be detected. Even if it were brought emphatically to the attention of the person who manifested it, his natural inclination would always be to deny that it had occurred. If, perhaps with a photograph, you could demonstrate that it had occurred, the person would still feel completely blank as to what on earth it could have arisen from, what it could mean. Thus major systems in dissociation, and I presume all dissociated experience, manifest themselves in certain disturbances of behavior, or certain gross behavioral acts, whose single distinction is the fact that their occurrence is either unknown, or at least meaningless, to the person who shows them. In more major automatisms, one finds oneself, with very considerable disturbance, in very awkward situations into which one has apparently walked with one's eyes shut, so to speak, and this discovery leads to uncanny emotion. Sometimes one realizes that one has been in a really curious state of mind during the time that one got into this awkwardness, and this state of mind might be labeled fascination. When fascinated, one is actually engaging in molar behavior which gets one into a situation where the manifestations of a dissociated impulse would be appropriate. That seldom happens. Instead one finds oneself with thoroughly disagreeable fringes of horror, dread, revulsion, or something of the kind, and extricates oneself, usually with a distinct feeling of being badly shaken by the experience. Possibility of reintegration of dissociated systems. Dissociated systems are founded in early life, their greatest chance of automatic remedy, and also their greatest contributions to danger to the personality, occur in the pre-adolescent and adolescent phases of development. Many people have come out of pre-adolescence and early adolescence in distinctly less risk, so far as their future is concerned, than when they began these eras. But at the same time, anyone familiar with mental hospital admission rates knows that very grave disturbances of personality often occur in the instance of the delayed pre-adolescent or during the phases of adolescence. In general, important aspects of personality existing in dissociation are not reintegrated except under extremely fortunate circumstances. One of these fortunate circumstances is found in preadolescence, as I have already said, when the development of the need for intimacy can lead to very considerable improvement of the partition of energy between the not-me component and the other components of personality. And at the same time that this new integrating tendency is being called out by maturation, certain eventualities are likely to occur which may have favorable influence in reintegrating a dissociated tendency system. Among these fortunate eventualities of preadolescence and adolescence are the reintegration by what I call deliberate fugue, the reintegration as if by misadventure while asleep, and the reintegration by adjustment to the uncanny. To begin with, perhaps I should explain what I mean by fugue. A fugue, in the sense in which I use the term, is literally a relatively prolonged state of dreaming while awake, that is, one acts a dream with every conviction that one is awake, and one actually is awake, as far as a bystander can tell. Fugues sometimes occur in the perhaps partially organic, if not wholly organic, state of epilepsy, although fugues, in the sense I'm now discussing, are by no means restricted to the epileptic. Fugues are part of the onset of some very serious mental disorders, although sometimes the occurrence of a fugue is all that is needed to avoid the onset of very serious mental disorder. But in any case, when one is in a fugue, as I am trying to describe it, one believes that one is awake, one acts as if one were awake in many important particulars, and everyone else presumes one is awake. But the relationship with circumambient reality and with the meanings to which things attach from one's past is, to a certain extent, as fundamentally and as absolutely suspended as it is when one is asleep. And there are certain absolute barriers to recall, which are to be understood only on the basis of there being minor indications of a very prolonged state of sleep. Now preadolescence and adolescence sometimes approach situations in what I call deliberate fugues, that is, a person braces himself with an attitude of, well, hell, let's take a chance on anything once. He then plunges into some situation, with a sort of tightening up of everything, often keeping his eye on something irrelevant, that is, preoccupying himself with things really tangential to what he is after. This has striking resemblances to an active fugue state, although without the literal cutting off of certain aspects of past history that a true fugue shows. In this state one has experiences which under other circumstances would precipitate a psychosis. And by a sort of attenuating process, by which the whole thing adds itself to conscious experience slowly, one survives it and is the better for it. I have mentioned that reintegration of dissociated tendencies may be initiated, as it were, by misadventure, particularly in connection with the relative abeyance of security operations as if one were asleep. That is, one gets into situations primarily motivated by the dissociated system, as if one were asleep. This, again, is a very tricky business, and it is a mistake to accuse a person of having falsely claimed to be asleep in such situations. The longer we deal intimately with personalities in this very risky area, the more we realize that we have no absolute criterion for sleep and that there are unquestionably a number of levels of sleep. The true fugue, for example, is of the essence of sleep, but no criterion that we could ordinarily apply would show it to be anything remotely like what we think sleep is. Thus one may hear of a youngster who has found himself in some presumably very disturbing experience because he had fallen asleep, although he knows all about it. One may think this a little bit curious and be inclined to doubt it, but one should proceed cautiously. I'm not sure he isn't simply telling the truth. In other words, these misadventures, when one may or may not have been asleep, are perhaps the next step between the deliberate fugue, where one decides to pull ahead and take the consequences, and the true fugue, where one has no more clarity on what has happened to one than if one were profoundly asleep. The last method by which dissociated systems may be reintegrated, and one I have difficulty putting into words, is what I call the adjustment to the uncanny. This is probably in some ways a function of the mythology that has been incorporated in one's earlier experience. In other words, to a certain extent, one acts a part in a relatively cosmic drama, that is, one literally steps out of the world as it is into the world of some mythological system and for a while plays a role in that. In some very serious disturbances following the failure of dissociation, people fight out, with tremendous expenditures of energy, dramas virtually on a cosmic scale. For example, one of my patients at one time exhausted himself in the battle of the nuns and the fathers. Adjustment to the uncanny is doing this with a feeling that you do it instead of it's being forced upon you by transcendental powers. A few people have had experiences in their developmental years of meeting situations actually characterized by these extremely disquieting and extraordinarily repelling uncanny emotions, in which, for a while, they acted as if they were one of the demigods or the demi-devils or whatnot, and got through it, and so from then on knew more about life on the far side of it. The schizophrenic way of life and possible outcomes. All things connected with dissociated systems are risky. The act of dissociation is perhaps the most magnificently complex performance of human personality, and it is certainly the riskiest way of dealing with any of the very major motivations in life. Even in adolescence and preadolescence, as the very high schizophrenia rate of these eras indicates, the risks are anything but nominal. And after these developmental thresholds have been passed, continuing risks, that is, if there are major systems in dissociation, are really pretty ominous. But let me now discuss the dramatic manifestations of risk, that is, the disasters that come from having major systems in dissociation, or major components of motivational systems in dissociation. These disastrous failures are most likely to occur in the age group from 14 to 27, roughly. Of the very, very risky things that can happen, perhaps the least disastrous in outcome is the displacement, with very serious disturbance of consciousness, of the conventional personified self by behavior patterns, and so on, concerned with the dissociated pattern. This is the real fugue. One may come out of the fugue in a very sad state indeed, or the fugue may suddenly clear up after possibly a year and a half's duration, and one then seems to be all right. Fugues occurring in this adolescent era are quite frequently not as successful as some of the so-called hysterical fugues, in which a person who is not really crooked embezzles a lot of money and wakes up in a strange city with an assumed personality. The fugue might be called a very massive change of personality. Another, somewhat less massive, disturbance of personality is what I call the eruption into awareness of abhorrent cravings. In my view, the term craving doesn't need the adjective abhorrent, but I wish to indicate by this term the entrance into personal awareness of increasingly intense because unsatisfied longings to engage in something which is abhorrent, that is, the picturing of engaging in it is attended by uncanny emotions such as horror, dread, loathing, or the like. The classic instance of this eruption of cravings is the eruption of homosexual desires, desires to participate in what the patient feels, classically and outstandingly, to be homosexual performances. I think I can illustrate this, perhaps without misleading you too badly, by mentioning one of my patients, an only boy with 5 sisters, who had led as sheltered a life as that situation would permit. Shortly after getting into uniform in World War II he was prowling around Washington, and was gathered up by a very well-dressed and charming dentist, who took him to his office and performed what is called fellatio on this boy. The boy felt, I presume, a mild adjustment to the uncanny, and went his way, perhaps in some fashion rewarded. But the next day he quite absent-mindedly walked back to the immediate proximity of the dentist's office, that being in some ways, you see, an untroubled fugue, whereupon, finding himself so very near what had happened the day before, he was no longer able to exclude from awareness the fact that he would like to continue to undergo these experiences. This is a classical instance of an abhorrent craving in that it was entirely intolerable to him. The day before it had been a kind of new experience, but when it burst upon him in this way, it was attended by all sorts of revulsions and a feeling that it would be infrahuman, and what not, to have such interests. And he arrived at the hospital shortly afterward in what is called schizophrenic disturbance. The eruption of abhorrent cravings may or may not precipitate immediately a change for the much worse, but in a good many cases fugues or the eruption of abhorrent cravings in the adolescent days soon precipitate a state which is so completely disorganizing that it may be called, with certain reservations, panic. I think it very rarely approximates the panic which occurs when something that one has utterly trusted collapses, the sort of mixture of terror and absolutely blindly disorganized inactivity, which one sometimes hears of in theater fires, and so on. Panic does not lead to action, panic leads to nothing. One is disorganized. Terror usually follows panic, and terror very often includes blind frantic activities which can be very destructive to oneself or others. The panic that quite often is the outcome of fugue or the eruption of abhorrent cravings is a very brief complete disorganization. In this case, the most significant of the things which are disorganized is the structure of one's beliefs and convictions as to the guarantees and securities and dependable properties of the universe in which one is living. And the far side of these panicky instances may be anything from terror to great religious exaltation. In any case, the personality is partly torn from its moorings and has moved from what was actually its developmental level into a state which we call the schizophrenic way of life. In the schizophrenic state, very early types of referential process occur within clear awareness, to the profound mystification of the person concerned. And since many of these referential processes are literally historically identical with the composition of the not-me components in personality, their presence is attended by uncanny emotions, sometimes dreadfully strong. These referential processes seem so bizarre to people who have not had them that the schizophrenic way of life is often described as unpsychological and completely beyond understanding. The justification for such reckless language is that those schizophrenic processes which we encounter represent attempts on the sufferer's part to communicate types of processes that most of us ceased to have within clear awareness by the time that we were 2.5. There is a possibility that a dissociated system which has broken cover in this way can only very briefly continue to be free from being greatly complicated by what remains of the security apparatus, the self-system, and this possibility completes the picture of why the schizophrenic illnesses give one a feeling of the utter futility of human thought to understand what is going on. If the eventualities of a fugue, or the eventualities of the eruption of abhorrent cravings, are followed by experience which is able to terminate the association of a major part of the particular motivational system with these uncanny emotions, and associate it with the main trends of personality development, then we would have achieved the integration of a previously dissociated motivational system with the rest of the personality, and there would then be none of this dreadful spectacle of the schizophrenic way of life, with its exceedingly ominous probable outcomes. People can actually suffer recurrent, and they can recur as frequently as several times an hour, waves of schizophrenic process, or seem actually to remain continuously in schizophrenic process for a matter of years, and quite suddenly effect a reintegration of personality, make a very quick recovery, and go on for the rest of their life with no major disturbances. But a great many of the people who get involved in schizophrenic disturbance proceed through it to one of two very unfortunate outcomes. One we call the paranoid maladjustment, in which sundry elements of blame and guilt in the personality are attached to other people round about, with such disastrous effects on the possibility of intimacy and simple relation with anybody in the environment that there is no way back. In the other outcome, people literally disintegrate so much under the force of horror in this schizophrenic business that they become examples of something scarcely noticed in the developmental years, namely, relatively satisfactory preoccupation with the simple pleasures of the zones of interaction provoked by one's own manipulations, which seems to be about the essence of what we call the hebephrenic change, or the hebephrenic dilapidation of personality. These illnesses are not to be regarded, according to my light, as part of schizophrenia, but as very unfortunate outcomes of schizophrenic episodes, and they are not so successful but that for many years after these unfortunate outcomes have been instituted, episodes of schizophrenic processes may still occur. That is not always the case. Some people make stable paranoid maladjustments which are singularly free from schizophrenic processes, which actually ensure them from occasions where they will have schizophrenic processes. And I am sure that some people dilapidate in such a fashion that they are very little troubled by schizophrenic processes. But a great many of the people who have undergone these very unfortunate developments have not solved life to the point where they can be happy though psychotic. Chapter 20. Sleep, Dreams, and Myths. Sleep as relief from security operations. In discussing the comparatively neglected topic of sleep, dreams, myths, and the related disorders of living, I shall refer to sleep only briefly. It is a phase of living which is very important indeed, in that, aside from all the biological factors involved, it is the part of life in which we are almost by definition relieved from the necessity of maintaining security. In other words, while we are asleep, we have a comparative dearth of security operations, because the movement into the state of sleep in itself requires a situation more or less routinely known to be free from dangers to one's self-esteem. When anxiety is severe, sleep is practically impossible, although as one gets tired enough, the need for sleep becomes impossible to fight off. Under those conditions, sleep is cut up into very brief periods of deep sleep and relatively long stages of very light sleep, which are hard to tell objectively from waking. In certain other situations, deep sleep tends to be an insidious incident in periods of such light sleep that the patient not uncommonly reports that he has not slept at all, although there does not seem to be any obvious danger to one's self-esteem or any very striking sources of anxiety in such situations. On deeper study it is found that something characterized by anxiety does exist in the realm of reverie processes, such as dealing with difficult people, or the like. I used to have a fairly critical feeling about patients who reported that they had had no sleep and were utterly exhausted, when it was perfectly obvious, from the report of dispassionate observers, that they had slept a good part of the night. I thought that this was some type of substitutive operation which should be dealt with as such. But on one occasion when I was aroused regularly at brief intervals throughout the night, I discovered that the very expense of maintaining the processes of preparing myself for being aroused, and of trying to avoid all the processes thereunto pertaining that would tend to waste time in my getting back to sleep, amounted actually to my sleeping so superficially most of the time that I did not enjoy relief from security operations, relief from processes all too closely related to the stressful aspects of waking life. I began very rapidly then to understand why people who, during a night, have never fallen profoundly asleep nor stayed asleep as long as they needed to, though they may have slept, at intervals, a total of even 5, 6, or 7 hours, are inclined to think that they haven't had any sleep at all, and, in fact, have certainly not derived any benefit from what they have had. As I have said, the functional importance of sleep, from the psychiatric standpoint, is that there is a very great relaxation of security operations. As a result of this, many unsatisfied needs from the day, and unsatisfied components of the needs satisfied during the day, which cannot be satisfied in waking life because of the anxiety and security operations associated with them, are satisfied, insofar as may be, by covert operations, symbolic devices, which occur in sleep. This is difficult to demonstrate directly but is a fairly probable inference made on the basis of the state of people when they are denied sleep. In such a situation, a person's previous handling of unwelcome, disapproved motivations, and so on, deteriorates fairly rapidly, with serious impairment of his apparent mental health. Although I have suggested that security operations are inconspicuous in sleep and that the sleep situation is actually defined by the possibility of relaxing self-system functions, I have not said that the self-system is absolutely relaxed, or that it has no effect whatever. Evidences of its actual state of functional activity are perhaps most vividly demonstrated in the relatively frequent occurrence of the onset of schizophrenia during sleep. Quite a number of people who are tense and extremely uncomfortable while awake, have a frightful nightmare, one night, which they cannot awake from, even though they objectively wake up, and not very long after that such people become unquestionably schizophrenic throughout their apparent waking life. Now, that which awakens one from certain covert operations in sleep must be, clearly, a manifestation of the self-system. In other words, we maintain our dissociations, despite recurrent periods of sleep, by maintaining continued alertness, continued vigilance of the dissociative apparatus in the self-system. As a derivative of that, it may be said that the more of personality which exists in dissociation, the less restful and more troubled will be the person's sleep. Thus, depth of sleep is in a certain sense really a direct, simple function of the extent to which the activity of the self-system can be abandoned for a certain part of the 24 hours, and when powerful motivational systems are dissociated, it is impossible to abandon enough of the self-system function so that one can have deep and restful sleep. The significance of dreams in psychotherapy. I now want to present the comparatively direct evidence for my statement that sleep is a period of life during which covert operations deal with the unsatisfied needs which waking life does not take care of, although my evidence is pretty far from the kind obtained with a caliper or a measuring telescope in the natural sciences. The best evidence is in the shape of the reports of remembered dreams. I believe most of us will agree that we dream, and that we remember something of what we have dreamed on certain occasions. But what we can recall of dreaming is never any too adequate, unless the dream is very brief and marked by tremendous emotion. My point is that there is an impassable barrier between covert operations when one is asleep and covert operations and reports of them when one is awake. If the barrier is passable at all, it is only by the use of such techniques as hypnosis, which are so complex as to produce data no more reliable than the recalled dream, so that in essence the barrier is impassable. In other words, for the purposes of my theory, one never, under any circumstances, deals directly with dreams. It is simply impossible. What one deals with in psychiatry, and actually in a great many other aspects of life, are recollections pertaining to dreams. How closely, how adequately these recollections approximate the actual dreams is an insoluble problem, because as far as I know there is no way to develop a reasonable conviction of one-to-one correspondence between recollections of dreams and dreams themselves. Many of us probably have had the experience of having a dream of the night before so much in mind that we just had to tell somebody what we recollected of it. This feeling of urgency about reporting and discussing a dream is the mark that these covert operations are of very material importance in keeping us going as social beings in human society. An important part of intensive psychotherapy consists in recognizing that if a patient, without encouragement, recalls something that has occurred in the sleep component of his current living and is impelled to report it, then that is a valid and important part of his relation with the psychiatrist. In intensive psychotherapy there need never be any question of what actually was dreamed, but the psychiatrist can have many reasonable questions about the completeness of the report and its communicative value. I have heard accounts of dreams which impressed me as definitely truncated, as very highly improbable accounts of what had happened. In many accounts of dreams there are areas that are as foggy and uncommunicative as are many of the statements of persons utilizing substitutive processes in reporting on their current living. At those points in a reported dream where the psychiatrist has a definite feeling of improbability or of unnecessary obscurity, there is no reason in the world why he should not make the same efforts to obtain completeness and to clear up obscurities as he would for an account of the patient's waking life. I do not mean by this that one person will be able to follow lucidly another person's dream. Such an expectancy is at best a very pleasant delusion. But when a psychiatrist feels that he is hearing, in the report of a dream, an obscured account of living, perhaps so obscured that it is impossible to distinguish whether one of the critical figures in this account of living was a man or a woman, a wolf or a bear, I think that there is no reason against inquiry, and that there is much benefit to be derived from clarifying whether the dreamer really cannot make any discrimination between these relatively dissimilar possibilities. Establishing such a point is important, for such lack of discrimination is a valid, presumably important, part of a person's current living. The psychiatrist's merely accepting without question the unclarity of a person's report of a dream is very much like merely accepting the general unclarity of every obsessional neurotic. It means that the psychiatrist will never quite discover what is being discussed, but will just go on in a comparatively useful semi-social relationship. In the intensive study of personality, the psychiatrist works with these curious survivals from the dream life, which is always cut off from the waking life. In most of the dreams that the patient feels more or less compelled to report, one frequently encounters massive evidences of security operations that have gone into action on awakening. Although the fragments of these dreams which are reported might be very helpful if they could be preserved in meaningful detail, they have quite insidiously and unwittingly been woven into great textures of dramatic action in which everything which met the real utility of the dream has been almost hopelessly confounded into what Freud called secondary elaborations. But these elaborations are actually interventions of the self-system which simply foredoom the possibility of using these reports meaningfully. Certain other dreams that the psychiatrist hears have as their most obvious characteristic the fact that they are rather simple statements of dramatic action. They are very vivid, very strongly colored, very succinct statements of something, In some of these simple statements which occur at the most critical times in a person's life, there is some strong feeling, although that feeling may be as vague as a mere feeling of urgency and importance connected with the dream. For instance, a person may come to his friend or his therapist, more or less preoccupied with the necessity of reporting the dream, but as he reports the dream, he is swept into the feeling of the dream, which may be terror or any of the uncanny emotions such as dread. That particular experience I have to mention, not because it is frequent, but because it is of such dangerous importance that it's very sad for a psychiatrist not to realize what a critical situation has suddenly shown up in his office. In some particularly unfortunate people, we discover that from very early in life something has apparently been going terribly wrong in the part of their life which is partitioned to sleep, that is, they have night terrors. Night terrors sometimes show up in very early childhood, conceivably in very late infancy, and can continue, so far as I know, indefinitely, although with any increase in competence at being a person, night terror usually passes over into nightmares. The term, night terror, applies to the situation in which one awakens from some utterly unknown events in practically primordial terror. In this state, one is on the border of complete disintegration of personality. In other words, there are almost no evidences of any particular competence and one is almost disorganized, since one is actually in a state of panic. By the time the personality has pulled itself together to the point where anything like interpersonal relations could be manifested, the curtain has descended, that is, there has been a separation from consciousness of any trace of what was going on at the time of the primordial terror. Thus night terrors are empty in terms of any recollection of what they were about. Night terror is distinguished from nightmare by the fact that the content in night terror is more completely obliterated, since night terror appears very early when the process of becoming a person is terribly threatened. But nightmare, dreadful dreams, with recollectable content, represents a grave emergency in personality at a time when the personality is more competent to deal with it, that is, the personality can make use of interpersonal relations in a curious attempt to validate the nature of the threat, or to overcome the terrible isolation and loneliness connected with the threat. Some of you will recall having had occasionally an extremely unpleasant dream which awakened you, but did not awaken you completely. In other words, it moved you from deep sleep to very light sleep. The evidence of your still being in light sleep is that while you have every feeling of being awake, and certainly have perfect freedom of voluntary motion, which is rather strikingly curtailed in anything like deep sleep, you cannot get what you know to be reality to behave. In this connection, I will mention fragments of 2 or 3 dreams which come to my mind. One was a dream which I had to undergo very early in my study of schizophrenia, in order to realize that I had some grave barriers to the task which the gods had brought me. To give some background on this dream, I should say that in my very early childhood it was discovered that I was so repelled by spiders that the body of a dead spider put at the top of the stairs would discourage my ambulatory efforts, which had previously often resulted in my falling downstairs. Now, of course, if one considers that the spider is a mother symbol, and that this occurred around the age of 2½ to 4, one can picture what profound problems I had in repressing my hostility to the mother, or something of the sort. But I prefer to say, simply, that I didn't like spiders, and I disliked them so much that I wouldn't pass one. As the years rolled by, I never got fond of spiders. I haven't very much objection to most living things, but I have never appreciated spiders and other predatory creatures of that kind, and I fear I never shall. I had the following dream at the time when it became possible, finally, for me really to start on an intensive study of schizophrenia, partly by my own efforts and largely by accident, and I had decided on this study and all the arrangements were satisfactory. You all recall the geometric designs that spiders weave on grass, and that show up in the country when the dew's on the ground. My dream started with a great series of these beautiful geometric patterns, each strand being very nicely midway between the one in front of it and the one behind it, and so on. Quite a remarkable textile, and incidentally I am noticeably interested in textiles. Then the textile pattern became a tunnel reaching backward after the fashion of the tunnel web spiders, and then the spider began to approach. And as the spider approached, it grew and grew into truly stupendous and utterly horrendous proportions. And I awakened extremely shaken and was unable to obliterate the spider, which continued to be a dark spot on the sheet which I knew perfectly well would re-expand into the spider if I tried to go to sleep. So instead, I got up and smoked a cigarette and looked out the window and one thing and another, and came back and inspected the sheet, and the spot was gone. So I concluded that it was safe to go back to bed. Now, I'm not going to tell you all about what that meant, because only God knows what I dreamed. I've just told you what I recalled. I'm trying to stress the hangover, the utter intrusion into sensory perception, which required the shaking off of the last vestige of sleep process, the definite reassertion of me and mine, Washington, and whatnot, in order to prevent the thing from going on. Fortunately, with some assistance, I guessed what might be the case, and thus escaped certain handicaps for the study of schizophrenia. I might add that spiders thereupon disappeared forever from my sleep, so far as I know. To go on to another dream, at one time I had a really marvelous assistant, one of those people without any particular formal education whose gifts and life experience had produced the sort of person who automatically reassured terrified people. He possessed no suitable hooks that panicky young schizophrenics could use to hang their terror on, and he reflected in many other ways the naturally estimable personality structure that would be required for dealing with schizophrenics. In those days there was a great deal I didn't know about the risks attendant on dealing with human personality, and this young man rapidly became not only my left hand, but, I suppose, most of my left upper extremity. After the pattern of the good if they do not die young, he became of great interest to a bitterly paranoid woman. Thanks to the eternal vigilance which we do preserve, however blindly, he was worried about this relationship, and talked to me about it. And I talked to him and talked to her, and counseled delay, because she seemed to be suffering frightfully from his very casual heterosexual life away from her, and I thought that such worries would grow if they were legitimatized, and so on. And also I didn't want him upset, he was too valuable. Whereupon he dreamed a dream. Some of you may have been in the environment of Baltimore and have seen Loch Raven. Loch Raven is one of those monolithic concrete dams which produce very beautiful artificial lakes behind them. And this monolithic dam is quite impressive, very high, with a wide sluiceway. This dream is set at the foot of the Loch Raven Dam. There is an island, very small, very green, a lovely island, not far from the shore, on which this assistant of mine and I are walking, engaged in conversation. He gazes up at the dam and sees his fiancée at the top of it, and is not particularly distracted in his conversation with me. Then he observes that the area of water between the island and the shore, over which we had stepped, is rapidly widening. He awakens in terror, finding himself leaping out of bed into a pool of moonlight in the bedroom. The two illustrations I've given, and studiously refrained from interpreting, show how a good deal of waking activity, that is, activity we ordinarily associate with being awake, can actually carry into its surviving referential processes from the period of sleep, and that these processes take precedence over the capacity to actually perceive reality. Thus when a psychiatrist hears a patient report a dream and the patient is thoroughly undone by the reappearance of the uncanny emotion or the terror associated with the dream, the psychiatrist has to assume that he is seeing in this very situation grave peril to the maintenance of full awareness while one is nominally awake. In other words, the psychiatrist is literally seeing a mild schizophrenic episode right there in the office. In the same way, any of us who have difficulties in asserting our knowledge of reality on awakening from certain types of unpleasant dreams are, at least for a few minutes, living in a world completely of a piece with the world in which schizophrenics live for hours. In the practice of psychiatry, it is really up to the psychiatrist to observe the imminence of any such very serious upheaval of personality, and then to do something besides listening and preparing to hear free association in pursuit of the latent content. It is not possible here to do more than suggest what should be done in this kind of situation. But I will say that when the patient's anxiety is becoming, in the reporting of a dream, utterly unmanageable and very dangerous for the continuity of useful work, the psychiatrist should intervene. Intervention in this situation is but a special instance of intervention whenever the patient experiences such anxiety. Thus the psychiatrist should treat reported dreams, I believe, in the same way that he treats everything else that seems to be extremely significant. The psychiatrist reflects back to the person what has seemed to him to be the significant statement, stripped of all the little personal details, confusions, and obscurities which often protect significant statements, and then sees if it provokes any thought in the mind of the patient. To give an example, an obsessional neurotic, who is reporting on a highly significant difficulty he is having in living, will usually tell the psychiatrist different instances of much the same thing for perhaps 6 weeks. The instances gradually become somewhat clearer to the psychiatrist. That is, he can finally guess what the devil's really being reported. He can't possibly do it the first time because the patient deletes, through security operations, everything that would improve the psychiatrist's grasp on the subject. The patient has not lied, but he has neglected to report anything that would be highly provocative of the psychiatrist's grasping what's being reported. After the psychiatrist has delimited the area of the patient's careful deletions so that he can finally catch on to what's probably being reported, he can then say, well, is it that you are telling me that you did so and the other person did so and so? Whereupon, with considerable anxiety the patient says, yes, and the psychiatrist has something to work on. I believe that it's the same with the dream, except that it doesn't take so long. The psychiatrist clears up as much as he can of what is irrelevant and obscuring in the reported dream, presents what he seems to hear in terms of a dramatic picture of some important problem of the patient's, and then propounds the riddle, what does that bring to mind? And if the psychiatrist has been good at it, it often brings something very significant from the patient. For example, for many months in working with a schizoid obsessional patient, I heard data of how vaguely annoying and depressing his mother had been for several years past. His father was a hellion, to put it mildly, and we didn't have so much difficulty understanding what father did. But about all mother did was somehow to depress and annoy him, discourage him vaguely. Now this patient dreamed of a Dutch windmill. It was a very beautiful scene, with a carefully cared for lawn leading up to the horizon on which this beautiful Dutch windmill revolved in the breeze. Suddenly he was within the windmill. And there everything was rack and ruin, with rust inches deep. It was perfectly obvious that the windmill hadn't moved in years. And when the patient had finished reporting his dream, I was able to pick out the significant details successfully, one of those occasional fortunate instances. I said, that is, beautiful, active on the outside, utterly dead and decayed within. Does it provoke anything? He said, my God, my mother. That was his trouble, you see. The mother had become a sort of zombie, unutterably crushed by the burdens that had been imposed on her. She was simply a sort of weary phonograph offering cultural platitudes, without any thought of what they did to anybody or what they meant. Though she was still showing signs of life, everything had died within. We made fairly rapid progress in getting some lucidity about the mother. You will note that I have not discussed the latent content of the dream, but in psychotherapy, as I've come to consider it, one is occupied chiefly in benefiting the patient. Myths, dreams that satisfy the needs of many. The types of operations which are recalled, however imperfectly, from sleep are not limited in importance to the purpose they serve in the life pattern of the person who reports them. Some of them not only seem to serve some purpose for the person who had the dream, but come so near to dealing with general problems that they become incorporated into the culture as myths. And to understand the higher level of referential processes which we have named parataxic, there is perhaps no better approach than the study of highly significant dreams and myths which have held considerable force over perhaps centuries, certainly over the stretch of culture eras. And so I am going to mention a few of these myths. I would like to remind you that you will find very little here that is simply and directly explicit statement of fact, since I am now dealing with material that is inferential about parataxic processes in living. The oldest myth that comes to my mind in this connection is that of Balaam and his ass. Quite recently I came in contact with this survival from the prehistory of the Western culture, that is, the Jewish culture, and I had an experience with it which is perhaps worth taking a little time on. During his long fatal illness, my beloved friend Sapir was reading the Bible in Aramaic and he encountered the myth of Balaam and his ass. He recounted it to me, and it annoyed me, and I made some unpleasant comment as I very often do when I am annoyed. The myth is something like this: Balaam was a very fine character indeed, one of the outstanding merchants and benefactors in a city which was under attack from certain barbarians over the mountains. The city didn't seem to get very far with the barbarians, and so finally Balaam was sent as an emissary, Balaam himself. And he mounted his ass and fared forth toward the mountains. And at a certain point the ass balked, and Balaam spoke gently to the ass, but the ass continued to balk. And so he beat the ass. And then the ass spoke, and this is the sort of thing that annoys me in dreams or myths, and said to Balaam, 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 why beatest thou me? Have I not always been thy faithful servant, responsive to your slightest request, patient under your increasing weight, and one thing and another? Balaam was ashamed because of what the ass presented to him, and as he felt this shame, the scales fell from his eyes and he discovered an angel with a sword standing in the path in front of him, which accounted for the ass's balking. And, as I say, this myth annoyed me, but while I was waiting for a bus later that evening, it occurred to me that way back in this shadowy period some Jewish scholar had presented one of his dreams in this shape, and that it was a very simple statement of the relationship between our proud self-consciousness and our contact with life as a going concern. Balaam and his ass might well be human personality, and only the proud self-respect pursuing part of personality would overlook the imminent danger, the whole personality would not. The psychiatrist finds unnumbered instances in his work in which people cling, with a certain tense franticness, to certain idealizations of life which get them into a great deal of trouble, but the intensity with which they cling indicates that the ass, the deeper, older part of personality, knows the thing isn't true, knows it isn't so. For the psychiatrist to be taken in by the intensity with which these ideals are presented is merely to fit into the chronic illness of the patient. If the psychiatrist observes the peculiar path in life which the patient is taking, in that the patient gives lip service and a frantic amount of conscious attention to the ideal, and carefully vitiates it through other interpersonal performances, the psychiatrist will often discover that the patient is living by standards which were inculcated in childhood but which he knows from other experiences are not valid. But since the patient can't formulate what he knows, he goes on in the same old way. I would like to refer only briefly to the subject of personal myths. Many of us have such myths which we can be led to tell when we are tight enough or feeling friendly enough. For example, I sometimes tell the myth of the Stack family, which interests at least me. I shall now mention a myth which was borrowed from Northwestern European culture by the great musical genius, Wagner, and woven into the Nibelung ring. The myth is of course the Rheingold. The Rheingold represented transcendental power that could be utilized by man. It was protected rather carefully by various beings from falling into the hands of any man, because the Rheingold when seized conferred such terrible powers on its stealers. Moreover, it should be noted that seizing the Rheingold brought doom, the doom being foretold by the weary earth goddess, Erda. This myth illustrates a practically universal feeling, in all times and among all people, that to seize transcendental power may well be evil. I am reminded of a story which is very much closer to us than the origins of Balaam and his ass or the Nibelung saga. It is Mark Twain's The Mysterious Stranger. After he had finished writing the story, he was moved to suppress it, stipulating that it not be published till after his death. I believe the scene is laid in a very beautiful Swiss village where everybody has known each other for generations. There was almost no evil in this community. Among the estimable young was a fine young boy greatly cherished in the community and with many friends. And this little country hero was out walking, basking in the natural beauties one morning, when he met another very lovely young man, a stranger. This stranger seemed to be quite as attractive as our hero, who was a paragon of Swiss virtues. Our hero asked him his name, and he said, "My name is Satan." That startled our hero, so he said, "Well, not the Satan that, oh, no, a remote relative, perhaps a second cousin." "Well, Satan was taken to the bosom of the youthful community. He excelled in all sports, but also in appropriate humility, and the rest. In fact, he was an enormous addition to the community. Both young and old admired him. One day, one of the other boys got caught in a whirlpool in one of the mountain rivers, and it was impossible to rescue him. Our hero, who was standing on the bank with Satan and suffering with the impending disaster, said aloud, "I would give almost anything to save John." And Satan said, "What?" And our hero said, "Yes, yes, I'd do anything to save him." And Satan said, "You wish to save him?" And our hero did. The stream suddenly dried up. The boy, of course, walked ashore. Then the account goes on for some time, during which, by a terrible inevitability, the rescued boy comes to a dreadful end, which wrings the heart of everyone ever so much more than would have his sudden death in the whirlpool. But 2 or 3 times more, our hero in the midst of his anxiety, terror, and grief over impending disaster expressed his mental state in such a way that Satan, this accommodating new friend, could realize what he wished. Each time Satan was astounded, but each time Satan intervened, and always dreadful, horrible, unutterable consequences flowed from this intervention of human wishes, not through Satan's action, just through the tedious interrelation of events. That myth, as written by Mark Twain, has passed into a certain decline. Perhaps it is not hard to guess why. For there is a great distinction between what this myth says of life and of the evils of transcendental power at the disposal of man, and that which is said in the Nibelung myth of the Rheingold and in many other myths to be found in the lore of peoples. Let me say in brief that both the myth and the dream represent a relatively valid parataxic operation for the relief of insoluble problems of living. In the myth, the problems concern many people, and it is this fact which keeps the myth going and refines and polishes it as the generations roll it around. The dream has that function for a person in an immediate situation, but insofar as he remembers it and communicates it, he is seeking validation with someone else. The schizophrenic illness, the living by the schizophrenic way, is the situation into which one falls when, for a variety of reasons, the intense handicaps of living are so great that they must be dealt with during a large part of one's waking life in this same dream myth sort of way. Insofar as schizophrenic content, reported dreams, or personal myth are stripped of some decoration in the telling and thus undergo to some extent the general process of consensual validation, the dreamer, the schizophrenic, or the mythmaker has some awareness of aspects of his life problems that have hitherto been utterly prohibited from such awareness by security operation. In these terms, such content can be dealt with in therapy, but to deal with it on the basis that one can convert dreams or myths into consensually valid statements by intellectual operations seems to me such a misunderstanding, such a complete missing of the point of how we got along before we had consensually valid formulae, that I don't know how one can take it seriously. People who feel that they should analyze either a dream or schizophrenic content into what it stands for, seem to me to be in exactly the state of mind of the person who says to a child of 2½ "You ought to show more respect for your mother because God on Mount Sinai said to Moses, 'Honor thy father and thy mother.' There are limits to what is practical and practicable. I do believe that the reporting of dreams can be very significant in intensive psychotherapy as long as the patient is not encouraged to waste time by whatever he can build up about his night life, but the importance of dreams lies in that which they obscurely deal with, which the psychiatrist may or may not be able to elicit. Obsessional ideas and schizophrenic content, and so on, are important in the same way, although the less troubled an obsessional is, the less important the content. In all these cases, the psychiatrist is dealing with the type of referential operation which is not in the syntaxic mode, and one merely stultifies himself, to my way of thinking, by trying to make this kind of report syntaxic. The fact that it is not syntaxic in no sense alters its validity and importance for the work. Chapter 21. The later manifestations of mental disorder, matters paranoid and paranoiac. As I have already noted, failure to achieve late adolescence is the last blow to a great many warped, inadequately developed personalities with low self-esteem. And the usual solution in chronological maturity is to cover over one's chronic defect in self-esteem by disparaging others, a solution which is used by all of us in varying degrees. Tributary developmental difficulties. In childhood, the deviations begin which, unless modified in the subsequent developmental eras, may result in disastrous mental disorder in later life. With the beginning of the emphasis on cooperation, the child undergoes the experience of fear when he does not live up to the required behavior, and the complex anxiety derivatives of shame and guilt are inculcated. Thus the child is presumed to deserve or require punishment at times, and this punishment takes the form of the infliction of pain, which may be accompanied by anxiety. As a result, the child often has to make complex discriminations of authority situations, so that the ability to conceal things from the authoritative figures and to deceive them becomes a necessity which is implemented by the authority-carrying figures themselves. As a part of this comes the development of precautionary techniques and propitiatory activities such as verbal excusing, often with the evolution of techniques for the maintenance of social distance. A great many children learn that anger will aggravate the situation and they develop instead resentment, and resentment has very important covert aspects. Sometimes even the resentment has to be concealed in childhood, and this gradually results in a self-system process which precludes one's knowing his resentment. Again, I have commented on the fact that the manifesting of the need for tenderness toward the significant people around one often leads to one's being disadvantaged, made anxious, made fun of, and so on. And in this way the groundwork is laid for the malevolent attitude toward life in general, in which other people are viewed as enemies, which is the greatest disaster that happens in childhood, in that it may represent a great handicap for profitable experience in the subsequent stages of development. In the juvenile era, the need for compeers brings about the threat of ostracism. There is a difference in background, abilities, in speed of maturation, and so on, which helps to set up the in-groups and the out-groups. And under this segregating influence, a great many juveniles feel ostracized and suffer a loss of self-esteem. Most people have had in the juvenile period an exceedingly bitter experience with their compeers to which the term fear of ostracism might be justifiably applied, the fear of being accepted by no one of those whom one must have as models for learning how to be human. In this era also there is the learning of disparagement, with the possibility for chronic defect in one's self-esteem. This disparagement has its beginning for the most part in influence exerted by the parental group, who teach the juvenile to notice the shortcomings of others. And this necessity of maintaining self-esteem by pulling down the standing of others, if uncorrected in subsequent developmental eras, has unfortunate later outcomes. In the juvenile era this kind of security operation literally and importantly interferes with adequate appraisal of personal worth. Since one has to protect his feeling of self-esteem by noting how unworthy everybody else is, this fails to provide any convincing data on one's having personal worth. One begins to think, I am not as bad as the other swine. But one hates one's weaknesses, one's feeling of shame and guilt, one's loneliness, particularly if one believes in the doctrine of the transcendental will. It is clear that a very great number of people suffer from the illusion of voluntary choice and its attendant consequences of transcendentally conditioned guilt and self-blame, and the transcendental element is the supernatural character of the will, whether it is recognized as such or not. Security operations for maintaining selective inattention. In some instances, these difficulties, as I have already noted, are remedied at the thresholds of the subsequent developmental eras. But sometimes there is failure to profit from experience. Even though there may be many actual opportunities, various security operations interfere with observation and analysis, and thus prevent the profit one might gain from experience. We have already discussed the tedious miracle of selective inattention, which is, more than any other of the inappropriate and inadequate performances of life, the classic means by which we do not profit from experience which falls within the areas of our particular handicap. Since the identification of areas of selective inattention is an important part of the therapeutic intervention, I would like now to set up certain gross classifications of security operations which help to maintain selective inattention and which have their beginnings in childhood. For the areas of selective inattention are, like Balam's S, actually fields of experience. And these difficulties in living, as I have already mentioned, begin in childhood. The first security operation for the maintenance of selective inattention is found in the dramatizations of roles which a person knows to be false. In other words, these spurious subpersonalities are more or less clearly assumed. Such a person adopts patterns of behaving as if he were someone else, although he privately knows he is not. Even though this often overtaxes his abilities, he must ignore his errors, lest he give himself away completely. Second, a person may use parataxic milieu patterns which are incongruous with the actual interpersonal situation, and in this instance he has no clear realization of the multiple personalities involved and of the instability of his behavior. In this connection, we shall presently consider the esteemed psychiatric term projection. Third, a person may use substitutive processes running the gamut from deliberately talking about something else, in the sense of changing the subject, through unwitting shifts of communicative set, which can be very subtle. This has possible bearing on states called excitement, in which people show extreme distractibility, staying on no particular topic for any length of time, to the utmost absorption in intense preoccupation with covered processes. The wish-fulfilling fantasy, which I shall presently discuss, is an example of the last of these substitutive processes. Preoccupation with covered processes may be with or without behavior which is, or borders on being, wholly inexplicable. But when the intense absorption spills over into speech, the speech is clearly uncommunicative. To illustrate these substitutive processes, I shall presently discuss hypochondriacal preoccupations and self-pity. And, finally, there are transient or enduring transformations of personality, and remember that personality is here defined as the relatively enduring pattern of one's characteristic interpersonal relations. We have already discussed the malevolent transformation in childhood, in which one acts unpleasantly when one needs tenderness. We have also touched on the more transient transformation under the topic of fugue. We shall have more to say on transformation of personality with respect to the massive transfer of blame, or paranoid transformation. Jealousy and envy. Before going further, let me discriminate my meaning of the terms jealousy and envy, which are often tossed around as synonyms. There is a fundamental difference in the felt components of envy and jealousy, and there is also a fundamental difference in the interpersonal situation in which these processes occur, for envy occurs in a two-group, with perhaps a subsidiary two-group made up of the person suffering envy and his auditor, while jealousy always appears in a relationship involving a group of three or more. I define envy, which is more widespread in our social organization than jealousy, as pertaining to personal attachments or attributes. It is a substitutive activity in which one contemplates the unfortunate results of someone else's having something that one does not have. And envy does not cease to be envy when it passes from objects to attributes of another human being, for envy may be an active realization that one is not good enough, compared with someone else. Although it involves primarily a two-group situation, one of the two may be a more or less mythological person. Jealousy, on the other hand, never concerns a two-group situation. It is invariably a very complex, painful process involving a group of three or more persons, one or more of whom may be absolutely fantasied. Jealousy is much more poignant and devastating than envy. In contrast with envy, it does not concern itself with an attribute or an attachment, but, rather, involves a great complex field of interpersonal relations. While data are hard to get, apparently jealousy occurs frequently in adolescence, and frequently with real or fancied lustful involvement with someone else. In such cases, the jealous person has a deep conviction of his own inadequacy and unworthiness in participation in lustful involvement, along with the conviction that his partner and the third person could do much better. Jealousy in malevolent situations often assumes delusional proportions, in which the person tends more or less insidiously to become inaccessible to remedial experience by being secretive and, later, by supplementary processes which make any factual data ineffective. Jealousy becomes properly termed paranoid when the sufferer sees that the second person in the threesome, the link, is doing things to make him jealous out of pure malice. The wish-fulfilling fantasy. I would like now to discuss the expression, wish-fulfilling fantasy, which is, I suppose, still very fashionable. Now, there are, unquestionably, quite witting-covered processes which go on in human beings, and there are, undoubtedly, many circumstances in which one, over a long period of time, derives some satisfaction, or freedom from severe anxiety, as a result of these witting-covered processes. This is entirely in contradistinction to the type of process that goes on in sleep, or goes on in those waking states of abstraction when one doesn't know what one is thinking of, states to which such terms as Brown's study have been applied. In certain instances, these prolonged witting-covered processes, or reverie processes, represent, beyond any shadow of doubt, a partial satisfaction of needs. And among these, the simplest of all are of a compensatory character, with awareness, ranging from vague to clear, of the felt need which is being satisfied by the reverie process. But these quite witting processes include some components which are less witting. Let us say, for example, that after having been rebuffed by a very charming woman met at a cocktail party, one sits at home having a drink later that evening, entertaining a fantasy that is quite the contrary of rebuff by this same charming woman. Even in a reverie of such a simple compensatory character, there are apt to be, in the actual content of the reverie processes, evidences of processes which are not simply the need which the fantasy principally satisfies. Furthermore, in a good many so-called wish-fulfilling fantasies, the principal motivating force is not primarily the satisfaction of a need, but is something pertaining to security, or freedom from anxiety. All of you have experienced classical instances of this. For example, let us say that somebody at a party makes a bright and perhaps disconcerting remark to you. Later, while you are driving home, you think up the perfect response. This response, unhappily, has to be discharged in your reverie process since it comes after the situation has passed into history. Thus a great many of these so-called conscious reverie processes exist for the discharge of hostility and other disjunctive motivation, and for the relief of anxiety. And not at all infrequently, in the more unhappy type of person, a great deal of this so-called wish-fulfilling fantasy is actually of a very complex compensatory character, arising in various ways from chronic low self-esteem and self-blame. When reverie processes of this witting fantasy sort are reported to the psychiatrist, he should carefully study them in order to determine to what extent they are mere partial satisfactions, and to what extent they include elements of foreseeing, in other words, to what extent they are prospective reverie, tending to improve what one does in the next similar situation. Furthermore, the psychiatrist should determine what elements in the reverie are not really understood by the person who has the reverie, and the extent to which these elements reflect aspects of personality of which the patient is relatively unaware. Customarily low self-esteem. I now want to touch upon a phenomenon that is described rather widely in the psychiatric literature and in the conversation of psychiatrists as feelings of inferiority. I believe that this phenomenon can better be described as the experience of customarily low self-esteem, that is, the person's personification of himself is not very estimable by comparison with his personifications of significant other people. By low self-esteem, I do not mean accurate self-esteem in a person who has, indeed, had very few opportunities, or perhaps has limited abilities. Low self-esteem is the outcome of certain unfortunate experiences. Now if one customarily entertains a low opinion of oneself, a great handicap is imposed on the manifestation of what I call conjunctive motivations. By this term I refer to those impulses which integrate situations in which needs can be satisfied and security enhanced. The great classic example of conjunctive motivation is love, which, however rare in itself, has its great root tendencies in the many impulses which make up the need for intimacy. But customarily low self-esteem makes it difficult indeed for the carrier person to manifest conjunctive motivation, to find himself comfortably able to manifest good feeling toward another person. People who have customarily low self-esteem may minimize their anxiety by concealments and social isolation, may channel their anxiety and disjunctive motivations in interpersonal relations by exploitative attitudes and substitutive processes, or may manifest them in dissociative processes. Concealments and social isolation. Many of the people who have this customarily low self-esteem minimize their anxiety by the use of sundry concealments, one extreme of which is actual social isolation. In any event, there is usually some degree of social isolation, for these people are unapproachable excepting on certain bases stipulated by them. Perhaps the crudest instance of this is found in the person who conceals by elaborate fictions which have become practically true, that is, the person who uses them has become so accustomed to them and so skillful in their indication or expression that he scarcely doubts them himself. As a general rule, then, a person with customarily low self-esteem has some form or degree of social isolation, that is, some degree of limitations or stipulations on his contact with others. Exploitative attitudes. Another aspect of these people with customarily low self-esteem is that anxiety and other disjunctive motivations, many of which, such as hatred, are derivatives of anxiety, tend to be channeled, in interpersonal relations, in a number of ways that are not perfectly obvious. Since conjunctive, that is, tender, friendly, relations with significant others are very difficult for these people, many of them have a direct exploitative attitude, to which psychiatric slang has attached the term passive dependency. Here again, instead of merely making ourselves comfortable by using the words, let us try to think what it would feel like to live such a thing. What happens is that a person who has a low opinion of himself develops a relatively suave way of manifesting, if not inferiority to significant people, at least such blatant hints of inferiority that he becomes more or less an object of philanthropic concern on the part of the other person. This represents the development of considerable skill in interpersonal relations, sometimes remarkable skill, although the actual motivation concerned in these interpersonal relations is all relatively unfriendly. Now, since people with chronically low self-esteem are involved in these situations, the situations are apt to be somewhat unpleasant and complex for the other people involved, particularly if the other people are prone to find themselves in relationships in which domineering and vassalizing their fellows is their source of security. Under those circumstances, the passive-dependent people fall very readily into the orbit of these others, and all concerned do a great deal for one another without any particular satisfaction. More puzzling for the psychiatrist is the indirect exploitative attitude for channeling disjunctive motivations, in which this almost explicit admission of inferiority does not appear. Instead, there is a sort of continuous offer that one can be found to be dependent. It suggests to me the expression "come on," one offers, but one does not quite deliver. One cannot bear to be regarded as dependent, and this is the reason for the indirection. A person has to have some complications in the business to save what self-esteem he has. In this connection, a theory of personality and interpersonal relations has appeared, in the literature of the recent past, that is built up, in striking part, on the notion of masochism. I don't now keep up with all competing theories, so this one may have been laid away in its grave. I would hope so. I think there's probably nothing in the notion of masochism except foggy thinking. Masochism was, I believe, brought over the horizon of psychiatric thought in intimate companionship with another notion, called sadism. And in those estimable days, it was all very simple. People who liked to be hurt, as well as to be engaged in lustful sports, were masochists, and those who liked to hurt the partner, as well as engage in lustful sports, were sadists. But after the habit of a fungus the thing grew and got all sorts of places. And masochism has finally, I think, been attenuated to such a point that if a person keeps quiet while somebody else is talking, it could be called the manifestation of a masochistic tendency. In any event, there is a large number of people who appear to go to rather extraordinary lengths to get themselves imposed on, abused, humiliated, and whatnot, but as you get further data, you discover that this quite often pays. In other words, they get things they want. And the things that everybody wants are satisfaction and security from anxiety. Thus these people who get themselves abused and so on are indirectly getting the other people involved in doing something useful in exchange. Another aspect of the indirect exploitative attitude might be termed preying on sympathy. Actually, this way of channeling disjunctive motivation approaches the substitutive activities, which I shall discuss next, and may indeed often be confused with them. Preying on sympathy, as an indirect exploitative attitude, is manifested in a development of interpersonal technique by which, no matter whether the person has done something rather exceptional or has made a very dreary flop, he has to get some audience to feel sorry that he was laboring under such handicaps. This group includes people who, after having said, "Good morning," begin to rattle off a long list of current minor disasters and worries that have crushed their spirits completely, simply in the expectation that you will show sympathetic understanding of their woe, whereupon they look for the next person. This is, I suppose, indirect exploitation at its most highly symbolic level. It doesn't seem to be much of anything else. Of course, this preying on sympathy can also serve the much more practical purposes of tying your hands so that you can't criticize the person for something that is really detrimental to you and your interests, and there the indirect exploitative attitude is quite clear. Substitutive processes. But it is not always meaningful, in thinking of interpersonal difficulties, to describe such behavior as preying on sympathy. For instance, it may not be self-evident whether the behavior has anything indirectly exploitative in it or whether it is a part of this vast body of complex performances which we call substitute activity. It is particularly difficult to make this distinction in dealing with a stranger. Substitute activity, in contrast to indirect exploitative attitudes, is not addressed primarily to an audience. Instead, it is addressed primarily to avoiding certain conscious clarity about one's own situation, one's own motivations, and so on. When this is the case, the apparent preying on sympathy actually touches more upon a preoccupation which, for want of a better term, I shall call self-pity. And this preoccupation is actually in the realm of substitutive processes. It is important to distinguish between two kinds of self-pity in trying to clarify one's thoughts about what sort of problem one has on one's hands. It may be a massive preoccupation, an extraordinary facility at filling up time, in reverie or in conversation, with long series of thoughts which wind up with the speaker practically in tears about how wretchedly he is treated by fate. Or it may be a concomitant of only certain situations in a relatively limited field. People with massive preoccupation, and this is one of the fields of my greatest defeats in therapy, meet almost all interpersonal situations in which they feel inferior to the other person by looking for anything that can be utilized in building up one of these long trains of covert or conversational processes which serve to show what a woebegone and very unhappily used person the speaker is. But in the second group, although the preoccupation is substitutive in the sense that it obliterates something costly to self-esteem, the preoccupation is in a particular context, and does not represent a very unhappy way of life. For example, I sometimes say and feel very deeply that my lectures have not gone very well or been very clear because I was too tired. In any event, preoccupations with one's misfortune which represent pure substitution for something much more disturbing are legion. But it is the psychiatrist's job, when such a preoccupation comes along, to discriminate whether it is exploitative or substitutive, to figure out, to put it crudely, whether he is being put on the spot to do something for the other person, or whether this is a process by which the other person is keeping off the spot with himself. In other words, the substitutive processes are primarily addressed to minimizing or avoiding anxiety, whereas the more exploitative techniques are ways of getting what one wants but feels one could not get on one's face value. This element of self-pity is within calling distance of a group of substitutive activities which I have already mentioned, that enormously popular business of entertaining envy. Envy perhaps is in no sense self-pity, but certainly it is substitutive activity. It is called out in all sorts and kinds of situations where the person with customarily low self-esteem is disturbed. And it saves one from invidious comparisons which would be anything but uplifting to one's self-regard. Now, beyond these preoccupations I have mentioned, there are the hypochondriacal preoccupations, a field of substitutive activities which ordinarily channel the anxiety and other unfriendly or disjunctive motivations that are more or less characteristic of people who have chronically low self-esteem, although sometimes they can serve even conjunctive impulses. Hypochondriacal preoccupations, which is the traditional term for great preoccupation with one's health or with the operation of certain parts of one's somatic apparatus, are not devices for preying on sympathy. Curiously enough, there are some people who show hypochondriacal preoccupations only in the face of the other person's strong friendly motivation. These preoccupations are a very special group of substitute activities which are to be understood on the basis of one's personifying oneself as customarily handicapped. They are not to be understood as preoccupation with one's health in the sense of always wondering if one might catch a cold, or something of that kind. They are much more specific. For example, I know a very distinguished man who travels a great deal, always equipped with a fair-sized suitcase containing drugs enough to put a country general practitioner to shame in terms of preparation for any form of illness that man might fall heir to. While I am, needless to say, being extravagant, it sometimes seems to me that my friend carries preparations for practically any eventuality from smallpox to pregnancy, and among them he carries treatments for a large series of weaknesses, illnesses, and disabilities which he has. He's a very efficient person, by the way. I love to think what he'd be if he did not have all this really dangerous substitute activity going on in him. But time and again, on occasions when I was perhaps within gunshot of being bored, I've seen him suddenly become preoccupied and hurry away, and I know just what he does. He goes home and treats the malady which showed signs of becoming active under the same circumstances in which I became bored. My friend is an unusual instance, however, because the hypochondriacal person ordinarily doesn't manifest extraordinary gifts, broad interests, or anything of that kind. He is, on the other hand, capable of very deep preoccupation with his pulse rate, which is not taken as such, of course, but as evidence of serious risks surrounding the heart. He can give a tremendous amount of attention to his digestive tract, a preoccupation which I think is much more common, and, this is indeterminately common, he is capable of very deep preoccupation with sensations, or the absence of sensations, in the urogenital tract. Thus in these deep, absorbing preoccupations, in which one loses practically all touch with things outside of oneself short of fire, there is great centering of conscious referential process on tiny little signs, often grossly and dreadfully misinterpreted, of something going on somewhere in the somatic organization of the body. Perhaps an illustration would serve to clarify what I am discussing here. A good many young men who have had very unfortunate experience, who are intensely socially isolated, and who are about to have a schizophrenic episode, show a particular type of hypochondriacal preoccupation with their genitals. This preoccupation has the following substance to it. When one is tense, the urinary bladder wall is tense, which in turn makes for high pressure against the internal urethral sphincter. If then the person is distracted, it is quite possible for the internal sphincter to relax according to the general pattern of getting ready for action. That permits a drop of urine to escape from the bladder into the prostatic urethra, which produces a distinct urgency to urinate. But it is quite possible that this sequence of events may not be completed in the person who has the particular type of hypochondriacal preoccupation with the genitals which I am discussing. So although the drop of urine escapes into the prostatic urethra, the person goes on into new tensions which somewhat distract him from the necessity to urinate. A little while later, the person becomes entirely absorbed in the, to him, awful experience of having seminal fluids sneaking out through the penis. In fact, he may actually inspect the penis, and he may then see a very little visible, palpable moisture at the meatus of the penis. To him, here is proof that he is losing vitality, for semen can take on remarkable symbolic importance. And this was all because he was too distracted and too preoccupied to notice that he might have urinated. Now, this situation gets wound up to the point where it practically becomes a vicious circle. The person is constantly anxious about this loss of vitality by way of the semen, and he loses it any time he's distracted by contact with anybody else or by any idea and so on, because at that time the internal sphincter is apt to relax a little bit, so the drop of urine gets in the prostatic urethra and then gets metamorphosed by this profound preoccupation with further loss of semen. Now this is an instance of hypochondriacal preoccupation which has been of such great interest to me that I've taken the trouble to figure out how a great many instances of it happen. Let me assure you that it is no more complex in its structure than a great many other hypochondriacal preoccupations with which certain desperately unhappy people can occupy practically their whole waking life. I now want to discuss the special instance in which social isolation is combined with these hypochondriacal interests, in which case the latter are an important part of the dissociative system within the self-system. In this connection, one must remember that in addition to a motivational system which is dissociated, completely cut off from representation within awareness, there is also a complex system composed of dissociative processes which maintain this dissociation. In other words, one cannot maintain a dissociation without having a lot of precautionary apparatus, and so on, in the self system to avoid any sudden crashing of the dissociation. These hypochondriacal interests quite often are part of the dissociative system, in which case one would expect these interests to become extreme and absorbing whenever the interpersonal relation is such that something in dissociation tends to become active. This is often strikingly demonstrable in the group of young men I have just mentioned. It is one of the classical occasions on which the careless psychiatrist might say that the patient blocked. In other words, as a conversation between the psychiatrist and the patient moves into a region which might, by some accident, stir a dissociated tendency in the patient, then the patient becomes profoundly preoccupied with the fact that he is now losing a little more vitality. But since this thought is always fringed with the possibility of uncanny emotion, he doesn't tell the psychiatrist about it. And in any case, the patient feels that it is profoundly irrelevant to what he was talking about. All this is accompanied by such unpleasant emotion and has such preoccupying power that whatever he was talking about is as completely lost as if it had been erased. The psychiatrist has to start all over again, and if he and the patient can get to the same place at which blocking first occurred, blocking will probably occur again at that place. Of course, it is unlikely that they can get to the same point, because the patient will be already warned and will block as soon as that progression barely gets started. Being taken advantage of. The subject that I now want to discuss may seem to be quite removed from what I have just discussed, but actually it is quite closely related. The experience that I will describe is ordinarily called being taken advantage of. This is probably within the experience of everyone, and very sadly and frequently within the experience of some people. Some of the less significant instances of this experience are, for example, being cheated or outwitted in the realm of real property. But the instances which I am concerned with here occur when someone takes advantage of you in such a way as to lead you to expose a weakness. As a result of this exposure, you suffer real or fantasied ridicule and have a feeling of being humiliated. I am quite sure that most of you can recall at least one person, in your more distant past life, who would now and then, as if by malice aforethought, entrap you into doing or saying something for which he then ridiculed you. In adult life, you may still find yourself occasionally in such situations, but now you probably have so much presence, so much caution and social distance, that the nearest you come to following the earlier pattern is that you wonder if the other person is ridiculing you. At least that's the ordinary attenuation. A discussion of real or fancied ridicule seems a good place to embark on a discussion of projection. When we get to the point of wondering whether people are admiring us or ridiculing us, we may have some little difficulty in distinguishing between that situation and what is usually meant by projection. But first I want to comment on the loose use of the term projection. To begin with, we project in all interpersonal relations. We attempt to foresee action, we foresee it as the activity of embodied others, and that in itself is projection. Thus foresight applies in those situations in which you have put your worst foot forward and you think that the person who led you into the situation will now tell others about it with joy. But the term projection, as it is often used in psychiatry, seems to mean, if it means anything, that we project the wrong thing. For example, when I'm thinking very well of you, you project upon me malice, hatred, and contempt. Well, that's nice, for certain late-evening alcoholic psychiatric discussions. What I want to stress is that the degree to which foresight can be good, adequate, and appropriate, and the degree to which it can be far beside the point, is a matter which varies in everyone, from occasion to occasion, on such basis as what motivational complex is at work in the one person, what motivational complex is at work in the other, how tired the one or the other is, and, literally, what the recent past has been. I have already suggested the degree to which people with chronically low self-esteem anticipate unfavorable opinions in others, and I do not think that the mechanism of projection accounts for much of anything. The failure of dissociation. I now want to consider a particularly important situation which arises as a special instance in these people with chronically low self-esteem who have advantage taken of them. And this is the situation in which the weakness which is so revealed actually includes some evidences of a dissociative system in the personality concerned. And, in these instances, the experience of being led to reveal one's weakness is, briefly or permanently, attended by some measure of the uncanny emotions, awe, dread, loathing, and horror. These emotions are, in many ways, the nearest that anybody comes to the reality of dissociated components in his personality, unless a person plunges into the sort of waking bad dream of schizophrenia. These, then, are instances of momentary representation within awareness, or of more durable representation within awareness, of the not-me phase of personality, which I can scarcely say is ordinarily personified, but which under certain unfortunate circumstances can now become personified. As I have noted briefly before, these situations may be accompanied either by such fascination that the person, despite dreadful feelings, cannot seem to avoid being entangled with this unpleasant person who has taken advantage of him, or else by revulsion, which is an extreme avoidance coupled with an uncanny feeling, so powerful and intense that the person is in the unhappy position of wondering what on earth could have made this particular affair so repulsive, which, in itself, is an unhappy addition to one's self-awareness. Or these situations may be accompanied by the still more chilling awful suspicion by which one really begins to build up structures of probability, or improbability, which become more and more uncanny. And here we approach the experience of jealousy. Now jealousy may either be not particularly uncanny, or it may be what older psychiatrists call delusional jealousy. Its form of manifestation is, in a large measure, determined by the extent to which dissociated systems are involved in its occurrence. That is to say, according to my experience with patients, jealousy is colored by uncanny emotion to the extent that dissociated systems are involved. And the more uncanny, that is, the more pathological, and the more marked the jealousy, the more fantastic one or two of the three people concerned will prove to be. This fantastic character is a complex function of the defense which the self-system exercises against the appearance of dissociated motivation, and insofar as that defense has to be vigorous, the dissociative distortions become striking. Beyond fascination, significant revulsion, and awful suspicion, the next stage, in this unhappy concomitant of one's having been led unfairly to reveal one's weakness which happens to have something to do with a dissociative system, is the occurrence of what I will call full-fledged autochthonous ideas. Now, this tedious old word refers to a content of thought, a matter in mind, which seems literally to have come from outside one, as if put there, that is, one has no feeling of ownership or parentage. Thus while the self-system excludes from awareness clear evidences of a dissociated motivational system, that which is dissociated is represented in awareness by some group of ideas or thoughts which are marked uncannily with utter foreignness. They have nothing to do with oneself. And they really have nothing to do with oneself except that they are a kind of compromise. The next step in this unhappy process is the actual occurrence of hallucinations, which with astonishing frequency are auditory. The occurrence of hallucinations means not only that one has something in mind which seems foreign and imposed from outside, but that one experiences events which are uncanny. One hears something which is strongly colored with a feeling of awe, dread, horror, loathing, or something of that kind. The hallucination has, so far as I know, every indication of being a perfectly valid experience, except that it is uncanny. And whether the hallucination needs any external source or not is perfectly irrelevant. In fact, the question is one of the most tedious topics of psychiatric drivel. The paranoid transformation of personality. Although hallucinations do not necessarily usher in schizophrenic episodes, they very frequently do so. And I would now like to discuss briefly what happens when the schizophrenic episode has occurred, followed, often quite promptly, by what I call a paranoid transformation of personality. In these situations, it is now impossible to maintain reasonable dissociation of previously dissociated tendencies in one's personality which are still, in terms of the personified self, apart. As a result, that which was dissociated, and which was in a certain meaningful sense related to the not me, is now definitely personified as not me, that is, as others. and the others carry blame for that which had previously had to be maintained in dissociation as an intolerable aspect of one's own personal possibilities. Now, at the beginning of this transformation, the only impression one has is of a person in the grip of horror, of uncanny devastation which makes everyone threatening beyond belief. But if the person is not utterly crushed by the process, he can begin rather rapidly to elaborate personifications of evil creatures. And in this process of personifying the specific evil, the transformation begins to move fast. Since it's wonderfully successful in one respect, it begins to put on these others, people who are outside of him, his enemies, everything which he has clearly formulated in himself as defect, blamable weakness, and so on. Thus as the process goes on, he begins to wash his hands of all those real and fancied unfortunate aspects of his own personality which he has suffered for up to this time. Under those circumstances, needless to say, he arrives at a state which is pretty hard to remedy, by categorical name, a paranoid state. If the schizophrenic prelude is very inconspicuous, in which case, I might add, the development may be in some ways a little more ominous, the beginning phase of the paranoid state has a curious relationship with what I call moments of illumination. These occur when, by extremely fortunate circumstance, one actually sees, to a considerable extent, a real situation that he had been selectively inattending to previously, so that he is really better oriented. But far more common than these fortunate illuminations is the onrushing of this paranoid transformation of personality, the transfer of blame, in which the person suddenly sees it all. The beginning of this process comes literally as a sudden insight into some suspicion, and it comes with a blaze of horror. The suspicion may have hovered around before the sudden insight, and may have been marked by a little uncanniness, but with the insight, one has started living in a world in which not me has become personified, very active, and very absorptive of one's weaknesses. Now, the thing that ties all this together is that in some people there is an interweaving and alternation of hypochondriacal preoccupations and paranoid interpersonal relations. Intense hypochondriacal preoccupations often usher in disasters which can emerge from schizophrenia as paranoid transformations. At certain times, in the course of the paranoid way of existence, there can be a recession of all this fearing of enemies and seeing plots, and so on, in favor of a profound preoccupation with disorder of the bodily function, with the idea of disastrous things going on. This alternation, which many of us have encountered, for it's not too uncommon, is of very considerable importance in suggesting the reality underlying the conceptual structure of not me. I think that I can hint at the processes concerned in this interweaving of hypochondriacal preoccupations and paranoid states by mentioning the only very markedly paranoid schizophrenic whom I ever brought to what I felt might imply ultimate recovery. This boy, as he began to really clear up after a very extensive paranoid schizophrenic illness, still complained of his throat. His throat bothered him terribly. It was very difficult to quite discover what symptoms accompanied it, but there was no shadow of doubt that he was profoundly preoccupied with his throat. I sent him to a laryngologist who was both very skillful and quite sympathetic to the problems of psychiatry. The boy's throat was examined very carefully, and at the same time he was given a fine anatomical textbook and was permitted to look at it and to notice how neatly his throat coincided with the skillfully colored anatomical picture. And he went away very deeply touched. It had been a very successful adventure. But the next time I saw him, he came into the office and said, "Look, doctor, I don't care anything about what ails my throat, I want something cut out." Part 4. Towards a Psychiatry of Peoples. Chapter 22. Psychiatry has come to mean something to a great many people, but, for our purpose, it must be defined. There is a meaning of psychiatry which makes it an art or body of empirical practices pertaining to the treatment or prevention of mental disorder. This meaning of psychiatry is irrelevant, here. Psychiatry, as here to be discussed, is a science and its related technology. The science of psychiatry has been nurtured by work with the mentally ailing, has grown in the milieu of hospital and clinic, but is no more a science of mental illness than geography is a science of Western Europe. The mentally ill are particular instances of people living among others in localities of more or less uniform culture. The science that has grown from preoccupation with these mentally disordered ways of living has naturally to become a science of living under the conditions which prevail in the given social order. I believe that this statement is simply axiomatic, but it does not imply that a particular psychiatric scientist need concern himself with any and all aspects of man's life in society. A physicist may usefully concentrate his scientific efforts on particular aspects of the phenomena anciently called light. His results, so far as they are good physics, will be meaningful throughout physics. They may be more richly meaningful in, for example, the region of wave motion than in that of gravitation, but here one may recall the confirmation of Einstein's anticipation that light would be found to bend in traversing a gravitational field. The general science of psychiatry seems to me to cover much the same field as that which is studied by social psychology, because scientific psychiatry has to be defined as the study of interpersonal relations, and this in the end calls for the use of the kind of conceptual framework that we now call field theory. From such a standpoint, personality is taken to be hypothetical. That which can be studied is the pattern of processes which characterize the interaction of personalities in particular recurrent situations or fields which include the observer. Since any one participant observer can study but a finite number of these situations or fields, which, in turn, will be anything but representative of the whole variegated world of human life, not all of the personality of the observer will be revealed, and what he comes to know about himself will always be somewhat incomplete and variously contingent on poorly defined or actually unnoticed factors. Generalizations which he can make about the other fellow cannot but be even more incomplete and contingent. The observer, the instrument used in assembling the data of psychiatry, is, then, seen to be an only imperfectly understood tool, some of the results of the use of which may be quite misleading. This conclusion might be taken to forbid any effort toward developing a scientific psychiatry, much less a psychiatry of everyone everywhere in the world. It certainly forbids any conceit about the present state of psychiatry, but one may well notice that every science has been, and, less obviously, still is, in the same position. One may note, also, that ignorance of the principles of the internal combustion engine has not prevented the expert driving of automobiles, although it might prove costly to anyone who substituted a high explosive for gasoline fuel because he was in a hurry. Bear with me now in an attempt to outline a position in general psychiatry from which I shall presently undertake to make some temporarily valid generalizations of world scope. What anyone can observe and analyze becomes ultimately a matter of tensions and energy transformations, many of the latter being obvious actions, but many others of which are obscure activities that go on, as we say, in the mind. What anyone can discover by investigating his past is that the patterns of tensions and energy transformations which make up his living are, to a truly astonishing extent, matters of his education for living in a particular expected society. If he is clever, he can also notice inadequacies in his educator's expectations. He finds that he is not any too well prepared for living in the groups in which he has come to be involved. If he is philosophically inclined and historic-minded, he is apt to conclude that this very element of being ill-prepared has characterized people in every period of expanding world contacts and ensuing accelerated social change. If he is interested in psychiatry, he is almost certain to come to consider the role of foresight in determining the adequacy and appropriateness of the energy transformations, his overt and covert activity, with respect to the actual demands of the situations in which he finds himself involved with significant others. I touch here on what I believe is the most remarkable of human characteristics, the importance exercised by often but vaguely formulated aspirations, anticipations, and expectations which can be summed up in the term foresight, the manifest influence of which makes the near future a thoroughly real factor in explaining human events. I hope that you will resist the idea that something clearly teleological is being introduced here. I am saying that, circumstances not interfering, man the person lives with his past, the present, and the neighboring future all clearly relevant in explaining his thought and action, and the near future is influential to a degree nowhere else remotely approached among the species of the living. Note that I have said circumstances not interfering. It is from study of the interferences which reduce, or otherwise modify, the functional activity of foresight that a great deal of light has been thrown on the nature of man as revealed in his doings with others. We assume that all biological tensions arise from the course of events inside and/or outside the gross spatial limits of the organism. Human tensions are no exception to this, but one of their congeries, one very important kind of tension, ensues from a kind of events the experiencing of which is almost unique to the human being. With this single important exception, tensions can be regarded as needs for particular energy transformations which will dissipate the tension, often with an accompanying change of mental state, a change of awareness, to which we can apply the general term satisfaction. Thus the particular tension, the felt component of which we call hunger, is pleasantly satisfied by activity which includes the taking of food. Our hunger is not the tension is not merely a mental state, a phenomenon within awareness, nor is it entirely within us in any simple space-time sense. But for practical purposes, I may usually trust this particular once familiar mental state to coincide perfectly with my need for food, and make up my mind to eat, or decide to go to dinner, or entertain within awareness some other thought which sounds as if something quite powerful named I is directing something else, myself, to do something about my being hungry with reasonable certainty that I shall feel more comfortable when the performance has been finished. Whatever pomp and circumstance may go on in one's head, the need for food reaches into the past in which it has arisen, and on the basis of which its felt component can be said to have meaning, and it reaches into the future in which its tension can be foreseen to have been relieved by appropriate action in proper circumstances. We share most, if not all, of this large congeries of recurrent needs with a good many other species of the living, even including our recurrent need for contact with others, often felt as loneliness, which is paralleled in the gregarious animals. The single other great congeries of recurrent tensions, some grasp on the nature of which is simply fundamental to understanding human life, is probably restricted to man and some of the creatures which he has domesticated. It arises not from the impact of physico-chemical and biological events directly connected with keeping alive and reproducing the species, but from the impact of people. The felt component of any of this congeries of tensions includes the experience of anxiety. Action which avoids or relieves any of these tensions is experienced as continued or enhanced self-respect or self-esteem, significantly different from what is ordinarily meant by self-satisfaction. All the factors entering into the vicissitudes of self-esteem, excepting only man's innate capacity for being anxious, are wholly a matter of past experience with people, the given interpersonal situation, and foresight of what will happen. There is nothing I can conceive in the way of interpersonal action about which one could not be trained to be anxious, so that if such an action is foreseen one feels anxious, and if it occurs one's self-esteem is reduced. The realm of this congeries of tensions is the area of one's training for life at the hands of significant others, and of how much or little one has been able to synthesize out of these training experiences. One cannot be trained by others in advance of certain biological events, namely, the maturation of appropriate capabilities of man, the underlying animal. Training efforts exerted before this time are undergone as something very different from what was intended and, if they have any effect, exert thoroughly unfortunate influence on the future development of the victim. This biologically ordained serial maturation of capabilities underlies the currently entertained scheme of stages in human development: infancy, childhood, the juvenile era, preadolescence, early adolescence, and late adolescence to maturity. Let me discuss the implication of the idea of developmental stages. When, and only when, maturation of capacities has occurred, experience of a valuable kind can occur. If it does not occur, if experience is definitely unsuited to providing competence for living with others, at this particular level of development, the probabilities of future adequate and appropriate interpersonal relations are definitely and specifically reduced. The reduction of probability is specifically related to the forms of competence which are customarily developed under favorable circumstances in the course of this particular stage. Seen from this viewpoint, not the earlier stages only, but each and every stage, is equally important in its own right, in the unfolding of possibilities for interpersonal relations, in the progression from birth toward mature competence for life in a fully human world. It is often true that severe warp incurred, say, in childhood interferes so seriously with the course of events in the succeeding juvenile era that the constructive effects of living with compeers, and under school and other non-family authorities, are meager. It also happens, and not infrequently, that quite serious warp from childhood is all but corrected by good fortune early in the juvenile era, so that its residual traces are observable only under circumstances of intense emotion, severe fatigue, anoxemia, hypoglycemia, or alcoholic and related decerebration. In the course of intensive, guided psychotherapy one may observe, in many instances, a condensed, relatively vicarious, remedying of deficiencies in developmental experience, and this seems to be a successful way of consolidating favorable change in the patient's interpersonal relations. Thus unremedied misfortune in the pre-adolescent phase leaves one at a lifelong disadvantage in dealing with important strangers of the same sex. When this pattern of discomfort has been made clear by participant observation with the patient, the latter will often develop a belated, transient, pre-adolescence. Some previously guarded contact will deepen into a very warm friendship. The satisfactions and security of the buddy become overwhelmingly important to the patient, and his current activities are largely directed to promoting them. At the same time, any strong motivation in the patient-physician relationship is in abeyance, as if he had lost any particular interest in the work. Then, presently, the outside attachment loses intensity and a favorably changed patient is again at work with the psychiatrist, tracking down the ramifications of the disability from which he is now recovering. This illustrates the meaning of isophilic in my triad. The autophilic, the isophilic, and the heterophilic are those persons, respectively, who can manifest in their interpersonal relations the pattern of field forces properly called love for no one, for a person of one's own sex, or for persons of one's own and of the other sex. The ability to love is a factor in the patterning of genital, sexual, behavior, but it is only one of three factors which must be considered in order to make sense of what goes on in that connection. In this culture, many people show the ability to love in advance of the occurrence of puberty. Many others have yet to evolve the ability to love long after a relatively active sexual life of one kind or another has been established. Much more important, for my present purpose, is the import of the illustration as an example of curative processes in interpersonal fields. It is from prolonged consideration of psychotherapeutic successes and failures, and of possibilities for increasing the proportion and speeding the achievement of the former, that I have come to feel sure that we may depend on everyone's drive toward more adequate and appropriate ways of living, in a word, toward improved mental health, if an improved ability to foresee the future can offer a fair prospect of becoming contented. That if is a big one when one has been out of life for years in a hospital for the mentally disordered, when one is advanced in years, or when the prospect appears to entail giving up sources of prestige and income which one's current, however troubled, life is providing. The often great difficulty encountered in achieving improved ability to live with significant others is considered to arise, then, not from a deficiency of tendency but from something else, something which manifests itself as an equilibrating factor in living, whether the living be fortunate or unfortunate, namely, the extensive organization of experience within personality which I have called the self-system. I think it will suffice for my present purpose to say that anything which would seriously disturb the equilibrium, any event which tends to bring about a basic change in an established pattern of dealing with others, sets up the tension of anxiety and calls out activities for its relief. This tension and the activities required for its reduction or relief, which we call security operations because they can be said to be addressed to maintaining a feeling of safety and the esteem reflected to one from the other person concerned, always interfere with whatever other tensions and energy transformations they happen to coincide with. This in no way denies the usefulness of security operations. They are often quite successful in protecting one's self-esteem. Without them, life in an increasingly incoherent social organization would be exceedingly difficult or impossible for most people. We, the people of these United States, in particular, would quite certainly exterminate ourselves before we could devise and disseminate adequate substitutes for our now ubiquitous security processes. Let us be very clear about the fact that anxiety and security operations are an absolutely necessary part of human life as long as the past is more important in preparing the young for life than is the reasonably foreseeable future. But for all their indispensable utility to each and every one of us, in these days, security operations are a powerful brake on personal and on human progress, as I can perhaps indicate by referring to a particular one of them which is very frequently to be observed. I shall use as an example the process called selective inattention, something very different indeed from mere negligent oversight. By selective inattention we fail to recognize the actual import of a good many things we see, hear, think, do, and say, not because there is anything the matter with our zones of interaction with others but because the process of inferential analysis is opposed by the self-system. Clear recognition of the implications of matters to which we are selectively inattentive would call for basic change in an established pattern of dealing with the sort of interpersonal situation concerned, would make us either more, or in some cases less, competent, but in any case different from the way we now conceive ourselves to be. Good observation and analysis of a mass of incidents selectively overlooked would expand the self-system, which usually controls the contents of awareness and the scope of the referential processes that are fully useful in communicating with others. The ever-iterated miracle of selective inattention explains the faith we have in unnumbered prejudicial verbalisms, rationalizations, about ourselves and others, and half explains the characterization of the Bourbon as one who never forgets anything and never learns anything. While there is some reason to believe that a sufficient degree of novelty will always call out a disjunctive force, the felt component of which we know as fear, a very great many otherwise illuminating observations, of by no means intimidating novelty and difference, fail entirely to inform us about the world we live in because of the equilibrating influence of the self-system, the tree that all too frequently reflects the way the twig was bent in the developmental years. The extension of psychiatric theory beyond the confines of the familiar into the world of foreigners whose ways of life are alien to us calls for a sharp discrimination between fear and the various manifestations of anxiety and self-system activity, especially those of irrational dislikes, aversions, and revulsions, and the today so widespread distrust of others. Current theory makes hate the characteristic of interpersonal situations in which the people concerned recurrently and frequently provoke anxiety in each other, yet cannot break up the situation because of some conjunctive forces which hold them together. If the conjunctive force acts entirely outside of awareness, uncanny fascination, with moments of revulsion or loathing, may appear. If the integrating forces are not very strong, if the situation is not very important, the milder manifestations of more or less concealed, actually unjustified, dislike and distrust are shown. The actually unjustified means that a consensually valid statement of adequate grounds for the dislike or distrust cannot be formulated. The unpleasant emotion arises from something more than what either person could readily come to know about the situation. Let me illustrate the meaning of these terms by some thoroughly crude examples. A couple make what certainly is a marriage of great convenience. Friends of each notice with increasing discomfort that husband and wife seem more and more bent on humiliating each other in the presence of the friends. This illustrates an increasingly hateful integration. A mother, taking over the care of her firstborn from the nurse, is greatly upset, feels faint, looks pale, trembles severely, and is bathed with perspiration, on first encountering soiled diapers. She is undergoing the uncanny variant on the much more commonplace disgust, either of which is mostly a matter of her training for life. Another mother discovers her 15-month-old child holding his obviously excited genital. She is filled with a shuddering emotion not unrelated to the fascination and horror many people encounter when first thinking about witches' sabbaths, voodoo rites, or other folk encounters with personified sexual evil. Parenthetically, the infant by empathy is filled with the most primitive anxiety, almost as paralyzing and as uninformative as a blow on the head from a hammer, but if the mother's reaction does not change by virtue of habituation or insight, he will gradually catch on to enough of what happens to come to the juvenile era a person who shows primitive genital phobia, a more or less contentless aversion to action or thought about touching himself in the perineum, often with a lively, if unwelcome, hope that he may be touched by others, and perhaps touch them in turn, after which actual experience he would come to dislike and avoid them, or, more unhappily, suffer recurrent deeply disturbing revulsion after each of a series of conflictful repetitions. I can perhaps now proceed to the thesis of this paper, namely, that while no one can now be adequately equipped for a greatly significant inquiry into the fundamental facts of life of everyone, everywhere, there are many possibilities of greatly constructive efforts in this direction, if, and only if, instead of plunging into the field recklessly hoping for the best, one prefaces one's attempt with a careful survey of one's assets and liabilities for participant observation. Every constructive effort of the psychiatrist, today, is a strategy of interpersonal field operations which, 1. Seeks to map the areas of disjunctive force that block the efficient collaboration of the patient and others, and, 2. Seeks to expand the patient's awareness so that this unnecessary blockage can be brought to an end. For a psychiatry of peoples, we must follow the self-same strategy applied to significant groupings of people, families, communities, political entities, regional organizations, world blocks, and seek to map the interventions of disjunctive force which block the integration of the group with other groups in pursuit of the common welfare, and seek out the characteristics of each group's culture or subculture, and the methods used to impose it on the young, which perpetuate the restrictions of freedom for constructive growth. The master tactics for a psychiatrist's work with a handicapped person consist in 1. Elucidating the actual situations in which unfortunate action is currently shown repeatedly, so that the disorder pattern may become clear. 2. Discovering the less obvious ramifications of this inadequate and inappropriate way of life throughout other phases of the present and the near future, including the doctor-patient relationship and the patient's expectations about it. And 3. With the problem of inadequate development now clearly formulated, utilizing his human abilities to explore its origins in his experience with significant people of the past. It must be noted that an identical distortion of living common to doctor and patient makes this type of inquiry, at the best, very difficult. Neither is able to see the troublesome patterns, and both are inclined to relate the difficulties to the unhappy peculiarities of the other people concerned in their less fortunate interpersonal relations. Each respects the parallel limitation in the other, and their mutual effort is apt to be concentrated on irrelevant or immaterial problems, until they both become more discouraged or still more firmly deceived about life. For a psychiatry of peoples, these tactical requirements of good therapy, which is also good research, have to be expanded into 1. A preliminary discovery of the actual major patterns of tensions and energy transformations which characterize more adequate and appropriate living in that group. This is a background for noticing the exceptions, the incidence of mental disorder among these folk, uninformed study of which would be misleading. 2. A parallel development of skill at rectifying the effects of limitations in our own developmental background, in order, 3. That it may become possible to observe better the factors that actually resist any tendency to extend the integrations of our subject persons, so that they would include representatives of other groups relatively alien to them, a pilot test of which is the integration with ourself, and 4. Thus to find real problems in the foresight of intergroup living which can be tracked down to their origins in our subject peoples. Education for life. There is good reason to believe that all this is not impossible. These world psychiatric inquiries are not at bottom particularly different from the already mentioned, all too common, instances where doctor and patient suffer approximately the same disorders in living. Let me say a word about the way in which one may proceed to reduce the handicap of such a situation, at the same time pointing to the answer to an oft-heard question, what can I do to help myself? My conception of anxiety is in point here. While we may be unaware, at least temporarily, of milder degrees of any one of the other tensions connected with living, we are never unaware of anxiety at the very time that it occurs. The awareness can be, and very often is, fleeting, especially when an appropriate security operation is called out. The awareness can be most variously characterized from person to person, even from incident to incident, excepting only that it is always unpleasant. At the moment that anxiety occurs, one becomes aware of something unpleasant, but whether this seems to be a mere realization that all is not going so well, or a noticing of some disturbance in the activity or postural tone in one of the zones of interaction, a change in one's facial expression or in one's voice. As examples, a feeling of tightening up in some group of skeletal muscles, a disturbance of the action of one's heart, a discomfort in one's belly, a realization that one has begun to sweat, as I say. Whether it be one of these or yet another variety of symptoms, one is always at least momentarily aware that one has become uncomfortable, or more acutely uncomfortable, as the case may be. No matter what may have followed upon this awareness of diminished feeling of well-being, there was the awareness. It best serves in ordinary interpersonal relations to pay as little attention to it as one can, and to forget it. But if one is intent on refining oneself as an instrument of participant observation, it is necessary to pay the greatest attention, at least retrospectively, to these fleeting movements of anxiety. They are the telltales which show increased activity of the self-system in the interpersonal field of the moment concerned. They mark the point in the course of events at which something disjunctive, something that tends to pull away from the other fellow, has first appeared or has suddenly increased. They signal a change from relatively uncomplicated movement toward a presumptively common goal to a protecting of one's self-esteem, with the definite complicating of the interpersonal action. To the extent that one can retrospectively observe the exact situation in which one's anxiety was called out, one may be able to infer the corresponding pattern of difficulty in dealing with others. As these patterns are usually a matter of past training or its absence, detecting them is seldom an easy matter, but, I repeat, it is by no means impossible, unless there is an actual dissociation in one's personality system, in which case there will be prohibitively great difficulty in recalling anything significant about the actual situation which evoked the anxiety. Two things more remain to be said about this, shall I say, self-observation of disjunctive processes in interpersonal relations. Anxiety appears not only as awareness of itself but also in the experience of some complex emotions into which it has been elaborated by specific early training. I cannot say what all these are, but I can use names for a few of them which should open the mind to their nature: embarrassment, shame, humiliation, guilt, and chagrin. The circumstances under which these unpleasant emotions occur are particularly hard to observe accurately and to subject to the retrospective analysis which is apt to be most rewarding. A group of security operations born of experience which has gone into the development of these complex unpleasant emotions is equally hard for one to observe and analyze. These are the movements of thought and the actions by which we, as it were, impute to, or seek to provoke in, the other fellow feelings like embarrassment, shame, humiliation, guilt, or chagrin. It is peculiarly difficult to observe retrospectively and to subject to analysis the exact circumstances under which we are moved to act as if the other person should be ashamed of himself, is stupid, or is guilty of anything from a breach of good taste to a mortal sin. These interpersonal movements which put the other fellow at a disadvantage on the basis of a low relative personal worth are extremely troublesome elements in living and very great handicaps to investigating strange people. Disparaging and derogatory thought and action that make one feel better than the other person concerned, that expand one's self-esteem, as it were, at his cost, are always to be suspected of arising from anxiety. These processes are far removed from a judicious inquiry into one's relative personal skill in living. They do not reflect a good use of observation and analysis but rather indicate a low self-esteem in the person who uses them. The quicker one comes to a low opinion of another, other things being equal, the poorer is one's secret view of one's own worth in the field of the disparagement. It is rather easy to correct interferences in participant observation of another which arise from one's true superiorities to him. It is quite otherwise with the baleful effects of one's secret doubts and uncertainties. We are apt to be most severely critical of others when they are thought to be showing an instance of something of which we ourselves are secretly ashamed, and which we hope we are concealing. This must suffice as an indication of the more pervasive of the often unnoticed interferences with participant observation with representatives of somewhat unfamiliar background. I need scarcely discuss the role of linguistic difficulties or that of sheer ignorance of the culture patterns to which remarks make reference. These latter are actually only somewhat more striking instances of similar interferences in getting acquainted with any stranger. Progress toward a psychiatry of peoples is to be expected from efforts expended along two lines of investigation: 1. an improving grasp on the significant patterns, and on the pattern of patterns, of living around the world, and 2. The uncovering of significant details in the sundry courses of personality development by which the people of each different social organization come to manifest more or less adequate and appropriate behavior, in their given social setting. Each of these lines of investigation is a necessary supplement to the other. The first, which may be taken to pertain more to the interests and techniques of the cultural anthropologist, cannot be pushed very far, very securely, without data from the second. The second can scarcely produce meaningful data unless it is informed by the provisional hypotheses of the former. The two provide indispensable checks upon each other, without which neither can proceed noticeably without running into increasing uncertainty. The theory of interpersonal relations lays great stress on the method of participant observation, and relegates data obtained by other methods to, at most, a secondary importance. This in turn implies that skill in the face-to-face, or person-to-person, psychiatric interview is of fundamental importance. While the value of interchange by use of the mediate channels of communication, correspondence, publications, radio, speaking films, may be very great, especially if the people concerned have already become fairly well acquainted with each other as a result of previous face-to-face exchange, it must be remembered that communication in the psychiatric interview is by no means solely a matter of exchanging verbal contexts, but is rather the development of an exquisitely complex pattern of field processes which imply important conclusions about the people concerned. This is scarcely the place for a discussion of current views about what one can learn about the theory and practice of psychiatric interviewing. I wish chiefly to emphasize the instrumental character of the interviewing psychiatrist and the critical importance of his being free to observe, and subsequently analyze, as many as possible of his performances as a dynamic center in the field patterns that make up the interview. Everything that can be said about good psychiatric interviewing is relevant to the directly interpersonal aspects of any work in the direction of a psychiatry of peoples. Every safeguard useful in avoiding erroneous conclusions about the other fellow becomes newly important when the barriers of linguistic and other cultural uncertainties are in the way. Inquiries into the alien ways of educating the young must be oriented with close regard to biological time as it is reflected in the serial maturation of capacities, to social time as it is reflected in the series of formulable expectations concerning what the young will know how to behave about from stage to stage of their development, and to the exact chronology of presumptively educative efforts brought to bear on the young. The spread of variations in each of these three fields is of great importance in understanding the people and their relationships, which make up any community. Consider, for example, the effect of delayed puberty on the adequacy and appropriateness of subsequent behavior in many a youth in any of our urban areas. Consider, again, the effects on the living of the outstandingly bright boy from a small town when he enters a great metropolitan university. And, finally, consider the probable effects of early training in venereal prophylaxis in contrast with that of suppression of information in this field. It is by virtue of an ever better grasp on the significant patterns in these series of events that we help patients to help themselves, at the same time becoming better and better informed about the factors which govern the possibilities of interpersonal action. To the extent that we have useful approximations to an understanding of the actual processes of personality development which have ensued in the people with whom we deal, we become able to make sense of what seems to be going on. This must be the case, whether one is a stranger in Malaya or host to a visiting Malay. Whence the urgency? In a world in which time is of the essence, in which we can scarcely defer great constructive changes until we shall have raised a new generation to political power, the most searching scrutiny of the dynamics of favorable change in personality becomes utterly imperative. Even if time were not of the essence, the imperative would be much the same, for we cannot jump a generation, and training for life as it is becoming begins in, and reaches very far forward from, the primary group of the home. The less of parents' work that has to be corrected, the quicker man moves ahead. The surer our aid to parents in preparing their young for life, the more geometrically expanding will be the resulting good to the greater number. I think it is no longer wise or expedient to talk and think as if the great majority of chronologically adult people, here or elsewhere, will ever become well informed about a great deal that is acutely vitally important to them. I think that we must recognize explicitly that universal literacy and complete freedom of information in themselves offer no solution to any of the imperative problems of the times. Freedom of information is meaningless unless it is used for a purpose, namely, to promote the peace and well-being of humanity. Can anyone who is experienced in dealing with others doubt that it is ever so much easier to replace one prejudice with another than it is to bring about informed judgment? Do we not actually have this in mind when we express ourselves to the so-called laity? Or perhaps better put, should we not have this in mind? Consider, for instance, the effects, detectable even in some psychiatrists' homes, of disseminating information about the evil effects of parental mismanagement. Some considerable number of parents now suffer such uncertainty about frustrating and fixating and making dependent and the like that they themselves need psychiatric help, and their offspring will certainly require it. We do not seem to have done too good a job of public education in this vital area. Perhaps our information was not adequate, perhaps, on the other hand, it was not so bad but we used it badly. I hold that it is self-evident that a very great many chronologically adult people must act on faith with respect to almost every field of living. The great hope for the future lies not in attempting to change this fact but in so reducing the effectiveness of certain vicious elements in current faiths that the young who grow up under the influence of these elders will have much greater freedom to observe and to understand and to foresee correctly than had their parents and teachers and the others under whose authority their abilities for interpersonal relations were molded. The achievement of this exceedingly desirable goal is anything but easy and foolproof. The thinking out of constructive, functionally coherent, revisions of any one of the major cultures of the world, so that the personal imperatives which derive from it, whether in the obscure, very early inculcated, patterns of conscience or the subsequently acquired, less recondite, patterns of acceptable rationalizations and potent verbalisms, shall be less restrictive on understanding and more permissive of social progress, that, truly, is a task to which unnumbered groups of the skillful may well apply themselves. There will remain the intimidating task of implementing the better, once it shall have been designed, but for the first time in the history of man, there is worldwide, if often most unhappy, realization of the necessity, and at the same time a set of administrative agencies clearly charged with the responsibility. I say to you with the utmost seriousness of which I am capable that this is no time to excuse yourself from paying the debt you and yours owe the social order with some such facile verbalism as "nothing will come of it, it can't be done." Begin, and let it be said of you, if there is any more history, that you labored nobly in the measure of man in the 20th century of the scientific, Western world.